I deserved it. Why? Because I could stay up all night on my phone and showing up late for work. What would you be doing on your phone in the middle? Fucking scrolling Instagram reels. What's over in life? We look at your racist. Really? Yeah. Anything else? Just racism? Racism. Fucking jokes, random bullshit. Like just stuff that is unfulfilling. Just looking up, we're gonna try and see if there's something better on the next scroll, but nothing more. Midgets with giant tits. My algorithm. I clicked on it one time, and now it's my entire page, and I don't know exactly how or why. I do keep clicking on it and staring. So you're out of work right now? Yeah, dude. It did. Yeah, not really. And I think it breaks my heart. You gotta look forward to out of work. Look at me. You probably get a job at like medieval times or something like that. Like, you can't just go over. I heard from you saw the front of the Tesla. What are you? What? Because that's the biggest area for his giant. Not with more, but something else. Okay. What is your flight? What are you into? I mean, honestly, I catch a lot of lesbians. Seriously, recently, my only options are like dating apps. I feel like the fucking is like intense. So I don't know. What's the last date you went on? Last hug of me, perhaps. Fucking 37-year-old lady, like South by Southwest, and South by Southwest, like there on location, where you met her. That was like a horse jacket, better than what she looked like. Dude, she was white son. Dude, you know it's gonna be good. Dude, she was right, and like flat under her clothes, but she kind of flat stomach. It was weird. It was weird when we talked to people. She smelled like corn tortillas and pistol lady. It was pretty nice. And it was is it Latina? Yeah, for sure. Okay. She's been looking up pages fucking down the corridor. Boy's mustache. So where exactly did that sexual hookup take place? At her place? At her place. At her place. So how did that end? She wanted to oh, okay, perfect. Well, that's not exactly that. All right, Jack. Well, congratulations. Here's a medium-sized grand check from everybody. All right, even though those one makes sense for you, like, check out the podcast on the line at HeidiRegina.com. Let's make sense here. It's Doug Ferry, everybody. Susie, I just can't stand these fucking bitches. I mean, I'm surrounded by females. I got 9 aunts, only 2 local. I got 3 ex-wives. I got 4 daughters, no sons. I got 7 grandkids, 6 which are girls. So what I'm trying to tell you, ladies, I'm on your fucking bullshit. You look fucking crazy. Let me give you an example. My dad caught me smoking a cigarette when I was younger. He made me smoke the whole pack in front of him. I get it. No much, but that's the good. Now my mother, she caught me jerking off in the bathroom. She made me. I can look my uncle in the eyes to this day. My dumbass wife asked me a dumbass question. She said, "You have a favorite son?" I said, "Yeah, you want here?" She said, "Yeah." I said, have a sense of humor. So you're still crouching, we can see you. Talk. Well, you've been on this show before, right? About 2 months ago. Okay. I'm better remind us. How long have you been doing stand-up? About 2 years. 2 years. And what do you do for work? I am going to school currently for HVAC. HVAC. Learn HVAC. Well, that sucked. See what I did there? There we are. Thanks for standing erect. There she is. Someone that dresses like a banana pudding. Anyway, Dog, is that true what you said? You have 3 ex-wives and 4 daughters? 3 ex-wives, 4 daughters. How do these married this all in? What's with the world? Yeah, let's look at this little breakdown. My first wife was my high school sweetheart. I actually lost my virginity to her, which was ironic because 10 years later I lost my car, my kids, had my money for 16 years. Yeah. My second wife was the meanest woman walking the face of the earth, still is. She's in Germany. She's German, free German. I don't need to say any more about that. I was rough. She was the worst. She was the meanest. She was the meanest. Actually, we talked about this, but I got PTSD. Going to war 30 times with the military from the ex-wives. So I went to therapy and everything. Can you give us an example of what type of, I believe she was on the show earlier, by the way. Her name actually, by any chance, I can tell you this. I can tell you it's a horrible thing because it's not just the ex-wife. I don't date anymore. I'm done with women. most recent. Okay, I piss funny now. When you say you piss funny, huh? What exactly? That means I got a piss really bad, but I just pissed 2 minutes ago. So I'm going to go to the bathroom again in a dribble. Nothing comes out. And then I go back and then I go for an hour. And then it's just going to go up and down, up and down. So I don't know what happened. A prostate problem. I didn't even think about this. I got a DD from the urologist. Tell us about that. So I go in and I have this key problem. I don't know what's going on. So I'm like, man, I'm going to try it. I don't know what's going to happen. But I think it was my dinner. I don't want her to have to. I'm trying to stay away from things like that. So I go in, go into the room, move the lights. I'm not comfortable. Put me on my side. There's with like a small thing on there, and he's shoving it in my ass. I didn't tell you that you were a Ruth Chris. That's the next. Seriously, there's no way that was what he was saying. Product is more than like clean car on the walking dash. That show like Silverado with the 50 moves like a comedian, doing jokes. Yeah. Out of this tonight. What made you start staying 10 years ago? That was the day my kid was single. Yeah. Okay. So I'm in a relationship with a girl. That's what she wow. Answer, we love you. I tell you something. I flip and I not you and me. Perhaps jalapeno stuffed. Go on. Let's see. I haven't tried. Doritos. Still showing. So you already want your fucking back. Oh, yeah. Fantastic. Wednesday for swimming. Question the Olympics. If I could do what made me realize that stuff. Do the one more. How long do you think the one is? Have you noticed that nothing anymore? Your car, 7 years, 5 years, you're watching doors. I think it all started with was it possible to hide your biomass? You're in the sign up for this here tonight. What make you want to sign up? To the show for years. Let's talk about your the set didn't go that good, but see, amazing. Okay, tell us about your life. All right.
Dude, where can you fucking watch the Olympics?
By the way, can you do one more when you haven't done the first one yet? Harlan is so funny that he's able to kill with an impression that nobody's ever even seen before. Right. This is amazing. So tell us about your life. What's a fun fact about your life? My dad's brother was killed by the mob. What about you? Let's talk about you. You've been through about 9 or 10 divorces or something. We gotta know. All right, let's hear it. What you been doing with your life? I've been on Steve Harvey. What were you doing on Steve Harvey's show? She said she was on Steve Harvey. Put it together. I submitted Ask Steve. Okay. And they called me and they interviewed me and then we did that on the show. Okay. All right. What did you ask? It was probably back in like 2015 or 16, but it was something about it was when one of our kids was in college and he lived in Waka and we had never been in the place, but we were paying the rent and he wouldn't let us in. So that's what the question was regarding. That's right. It's amazing. Sure you've seen our show before? All right. How many kids do you have? 2. What did you do for your entire life? Okay. I'll do it again. You're watching. Okay. All right. Answer the fucking question. I tried. I feeling tired. I'm so exhausted. I want some sleep. I'm scared I'm so close. 69 last time. Oh, that's right. You finished at 69 Mustang and then you did it at Soul again. Yeah, my son. Very good. What's going on again? Sometimes maybe think about the interview portion of the show. Some thoughts on any fun facts about your life or anything interesting about you. I don't know. Maybe one of the things would be where other things. I used to live alone. I ran a college after college. I was very should that matter? Sorry, so marshmallow. any fucking thing. Any fucking thing about your fucking life. I think it's interesting that I'm still like that. You know what I mean? Maybe they ran the rumors in the end with a bunch of crazy people signing up for the chance to come in. But let me remind you, we find stars almost every week or so. Monster comedian that we find. Dexter Rivera was a week off from Atlanta with his family. For those of you that fans of the show, I can say we have a book to recommend. The Great Louis C.K. wrote a book. It's called Anger. I read it. It's amazing. While listening to your favorite podcast, Bill Tony. And the only way to end the show is with these old fans the record for the most appearances on this show. Most interviews during the show. And the show's history. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the this is William Montgomery. Did you know that a woman discovered caviar? And then she said, I'll just turn this into a little nest. I recently asked ChatGPT if AI would one day replace Redman's job as podcast producer, and it responded, Scotty told me about the bridge the other day, and I definitely didn't know what the fuck was going on. Anyway, I would like to hear you tell us. Rabbi, now King. Stage. Yeah, I miss you. George G. Afana, CPUT. You just want to one having his hands. Do it. Be yeah, my see. Honorable move have it. Please go ahead. Your report is not 26 report. This month. Culture by now. I don't know. So they I was I don't understand. When they carry I tell with you cannot finish. That's why I don't repose. So what you do support because human beings That's and was Yes, yes, it is really see. I have a lot. I have a lot. Now you will be. Yes.
Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity. You should all know that you sound wonderful. Let's not fight over it. Okay, you all sound great. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. I appreciate it if you follow me back. I have hundreds of thousands of followers on social media. I'm a KOL, and you want to connect with me. Secondly, you should know that I have spent more than 360 days live streaming on Spaces 24/7. You don't know anybody else on X who does 24/7 Spaces, let alone video streaming. So you want to connect with me for that reason. And most importantly, if you don't know who I am, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. You will. I stream on like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything between. This is a real life Truman Show, real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history. Here's why. In 2018, the Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And that means I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life from 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube, the link's available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post the link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at that link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we have over 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to being extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the world continent. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a one-free marketer, if you're a rater or shiller, and you want free, mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will copy you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Absolutely. what a live streamer is? Do you know what a live streamer is? Excellent. A few generations ago, I would have been a diarist, someone who writes in a diary, or a journalist, someone who writes in a journal. But what I do is create literally a content or music video so that you can literally go back in my life at any moment of any day for the last 4 years and not just know what I was doing, but also what was going on in world events. And you should know that AI needs human data in order to build its models. And I have more data for AI to be able to create it than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. Essentially, all of the data that I'm creating will be monetized in the future. I'm creating a giant library of this. And I'd like to do it for the rest of my life. So essentially, you'll be able to see my life in decades from now and go back in time, almost like a time machine, to see what was going on. It's extremely valuable to humans. Just like in the past, where people would read history books, or people would read someone's diary, someone's journal. I do the same, but I do it using video. Does that answer your question? That's incorrect. That's incorrect. That's incorrect. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. Whenever you watch my stream, I'm literally wearing a merchandise of $100 million coin. Additionally, in the last 100 days, I've helped over 100 people get jobs in Web3. So if I may just interject, I help work for 24/7. Absolutely. Let me explain what I do. I will help you, absolutely. And that's why I say, anybody who wants a mentor, coach, and friend, send me a DM. I'll be there to help you. This is what I help people to do. First and foremost, if you don't have a resume, I help people to get a resume. If you don't know what a resume is, it's essentially a summary of your contact information, the kind of job that you want, your past career history, and your education. What we do is we get a one-page resume for yourself. And then what we do is we make sure that you have the ability to apply on job sites, because I want you to not just have a Web3 job, but I want you to have a career as well. And whatever it is you may do, you may be a community manager, you may be a Web3 marketer, you may be a reply guy. If you're a reply guy, I want to make you better. I want to make you a social media manager. If you are a community manager, that's good. I want to make you a brand ambassador. Whatever you want to do, I want to enhance you. And by the way, everything that I tell people is absolutely free. The strategy that we use is free. I never charge anybody for any of this. I do it out because this would be hard. Additionally, there are a lot of people on here who want to have bigger networks and they don't know how to do it. So what I advise people to do is create a link tree. If you don't know what a link tree is, it's essentially one link that you can put in your X profile that gives links to all of your other social media. I make sure that people create as many social media accounts on different platforms as possible and have the biggest network that they can. This has a five-part strategy. First, it allows you to be able to promote yourself on the most amount of platforms. Secondly, it allows you to promote your clients on the most amount of platforms. Thirdly, what it does is it gives you more than 30 different communication acquisition channels to get new clients. Fourthly, what it does is it allows you to rank really highly in social media and AI and in search engines. And finally, it makes it very difficult to impersonate. Once people do this, I look over their profile, I help them with it, and we do well. What we do is we go and we ensure that they have content on their different social media. Then what I help people to do is be able to pitch themselves with a 30-second, a 60-second, and a 90-second pitch. So that they can go to a space with very little experience come in and say, hi everyone, I'm a web marketer and I'd love to promote your project on my 30 different social media platforms. That means you're going to get more DMs about your project, more people about your cryptocurrency, more people interested in your NFT. If this sounds good to you, please send me a DM. I'd love to work with you. And then I give people a menu that they can essentially send to their customers in order to make 10, 20, $100 a day if they want to, depending on the project. So I do my best to help people to become more successful in the Web3 space while simultaneously live streaming my life. Thank you for letting me do it. No, I'm comfortable saying it. I have the heart of a teacher. I'm a teacher, and I like to help to educate people. I'm a certified project management professional. I have successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play with millions of downloads. That has allowed me to have financial independence. Additionally, I'm a rabbi. The term rabbi means teacher in Hebrew. I like to teach. I like to see people better themselves. If you join my community, that's great. But I would demand it of everybody. You don't have to. If you just want to DM me and get information from me, that's absolutely fine. I don't ask anything from anybody. I absolutely understand what's the reason why you do it. If anything, I like to see people better themselves. But if you ask 100 people who I've helped in the last 100 days, not one of them has ever been asked for anything. I do my best to improve people. And really, the joy that I get out of it is to see people become successful. When they come back to me and they say, Rabbi, I got my first job. That's great. And they're like, okay, but I don't even know what to do. What do we do? And I help them maybe strategize. That's a great feeling. And so, if anything, I enjoy the feeling I get when I help people. I'm not the one who hosted that space. It's another account that I have that I don't promote. That's account that simply records the live streaming on February 14th of last year is coming up on the year. And those aren't like the audio is important, but what's really important from those videos or from those spaces, you may not be able to see it if you only have an Android account, is it's video. So if you go to that space with an iOS device, you'll be able to see me for 20 hours straight. That's extremely important in my project in archiving the life of a human being. So I don't promote those spaces. I mean, I did repost it recently with one of with this account, but that project is not really promoted by my favorite account, which is this one. So for anyone out there, if you ever want to find that space, you can spaces search, just take Rabbi, and you'll be able to watch my life 24/7 if you're bored. Come check it out. I don't promote that space stuff and just let it go, and it's been going now for more than 350 straight days, which is quite an accomplishment. And here, I do them for 24 hours usually, and then I restart them. So I don't promote them. I don't ask people to join them. The 5 people who join were just random accounts that join. I don't do that because I want people to join those spaces where I host the space. I get hundreds of people in the space. When I have that account join the space, it's really just archiving the
All that. See, just as you're waiting, you should talk more. Just so
You also, welcome. You would have Levi. Oh, oh.
She needs to sit on the couch and wait for my time. Thank you for watched any of tonight's show. Have you seen any of it? Just a little bit. I haven't been paying attention to a bunch of kind of weird looking bitches. Yeah, some bitches that last night she seemed strange when she was looking out. I just touched her shoulder, just trying to be nice. And with what I was doing, I took her, she was just sitting there staring at me. I was like, okay, bitch, keep walking. These things work produce it all clearly like Demo job extremely and the Jack McLean was fun. Well, I'm busy hanging out and also my it's really no. Right. William, machine 3 weeks. Being so relevant, get myself out of nerve. Just was worried I was going to stop doing that. I just stopped doing it. So I got to get back. And it's hard to find. For 3 weeks now, so I'm just not thinking out. I've been on fucking eBay. Looking at all the fucking free runs. Like, release place to lamps. Now I'm buying a bunch of lamps on fucking eBay, but I'm a little worried. It's really cool, kind of ashtray, and I got the package by the way arrived today. Why didn't you get it from me, William? What fucking friends, man? Yeah, you could go to Nick Rothschild's antique store and finish your mind. Good looking rugs. He has great rugs. See, IX house. Shamanic house. What on a fucking happening in my life. What's happening with movies, what's happening with vlogs, what's happening with other kinds of birds everywhere. Seriously, it's like a guy from restaurants. Just like 50s, no big deal. You want to go to Arby's? I'll steal them from Arby's. Machine. That's it. Just do that. No, nothing else. So I ordered and the birds are fucking flying into my window. Seriously, it's weird. That's why the neighborhood is it's weird. Birds in your windows. Correct. And it's on some social media. About that. I saw an ostrich right up there. If there's something that you're leaving out, perhaps you some food that you left out, the birds fly in your window. Something like you don't think a bird is in your house and they're gonna die. I don't want to be morbid, but it looks like a thing. And I've been watching a whole bunch of videos. That's what I've been doing. Right before this, I kind of haven't been feeling great. What? I didn't even click on the next video. It's these two officers that are crazy. I want to look on the window, and then he did give the light that fucking driver's license, and then he just bring it out the window, and so guy, just processes it, bringing off the road to get cruisers. Police came through.
Yo, what up? How are you, big dog? Shalom, what's good, son?
Everything, man.
Excellent.
Anything.
Dude, just living life. How'd you find out about me? You please remind me.
I saw you on anime stuff.
An anime store?
Yeah.
Okay, very well. Did you watch it? Cool. Did you watch the Super Bowl?
No, I didn't. I'm not American. So sounds like not something foreigners are aware of.
Are you kidding me? I had like a whole dedication to Latin America. The entire halftime show was in Spanish.
Oh, well, I'm from Australia. I'm like really fast.
No, I had in
I know it might be fun.
I had in Australia. You know the Australian. There's gonna be an NFL game in Melbourne next year.
Yeah.
All right, very well. All right. What about the Winter Olympics? You know that there are 56 Australian athletes competing.
Oh, you're into all the
Baby, I'm into everything cool.
I'm more into like finance, money, and politics.
All right, well,
Like,
well, I'm into everything. I should support you. All right, have you been on Twitter Spaces recently? Yes or no? No.
no.
Why not?
I just I'm playing my business and like almost wanted full time. Like I just work a lot.
All right. I mean, it's something you can listen to. You don't have to like do anything, but it's 24/7 Web3 discussion. Are you into cryptocurrency?
Yeah.
All right. Well, you're not in the Web3 Twitter Spaces.
I just don't know about transactions and Bitcoin and Ethereum.
Okay, but what about like Bitcoin? Or
I used to pay with meme coins, especially after Trump launched his own token. I noticed that it was a bit too speculative and it's not really like something I did kind of business for that.
okay, what kind of business do you run?
I don't need disability.
Very cool. You have a big heart.
Yeah, my dad. I think it's like it's not like when I started the business, I wasn't even about the money in the beginning, was just providing good service.
Very well. Do you know what raw comedy is?
What's that?
Dog, it's Australia's biggest open mic competition. Man, you don't know anything about Australia.
I mean, I grew up here like most of my life.
No, I'm just busting your balls. Do you not know what raw comedy is though?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Dog, you got to get on board. It's Australia's biggest open mic competition. Do you know what comedy is?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite Australian comedian?
I don't have one, man. I have American comedians I like.
Okay, who's your favorite American comedian?
Probably Bobby Lee. He's very funny, like little Korean man.
That's hilarious that you think. But okay, excellent. Do you know who James McCann is? He's from Adelaide.
No, I don't really know. I didn't know all these Australians and all these like facts about like 10 different things.
Yeah, I know. I'm having to teach you about your own country.
Oh man, you're gonna say it that way, man.
I mean, am I not? Am I not? I'm over here teaching you that you have 56 Olympians in the Winter Olympics. I'm teaching you. Do you know about the JJJ? The music?
No.
Radio?
Do you know about Anthony Joshua and Jake Paul?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Like I'm into like those funny influencer like fights, you know. And that's the shit like that I follow. Have you seen the Andrew Tate versus Chase the Ball?
I saw he got his ass whooped.
Yeah. By like some influencer boxer with pink boxing gloves. He smacked him there.
There you go. Do you like UFC?
UFC. I used to follow UFC. I started watching it.
All right.
I know a lot of the fighters. I know like Israel Adesanya, Alex Pereira, like all of those people.
All right. Very well. Are you excited for the White House UFC event, July 4th?
Maybe because you're a streamer, like you're into all of the trendy topics.
Dog, I'm into everything cool.
Gonna happen.
I'm into everything cool.
Really? What about the guy that got kidnapped by like Trump or something? I don't know. Some Mexican looking guy.
Dog, Nico, the guy from Venezuela.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about him?
Apparently, like Venezuela has like 20% of the world's oil.
Yeah, dog. We've known this for a long time.
Yeah, that's why the oil prices are priced so cheap. Look at that Venezuela oil.
It's arguable. We basically kidnapped their leader, coup, and now we're running that country.
We did that to Chile as well, right?
We've done it to essentially every Central and South American government.
Yeah.
Yeah. We basically have large corporations that want the resources of those places. They come in, they change the leadership, they put in some puppet leader, and that puppet leader does everything that the United States says.
Yeah, exactly.
Word, dog. All right. So,
is your family very rich? Because the Rothschild family is very famous for that.
Yeah, I mean, we're all related. We're all related. There are over 3,000 of us in the United States alone, thousands of us globally. It's a pretty common name within the Ashkenazi Jewish community. It's like having the name Kennedy as an Irish person.
Mm-hmm. And you're not part of the main Rothschild and Co. family, right?
Baby,
That branch.
baby, they're a part of me.
Like, oh, but you're not like connected, like
By DNA,
do you have like social connections with them?
I have familial connections. That's even closer.
Familial. Oh. And then what are you doing streaming, man?
Baby, this is the biggest event in global history. I don't work. All my food's taken care of for me. I'm financially independent. I mean, what more do you want me to do?
Probably like I guess you can chill. I guess you're set and then just do whatever you enjoy. If I enjoy
This is what I enjoy.
like me, no one's forcing you to stream, right? You're doing it out of your free will.
100%.
That's good, man.
I could be traveling the world. While I enjoy traveling, I really am a homebody. I like to learn. I like to be entertained. I like to be comfortable more than anything. So I make my time streaming my life 24/7 and meeting new amazing individuals who don't know anything about their own country like you. Now, let me ask you this, my man. I'm just busting your balls. What are your thoughts on Robert Irwin? Oh, wait.
I don't know those people.
You don't know who Robert Irwin is? Dog, he's like the biggest celebrity in Australia.
Like I don't like. I feel like these people like I don't really connect. Like I'm not in the entertainment industry or these things. You know, like it's not like it's not like in my area. You know what I'm saying?
Do you know who Steve Irwin is?
Yeah, I know.
All right. So he has two children. Bindi Irwin, his daughter, and Robert Irwin, his son.
Oh, his son.
Yeah, dog. So just living like a pimp. That's what I'm doing. Going into Twitter Spaces, telling people about what I do. And
do you know any good investment strategies like right now? Like I think the world's gonna change a lot in a couple of years.
well, of course, it's going to change in a couple of years. Yeah, I know the best investment strategies in the history of humankind. It's called data. Aside from data, though, make a quick buck really as fast as possible. Get into pump fund and just whenever a coin is launched, buy it immediately and sell it within like 3 minutes, and you'll essentially every single time make at least like 1 or 2x, and then you just keep doing that. And no, most of them do. Right when they launch, they all go up. And so you just buy them right when they launch, and then you sell them within a minute. It's basically
that strategy actually works.
a cheat code. Yeah, absolutely, it works.
Because I lost a lot of money.
Well, yeah, because you didn't sell soon enough. Right? Exactly. So basically, you say to yourself, I'm going to ape into a coin. I'm going to only be in it for 1 or 2 or 3 minutes until it's 1x's, 2x's, 3x's. Then I'm going to give up.
Yeah.
And so you just have to be happy with taking small exactly, but that adds up very, very quickly.
Yeah.
It's a cheat code, dog.
I didn't know.
No, I know all the cheat codes. Again, data's the biggest cheat code of them all. Data's more valuable than petroleum.
What can you do with data?
Train AI with it. You know about AI. You know how valuable AI is, right?
Yeah.
Well, in 2018, the Economist magazine stated that data, specifically human data, overtook petroleum as its number one resource.
Mm.
So, I mean, how much money do you want to make?
How do you invest into data? I know a lot of it hidden under private equity. Most people don't have access to private equity.
It does. You create your own data.
Regularly.
So you basically recognize that human data is the most valuable asset in, and you create your own. Basically, you generate your own human data and recognize that it will be extra valuable.
Really?
It's the number one resource on Earth. It's more valuable than gold, silver, oil, cryptocurrency. Human data is number one. It's more valuable than water.
Isn't your own? I think isn't your own data like much money? Like how much like your own
It, was,
personal data?
it depends how much of it. It depends how much of it you have. There's another person in here. He recognizes it. His name's Spirit Man. Spirit Man live streams is like 24/7 on you doing it for like 300 days. There's a lot of value in that data. I've been doing it 24/7 for like 1,500 days. There's a lot of value in that data.
How do you get that value to be monetized?
Different social media platforms. The different social media platforms, they pay you.
But you're not selling your data, right? You're selling your data.
No, you still own it.
So I mean, they collect data from you, and then they run ads to sell you things. And like companies that run ads, they big social media platforms for your viewers and something. Take it up, you know?
Right, and then you get paid from that.
Oh, so the social media platforms where like you get paid of users.
I mean, but you have to recognize views can make you money. The data itself can make you money. Endorsements can make you money. There are multiple profit streams from this. It's not just one profit stream. And that's what makes it so valuable.
I think that some people are able to value and others actually he seems like he's doing very well. Like he
Of
has a lot
course.
of people watching him.
Well, no, that's not necessarily true. A lot of influencers bot themselves. The majority of influencers bot themselves so that they have what's considered a larger audience, then they get more money from it. But the number one job in the United States that a young person wants to be is an influencer, and that is now the number one job as a global desired career. It used to be athlete. It used to be like football player or basketball player or soccer player. It's no longer. Influencers taking over. You can do whatever you want. You can talk about whatever you want. Literally, whenever you turn on the camera, money starts to be generated. It's like a free money glitch. Yeah, whatever. I mean, like I'm wearing, I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. That's worth about $100 million. All I have to do is wear their shirt, which costs me nothing. I have to wear a shirt anyway, and have their pillows and comforter and stuff. And I generate
You might ask
money enough.
like there's so many ways that right generating it. So the need
They don't. All you have to no. I disagree with you on that. What it takes is consistency. Consistency is the key.
consistency. Yeah.
I mean, if you want to consider consistency as a skill, I agree with you. You could be someone who has a million views on one video, which is fine. You can monetize that. But what's much more valuable is 1,000 views over the course of a year. You might say, but why? Because you have a lot more content over if you create an entire year's worth of footage for people of the future to be able to study. Absolutely. Like, let's take it like this. You could have like data is very important. Like in the past, okay, let's put it like this. People in the past would write journals and diaries, and they would say like what the weather was like and what was going on in the world, and they would talk about their passions and their dreams. And you could have perhaps 100 pages of a really famous person, which is valuable, or you could have a lifetime journal of someone with maybe 10,000 pages worth of journals, and maybe they might not be famous immediately, but the fact that they had so much content over the course of their life becomes the backbone of many of our history interpretations. Like they're able to shape history due to their words. Maybe they weren't president, or maybe they weren't the king of England.
things are unrelated. There's a whole thing that recorded every single TV
That's exactly right.
news
That's exactly right. From the 1970s until the late 20s, like the late 90s. And so for like 30 years, that's become the backbone of global television archive. And she worked for Apple Computer, and she and her family basically used the funds that she made from Apple to be able to take on this project. And now the reason why much of our video archive exists is because of her. So she may not have made huge amounts of money over the course of her life. She did though because she had Apple stock and stuff. She lived comfortably. But in 100 years, she'll be seen as an icon.
Yeah. Like I do the order that video footage and learn the long.
That's exactly right. And already, I can get AI a 12-hour video of mine, and it gives you minute by minute timestamps of everything that was going on, an analysis of the language, and summaries. I mean, it's incredibly powerful.
I just like the season of the but we still buy like that thing. We still give away. We still buy your data that you use and stuff.
You have to understand it's about influence. If you're not live streaming right now of yourself, but if you do it for 10 years straight every single day, you'll be a millionaire. Just about guaranteed. If you do it 24/7, and here's why. Because you'll have people who come to you to say, hey, I've seen what you're doing. I like your content. I have this cereal I want you to be a spokesperson of, or this clothing brand I want you to be a spokesperson of, or I want you to drive this car, and you're going to get on podcasts, and you'll get interviews. You will see perhaps exponential growth. You didn't know who Mr. Beast was 10 years ago. You can go back and look at Mr. Beast's first video, which is like in 2014. And he looks much younger. He's just like, hey, everybody, I'm making a video for myself in 10 years. You do what you need to do, baby. It's your world. I just live. Yeah, so you're over here. I'm telling you, like the way to success, and you get it, but you don't. Okay, so 10 years ago, Mr. Beast, a little maybe like 12 years ago, he was worth nothing. He was living in fucking North Carolina, and he had nothing. Now he's a billionaire. He kept up with that dream. I'm just saying, like, you want the easy way. Easy way is creating content.
Yes, about AI, because AI,
So you have to recognize it's the idea that it is human content that makes it valuable. AI cannot replicate human things. People think of it like this. You know how people pay a lot for handmade things, like watches and cars, but the most expensive cars are the ones that are made by hand. The reason why is because it doesn't involve machines. People are willing to pay a premium. It has more value. Additionally, look at art. Like people could be like, well, art can be created by humans, and it can, but it's not as valuable as art that's been created by great artists. And the reason why is because people value the human touch, and the same is true with content. Yeah, you can create really cool videos using AI. There's no doubt about that. I think it's great. I do it all the time. However, no machine can recreate your reaction to it accurately. It's not real, and people recognize that when they know that it's AI generated. They know that it loses, at least for human beings, it loses much of its appeal. That's one of the reasons why people value going to concerts and being able to see the actual artist as opposed to listening to AI music or computer produced music. It's because they can connect with the human. And we're at the point where, right, if you've heard of the theory, it's known as the dead internet theory. It's and thus more and more away from human contact. And people long for that. People love that. Look, I can just tell you this right now. I've got one, two, three, four. I've got like five different people on this stream who just like being around a human. They could be just live streaming to like some AI model or whatever, but they don't. They like the human connection. And that's just in this Discord. I've got another 20 different YouTube streams that are going, and random people in there who just literally like to know that it's a portal into someone's life, and it's real, that anything could happen. That's the thing. It's anything could happen, and it's real. It's part of history. Anybody could say like, "Hey, we're just going to, play anime or play a cartoon or play perhaps a movie," but that's predictive. It's generated. Anything can happen. I can say anything. Any random person can come in here, and that's exciting. In many ways, yeah, there are similarities to that, and then you don't get in trouble. And people like that.
Someone that it's easy to enjoy, like showing people they help someone
That's right. I mean, look at old photographs. Okay, people like old photographs because it's like a snapshot of history. And that's what these live streams are. It's a snapshot of history. People will study this decades and centuries and millennia into the future to understand what life was like in 2026 and 2025 and 2024 and 2023 and 2022 and 2021 and even the pandemic. I mean, that's going to be really important for society.
so you're just basically trying to do that every single one.
In many ways, but it's not just about my life, about world history events. 24/7, I keep the radio on in the background that captures the news world events because there's been evidence of historical revision, and I don't like that. I like historical. I like historical accuracy. So I want somebody to be able to go back and hit my stream and know exactly what was going on, not just in my life, but what was going on in world history. And if somebody tries to manipulate that in the future, somebody can go back to my stream and say, no, that's not how it played out.
You
Yeah, I mean, 24/7. I'm right here in my computer. Dude, you don't even know this? Okay, go to at the top of this stream. All right, pardon me, at the top of this Discord. Do you see on the red circle that says 24/7 YouTube?
Yes.
Okay, click that, and then you see a link in there. Click that link. Look how many live streams I have going on YouTube right now.
Just do them.
Right. So you can see my life from 360 degrees, 24 hours a day. Rabbi, you only have like 100 followers on each account. I know. I recreate an account every few months or so that I don't lose it all. If somebody wants to come in and ban my account for copyright or some other misinformation, whatever they may want to do, I don't lose all of the data. So it's basically redundant, and I have many different streams. And that I get paid for those on some of the platforms. And more importantly to me, far more importantly, the money doesn't matter to me. I don't even collect it. It just sits on here. What's important to me is the fact that my life.
I feel like you don't really need much.
I mean, I live comfortably. That's all I care about.
Like, are you paying rent? Like,
I'm taken care of. I don't have to worry Uh, I don't have a boss. Nobody wakes me up. That's the key. That's the freedom that I enjoy. I don't have a boss. Every single person in this world has a boss, but I don't. Exactly. But I don't. Nobody wakes me up. I do whatever I want. I wake up whenever I want. I do whatever I want. I'm able to communicate.
You have the freedom. You have the freedom to be like anything.
I mean, I have religious. I have religious, but those are ones that are, imposed traditionally. And if I wanted to, I could break them. I recognize that I have the freedom to do that, but I enjoy the fact that I'm part of the religion. That's important. And
I just had each of my
every single person on this earth, every Israeli, every Jew has at some point eaten something not kosher because the fact that some things are really difficult to detect. Like a small aphid in broccoli would be considered non-kosher. Okay, so nobody has a so nobody has a perfect record in this world, but I do my best to buy kosher, eat kosher, and maintain a kosher status, and have for as long as I can remember. Thank you. I do my best too. I do my best. If you wonder what just close that ice after you start one of my cameras, that in industry. So, when are you going to start streaming? That's my question. Yeah, and you know what?
If I know people watching 24/7, because I can take it on.
Okay, but I mean that's part of the reason why people might like you.
But I guess what's a risk?
Okay, so you're a business owner right now, and you do your best to help. And let's just be honest. In 12 years, you're not going to be a millionaire, right?
Maybe.
You want to be, but there's like, come on, be a realist. You're not going to be a billionaire in 12 years through your business. Like if you no, wait, that's a very good point. But no, come on, let's be realistic. You started a business. You might be a millionaire, right? But even a millionaire, the odds of you being a millionaire in 12 years, I don't know, 25%, 50%, something like that. Okay, okay, multi-millionaire. Let's say 100 millionaire. The odds of you become 100 millionaire in maybe 12 years are pretty low. You'll probably get up to like 12 million, 15 million, 30 million. You're comfortable, absolutely. But if you just said to yourself, you know what? If I just took, I don't know, $10,000 or $20,000, had a nice setup where I could stream my life 24/7, I would be a billionaire in like a decade. I mean, look at Mr. Beast did it. Why can't you?
But the art is like what it's also rare. It's not just YouTube protect you.
Uh, with, if you funded yourself, you could easily be Mr. Beast. No doubt. No doubt. Absolutely. Absolutely. Mr. Beast is the biggest botter on YouTube. His company bought them. Yeah, I mean, if he buy the bots he did in the beginning. So, but I'm not even saying there are arguments for that.
he actually admitted that on the podcast.
Okay. You can recognize that if you were to say, I mean, you're a millionaire, so you have a business. If you were to say to yourself, all right, well, I'm gonna just have live people. You don't always have to be on the live stream. Like right now, I've got like 20 different angles, and of them, I just walked over there. I was on like maybe I wasn't on this one, I wasn't on that one, I wasn't on these, but I was on three others. You don't have to be on camera every single second of every single moment of your life. That's not necessarily what's super important. It's the fact that anytime anyone wants to watch your stream, they can. Even with Mr. Beast, with as much content as he has, if you're really dedicated, you'll watch all his stuff within a few months. Every single video of his. The same is true for my stream. You would literally, to watch every angle that I have to spend a century dedicating your life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year to watch all the content that I've created. And it would even take longer than that. And that's just been for like 4.5 years or so. Just think about how content I will have the opportunity to have made if I do this for 50 years.
How do you react to make
Um, I don't have brothers or sisters. I'm independent. Um, I my cousins recognize that it is really important to me, and I would say generally my family is up towards it. It's like archiving human, it's archiving human history. That's a very cool thing.
seems like you're unpacking your life and you have some stuff in your radio background that is all transcribed. Radio stuff.
Absolutely, 100%. That every single word that comes.
Oh wow.
You can even get it now. This is pretty. I think phenomenal. Like there are some more advanced YouTube videos that I have. Like basically, YouTube is always adding different features. So in the future, they'll be able to make it so that all my videos are 8K, and they'll be able to make it so that I've already seen this where they have voice one, voice two, voice three, voice four, with however many different voices are going on in a different video. You're able to get the transcript of each one of them individually.
Yeah.
So like right now, like the radio will be transcribed, but also my voice will be transcribed. Your voice will be transcribed.
I think that's the direction of YouTube. That YouTube's already like to do
Exactly. And once
like adding more features.
absolutely. And once you get to 8K, the human eye cannot perceive anything more than that. So we hit a ceiling. What a human could even be able to detect with it. We're not that far away.
What? Don't you have a wife?
I choose not to. Here's why. I mean, I could have. I could.
I go romantic.
I mean, I'm really look. Before I started, I was with a lot, and so I have like very just excellent relationships with really beautiful women, and I know that when I go viral, which could happen any single day, or any month, or whatever, I'll be the most famous person on earth. Or arguably, I'll have more data than any person on earth. I have more data than Mr. Beast. I have more data than series. I have more data than PewDiePie. I have more data than all of them combined. You multiply PewDiePie and Mr. Beast and multiply by 10, and I have more data than they do. And I'll be able to use my role as a global leader not only to be able to improve it, but have any woman that I want. I'll be the most eligible bachelor on earth. And every woman on earth, no matter, like, this is something that I've learned, no matter how tall a guy is, how athletic they are, how rich they are, the thing that a woman wants more than anything is to make her fucking friends jealous. And the best way to do it is to give her a really famous. Fame is an incredible aphrodisiac to women in many ways. It's the most powerful aphrodisiac. Every woman wants to be with the most famous man on earth.
Well, fame, I would say it's a combination of many things as well.
It is.
Um, yeah, so fame is one thing. It's going to magnify. Yeah.
Absolutely. Every woman will, exactly. But essentially, what I can give women is the opportunity to be remembered in the annals of history. Just like if you wanted your name in the Bible and you did something, your name is in the Bible. In the same way, if I find you to be attractive enough, you'll be on my street and be remembered in the annals of history. Hundreds of millions of years in the future. Humans have been able to travel interstellarly and intergalactically. Somebody somewhere will say, I want to see what life was like back in 2026 on Earth and know what was going on and what someone's life was like. Just like cave paintings or hieroglyphics or Renaissance paintings. Everybody wants a snapshot of what history was like in the past. And in the same way, my streets give people that opportunity. And any woman out there, if I were able to say to somebody, hey, would you like to be in a Renaissance painting? Absolutely. They would go for that. They want to be on the world's largest live stream. Now, do I live stream my life because I think it's going to get me a lot of ass? I've had a lot of ass, and it's great. It's wonderful. But at a certain point, there ain't no pussy like new pussy. You always get bored. You want to move on. What I don't get bored of is live streaming my life. And that's really, I'm able to talk about world peace. I'm able to talk about futurism. I'm able to talk about things like anti-gravity, antimatter, cryptocurrency, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial superintelligence, artificial general intelligence, things like
I'll break down something like I have a that all of right now is being thousands of different people.
That's correct.
And you have like on you as one individual when it's really a big requirement. So like how do you differ from your back in the market? How do you?
Yeah, excellent question.
What's your unique?
Absolutely. People live stream their life. They don't archive the live streams. What makes mine unique is I archive mine. So if you're a Twitch streamer, then that's cool. You're live streaming, and all the people on Twitch are live streaming right now. And that's really neat, right? Their streams erase after 14 days. And if you have a premium account, their top tier is 90. It's gone. It's like it never happened. Even with people who are like, hey, I'm going to do the world's longest YouTube stream. That's cool. It's not archived. And YouTube says that. Been there, done that. It's a difficult thing to prove. And additionally, the Guinness World Record Company is about advertising. And a lot of the things that I stream are copyrighted. Like today, I watched the Super Bowl. That is not something that you're supposed to be streaming on YouTube. Did I do it? Yeah. And I just have a way around the copyright infringement, which is playing multiple things at the same time. Exactly. And that allows me to get a. But I mean, like I have friends of mine who have Guinness World Records, and it really hasn't done that much for the project. So I know that that is something that I'll have officially in the near future. I don't really put that one out. What I think is really important and what's important is just maintaining the consistency of 24/7 streams of every 12 hours. I restart my stream, and I start a new one, and that means that it's archived. You can literally go back and watch what I did. The person in here, Spirit Man, what the truth about his streams, and he's recognizes he has to restart them every 12 hours. And he and I have been looking for people who do what we do, basically archive their streams every 12 hours. He's the only person I've ever met who is archiving their stream every 12 hours like I do. He's been doing it 250 days. I've been doing it for about 1,600 days. He does it from one angle. I do it from 20 angles. I'm not putting him down. I'm saying if I wasn't doing what I was doing, his stream would be the most important stream in the world.
So you're basically like and
Yeah, I would say so. And then I do it on so many different platforms. I don't just do it on YouTube. I do it on Rumble. I do it on Twitch. I do it on YouTube now. I do it on Billy Book. I do it on so many different streams. I do it on Instagram. I've been live streaming on X on a video live space of X for 360 days. No one's ever done it that we've done an X space for 365 days on video. I have more video content on X than any person ever. And you have to understand how valuable this is going to be to people of the future. To understand aging, like I have myself on here for like basically 5 years of my life. I will be able to study my aging, my eating habits, my drinking habits, my reading habits, my sleep habits, which I think will be really important because not a lot of people stream themselves when they sleep. Every aspect of behavior patterns, every aspect of human interaction, every aspect of human existence is essentially archived on this street and will be able to be studied by people in the future. It's incredibly valuable data. It is. It is. Well, I appreciate that. And so what I'm saying to you is, you, you're a business owner. I understand you got to run your business. 100%. What stops you from just getting a computer, a cheap computer, and then every 12 hours just archiving your life? You can always mute it if there's something that you don't want to have on camera, or you can stop the stream, or you can go into another room.
like how do you archive your life like after you film the stream and use some software to upload it? Is it automatic?
It's automated. Yeah. So like basically with YouTube stream, so long as it's less than 12 hours, automatically archived. If you don't want it, then you delete it.
Well,
So all you have to do is just get a computer if you already have one. Create a YouTube account. I recommend also creating a Rumble account, a Twitch account, and a Kick account because then you have 4 times the audience. And when you first start, for the first few months, very few people are going to check you out. But then people will start to follow you, and every time you go live or start a new stream, more and more people will follow you. And I have 20 people in this Discord. I have not had this Discord the entire time that I've been doing this. I've had it about 2 years or so. I have 2,800 people in here. It's the middle of the night in the phone. It's really a beautiful thing.
hey, since you're live streaming it yourself, like what do you normally do like throughout your entire life? Do you just eat and then what do you like what do you like to do?
Yeah, so usually when I awake, first I get up bread, I then wash, do the hygiene things that I need to do, go to the bathroom. I do record a lot of that footage, but I can't upload it to YouTube because it's against their terms. So I just have it on a GoPro. Sometimes on Instagram or on say different things that you can put up.
That's easy. Yeah.
Oh, it's no big deal. If I shower, a lot of times it's just from the waist up. I sit in the shower, so that's content. Then once I'm done with that, I have my morning prayers that I say. So I down to fill in like we Orthodox Jews do. After what's called chakras, which is morning prayers, I teach a class anywhere between 1 and 3 hours. Like this morning's was 3.5 hours on what's called nida, which is basically how a woman, uh, how a woman is able to keep kosher and basically a clean state of purity while she's having her period in marriage. And I go through it's not on that, but that's just what today's lesson was. But I really it's a class about Kabbalah, which is Jewish mysticism, and I've been doing that at least for 1 hour every single day for the last 44 days.
Wow, that's it.
To some extent, yeah. But it's not just like me with my eyes closed. It's literally like I go through biographies of great Kabbalists of Judaism, and we just I read their biographies on camera, and then what we do. Uh, that's not what it is. It's more about uh, it's about meditation certainly. It's more
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. I mean,
I'm interested.
certainly. I mean, it's not like what you would think of with magic. It's more about studies of how to get closer to God and how to become enlightened, those kinds of things. And it's really the history of that as well. So I do that. I also have a lesson in Yiddish that I do every day. So if you know what Yiddish is, it's essentially German Hebrew hybrid. Like that in the medieval period. So we have a lesson. And I have a video that we watch, a different video that we watch every day from the Pacific Dynasty. And, so I've gone through all of the short lessons that are on Pacific Dynasty, of which I'm a part. Then what we do is we have an open topic on today was about women's issues, and it could be anything. Previous days it was about like butchering animals. It's been in the past as well about like AI and how AI affects you. I mean, it's not very religious, and so I do that anywhere between 1 hour and 3 hours every single day. Then I go into sometimes longer, like today's 3.5 hours. Then I go into Twitter Spaces. If you know what Twitter Spaces are, they're basically like usually they're audio reels, but sometimes they're video reels, like the ones in my house. And they have things called chili shows, where you can go in and talk about yourself and promote your project. And so in the last 100 days or so, I've gained like 3,800 followers on average just doing that, which is a lot. These are real people. These are not bots. They're people who are familiar with what I do and positive towards it. And so I do that for 2 hours. Certainly have coffee and eat and those kinds of things. Then I come here in the afternoon, and then it gets to the evening. And, I have been playing. I play games with people in here, usually every single night, and we catch up on our day and how everything went. But then we have games that we play. So, um, like this experience who's in here, we play bowling every night. We do the bowling game, but then with some other people in here, or they're not in here currently, we'll play pool, we'll play golf, we'll play like Go, if you know what that is. We'll play dominoes or dice. We'll play like they're mini games. So they're easy to run on your phone, and they don't like overtake your computer. They're just
By
pretty.
the way, how old 2025.
Okay, well, you'll be 40 someday, and you'll have a lot of this knowledge. So we do that, and then basically, then it's time to go to bed. And then before I go to bed, I'll either put a podcast on or some kind of history lecture. And then also 24/7, I have Jewish history lectures going on. So if you see in that other thing that I have, there's like someone talking on there who's a rabbinical colleague and they have these classes that go 24/7. So literally, you can come on stream. And there are a few things going on up there. There's basically Jewish practical law discussion. There's 24/7 as well, radio going that basically the type of global history events. Then we have podcasts that I watch, like almost constantly. I've also got some other music that plays low, especially to my home. And then I'm live in a bunch of different Discords as well. So I'm live at 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm live at like half a dozen other Discords. And the people who see me in those Discords either come in here, or they see me from YouTube. So basically, you come in and you're like, well, usually when I see that, then people come in. And that's true because it's 2:36 in the morning in the Western world. But if you come in when it's daylight, I'll get over the course of any given day at least a dozen or two random new individuals who come in here and we connect. And then I also coach people and mentor people and assist people in Web3 and getting jobs. So I review their resumes if they have them. If they don't have them, I help them to create a resume. I help them to create different job application accounts. And then I help people be able to promote their projects in Web3. And the way that I have to do that is I have them create a link tree and then about 30 different social media platforms, everything from Reddit, Imager, Instagram, Threads. Well, so that they can promote their own token. What this does when they create all these different social media, it's a five-part strategy. One, it allows them 30 different places to promote themselves. Two, it allows them 30 different places to promote their clients. Three, it gives them 30 new communication channels to be able to connect with new clients. Four, it allows them to dominate social media, search engines, AI. And then five, it makes it really difficult for them to be impersonated. So they do that, and I look it over, and once it's good, then I help them to join different communities in Web3 on X, on Discord, on Telegram. Okay, certainly. Do you have a link tree?
No, I don't have one.
Okay. Absolutely. I'll send you what I send to everybody. Do you have an X?
I don't have an X.
Okay. So,
I used to have one, but I can't make it.
that's okay. And so I recommend that you create the business for each of these. So just one moment. I'll send you a message on that. All right. Or not on text, on Discord. All right. And then I'll just send you what I send to everybody. And this will change the game. I mean, this, especially for your business. I mean, I know that like you're already a millionaire, which is great. That's wonderful. But this could push you to being a multi-millionaire pretty easily by just promoting your business. Like, if you don't have an X for your business, you're not communicating in the open world. You've got to recognize that, nobody, like, you can run paid ads. Exactly. You can run paid ads, and that's fine. But why not allow these free websites to do the work for you? Instead of paying some SEO, instead of paying some SEO company tens of thousands of dollars a month to be able to promote your company, just do it yourself. So what I want you to do is go read through the message on Discord that I just sent. And you're going to say, That makes complete sense. And I know I put in there how to get a job. I know you don't get a job, but just go through what I said to you. It's complete sense on Discord. Check your Discord.
I sent you the request.
I recognize that. I appreciate that. I am only allowed to have 1,000 different friends on X or on Discord, and I'm already at the limit. But I did send you a message so I can message you. So go to a
Okay.
go read what I okay. Okay, so what you have to do is at the very top you see of your Discord there's like a blue like chat icon. Click that.
Oh, yeah, I see it now.
All right, so go and read it, and you're gonna say, "This is the key of how to market, and it's all free."
Don't mind helping people so much. You're really good for that.
Thank you. I've hired a teacher. I mean, Rabbi means teacher in the group, and I've been a teacher in the past, and I get a lot of joy in seeing people become successful using information that I help to share. They get a great joy out of it.
Oh, it's a shame because people, I've noticed that I'm with kids. That's true.
So we can talk about all that. Read what I just sent you.
Well, okay, I'll get that done.
Doesn't it make sense?
I'll let you.
All right. You're welcome. Babe. I'm here for you. So you run into issues, let me know. And I tell you it's free, and I'm here to pay for it. So you do that, you change your life.
Yeah. For real. So what kind of job did you end up doing when before you started all of this?
I'm a certified project management professional. I've watched apps on the App Store and Google Play.
Okay, interesting. You know, I thought you were 30 something. I thought you were 40.
Well,
I felt like you were 30 something.
when we first met, I was
Oh, really? You just turned 40? When recently?
44.
We just met this a few days ago, actually.
Oh,
Just a few days ago.
well, then I'm not that much older than 44 days out.
Must be an interesting feeling. Because I remember when I hit 25, like, oh my god, 25.
Guess what?
I couldn't
You
imagine being 30.
it's the same when you hit 25, it's the same when you hit 30, it's the same when you hit 40, it's the same when I get 50. Same. Just another day.
We're all mortal.
No,
We live in mortal places.
no, I think that you can reverse aging. Yeah. Also, try to be able to use technology to be able to live it that way. So I don't see aging as
Wait, so you're saying you have a way to become immortal?
exactly. Essentially, there's life extension technology. There's also reverse engineering pharmaceuticals, what are oxygen therapy, cryogenic, cold chain therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, peptides, nootropics, to get you to be like 120 years old. But with age reversing pharmaceuticals, someone who's 120 might have the body of a 50-year-old, but eventually your body's going to break down. And when that happens, then there's something known as mind uploading technology, which is already being experimented, which is where you, with your consent, you scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. You later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is that there may be a future of infinite immortality.
You're very almost
Thanks, bud.
you speak very fast and you can recall a lot of knowledge quickly without trying.
I can tell you this: I've been doing this for 4.5 years, and I have many conversations. Sometimes I have multiple of these conversations within hours. So I have reversed it.
I think you have a high IQ plus like it's switched on.
Thanks, babe.
Have you ever tried using cerebral license?
Cerebral license.
It's a neuropeptide that enhances your ability to learn new things.
Well, I have not put into it by any means.
So I had a friend that increased his IQ by one standard deviation. And amino acids, right? Amino acids that are derived from the brains of animals. It might not be kosher, actually.
If
It
it's,
might be hard to get a kosher source.
I mean, if you eat it,
You get the peptide and you inject it to your muscles. It's a muscle injection.
yeah. So generally, that would be considered sure most determination. Generally, the way that you're thinking it has to do with eating or drinking, and how it's especially if they
Injected into your body is not kosher. Is that all right?
yeah, I mean, we have many people with Jewish community who have to insulin and perhaps they have to inject testosterone. That's what
But like the neuropeptide comes from animals.
okay, that's fine. What animal?
Cerebrolysin normally comes from people.
Okay, I can run it too. I can run it too. However, even some vaccines have a type of pig extracts. And
Human, I think, like fetus,
yeah, there's that,
or something.
there's that too. There's, at least within Judaism, something called which is the doing something to either for the protection of life. So if you can make the argument that this is the only type of way to be able to protect your life, but that's still probably considered somewhat experimental. And you just have to wait a few years, and there'll be some kind of synthetic version of that that we wouldn't have to get from a non-kosher animal, perhaps a synthetic way. All medicine basically evolves like this, and especially to avoid it having to be made by non-kosher animals. I'm not too worried about that. It's something that is just a matter of years for scientists to recognize that there is uh, a market for it. Orthodox Jews who live like this. It's Muslims who keep many of the same criteria through as well. So um, that's a much bigger market for this type of technology than Judaism is. So, um, the people who run these pharmaceutical companies many times recognize that these types of technologies are going to have their experimental phases, especially with animals like this, but eventually there are kosher alternatives.
Yeah, I think that's. There's something else that's synthetic, that's not the brain of pigs, and that's CMAX. It's another neuropeptide. And you don't even have to inject it. It's it's brain of your nose.
So it's supplanted.
There's so many different peptides. I went to a rabbit hole like about peptides. Retatrutide. I've been taking retatrutide, and I lost 4 kilograms in 2 weeks. Like that, 1 kilogram in 2 pounds. So it's around 2 pounds. I lost 8 pounds in 2 weeks.
Great.
And what it does is that it suppresses appetite. It works on your glucagon receptors. It increases your metabolism. And it has GIP, which is lowers inflammation in your body.
It did a GLP-1.
No, it's also a GLP-1 appetite. It's like it works on many different so, biomechanics.
There you go. And so, like, I need to do something that might have some issues. Just to show you the advances in science now, GLP-1s in the United States are available orally. So you can just take a pill.
Yeah.
It just takes time. And I'm someone who doesn't really take much risk when it comes to my health. But I will, usually about 7 years certainly into different pharmaceuticals, different therapies. Once they have been able to kind of work out the kinks, and in the same way, I think that the technology that I talk about, things like teleportation, space elevators, space tourism, are very similar. Like, I don't want to be the first person to teleport, but once a million people have teleported, and I know it's safe, then I'll do it.
Yeah. I guess it's a very safe.
Yeah, I mean, there are people who are going to want to do the guinea pigs. Some of them are going to have some complications. Inevitably. I don't want to be one of those people. But once I know that thousands of people have done it, I'm willing to do it. When trains were first developed, people didn't really know how to screen would work, and they think that their brain would fly to the back of their head if they got onto it. They were going at such a speed. Many of the same types of questions arose in terms of air travel. But all of those issues have been worked out in the past 100 years or so. And as someone who believes that life extension and perhaps reverse aging and maybe even mind uploading technology or reality, I'm in no rush to be able to utilize any of these different types of technologies. Essentially, what I'm saying is that because the idea of reverse engineering exists, and I think once it's available to the general public, I'll be able to utilize it. There's no time limit on my life. I don't fear death. I know I could die. I certainly know I could die, but I think I'm at a very interesting point in society where we will be able to extinct death.
Like with us,
Well, essentially not dying. And if you think about that, makes us a new type of species. We no longer are Homo sapiens. We're something new because Homo sapiens die. That's part of being human. But if we don't die anymore, we're a different kind of species, and we evolve into something different.
yeah, it's interesting to think about.
Agreed. All right, so have you created your
It's right attention right now.
maybe? I embrace solutions. I reject excuses. And you can create all of that stuff within a day or two. Come back to me, and then I'll look it over. I'll make sure it's good. I'll make it professional,
Yeah,
and we'll move on to the next step.
have you ever got IQ test?
Yeah.
What was the result?
It was a test when I was in junior high, and it was extremely high.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but
Oh my god. I knew you were smart, but I had no idea that is smart.
yeah, but I mean, I don't.
You are so smart.
I do stupid stuff all the time. So I think that I might have just had a good day, or it was a test that I was
You are so smart.
perhaps well acquainted with taking. I really think that someone who has an IQ of 160 one day could have an IQ of 130 another day, simply because testing differs. But I have
Yeah, or like you had a bad sleep, or you went
exactly 100%. But I have that the ability to show extremely high levels. But again, let me with that. You know what? It's interesting that you say that. A lot of times I go into these spaces and people, you speak too quickly or you sound too hot. I was told that within the last 3 hours. I go into these spaces and people speak really slowly and they're not used to speaking really quickly or reviewing the types of technology I discuss. And I talk about really futuristic topics. Uh, I got
That's what I like it.
excellent. Well, I can tell you, when I go into a space, I have something that I've rehearsed for the last for some time, and most people don't have their pitch rehearsed as well as I do. But this is what I tell them: Hi everyone, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. You don't know who I am. Well, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 5 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My shoots go back to the pandemic. We see the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline in the time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, to this deepest point, and I'm making it true today. I'm the internet. This is the biggest event in global history. Here's why. In 2018, the Economist magazine stated that data of petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm not going viral. And when I do, I'm going to be you, your friends, your family, all your info independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you all meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream, that's a YouTube stream. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life 360 degrees. I even have a Zoom account. If you want to view my YouTube stream, the link available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pin post. You'll also find in my pin post the link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at that link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we have over 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely welcome and wanting to promote more things, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world hunger. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing regions for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life program and most importantly, desalination technology. We pump earthsea water onto land and drink it. If you are a reply guy, if you're a website marketer, if you're a rater or a shiller, and you want a free approach your friend, simply I will follow you back. Send me a DM, I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. And when people hear that, they're like, what the fuck was that? And I recognize that. Not everybody has their pitch down that well. Not everybody
Average like never really sees that in their lives.
I agree. I agree. In fact, people, I kind of think people coming in, they literally come in and they're like, we know you're AI, but we would not, we know you're not AI, but we would not know that based on how you speak. We literally have to go into your profile and see that you're live on camera for us to know that you are not a robot. And I recognize, okay? I mean, I can speak slowly and I can, uh, I can adjust my message to the audience. But in general, I got things to do. I got people to see. I've got goals to accomplish, and I don't have time to mess around. So I want to be fast. I want to be to the point, and I have a lot to cover as well. And a lot of times, these people don't have the time to be able to listen to you. But if they do, and they say, "Well, Rabbi, that's really fascinating. Please keep talking," I'll say to them, like something like this. In addition to being an app developer and a rabbi, I'm a futurist. I'm someone who likes to study the future. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like teleportation, space elevator, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, intergalactic travel, things like artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, cryptocurrencies.
I didn't get good intelligence. Was a gift to you by like grace of God, like genetics.
That's exactly right. I come from a very successful family, so we're no different than anybody else. And I I've studied a lot. So let me finish my pitch and then we will grow. Things like artificial intelligence, general intelligence, super intelligence, cryptocurrencies, things like Santa Claus machines, replication, things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the pirating of Ibex, which was a road located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is funded known as Colossal Glass Scientific. They made it their goal that within the next 2 years, by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind-blowing goal, and I'm really excited to be able to witness it. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they able to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think is really exciting to be able to archive. In addition to talking about subjects such as these, I like to talk about things like life extension technology. When you all were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you was probably about age 80. I want to increase that with your consent, utilizing different resources such as oxygen therapy, human stem cells, cryonic cryogenics, neutrophysical shock therapy, and corrosion therapy, testosterone replacement therapy. To get to be 120 years old, but 120 years old, you may say, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? Again, this is with your consent. If you don't want this, it shouldn't be forced on you. But if you want, you should be able to utilize the type of technology known as mind-avoid technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan and MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, for later download. As an android, avatar, cyborg, or cybernetic, you can give yourself a robot in a theory of whatever you want to do. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is that there may be an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts? When I say that to people, I can tell you, I thought it was for her. Like, you can tell, like, I said it more than one time. But people are just like, oh, what would you be? The fact that we won't die, perhaps, in the future? What's not? That's amazing. Every civilization.
Even most, I feel like most people don't like it's like I understand how much how I have been thinking after the experience to come to those conclusions that most people like they don't really care actually.
Absolutely. They want to know about the next meeting point or the next token or how you can get them, $5 for a job. I'm someone who doesn't give fish away. I teach people to fish. And I want somebody to be able to put food on their table because they earned it, not because somebody gave it to them. I want to give them a structure to be able to be successful. And in the last 100 days, I helped over 100 people to be able to get jobs in Web3 careers, not just in Web3, nurses, teachers, translators. I mean, one guy is from Iraq. He was in construction. Now he works for the United States Embassy in Baghdad as a translator. He's working on coming to the United States. I've got another guy who was in Tunisia, who had a dream of coming to the United States. We talked about it. A year went by. He came into the stream. He's in California. We're basically neighbors. Basically, like, I'm able to change people's lives. And that's what I said. I've had people who are nurses who don't like being nurses who have been able to quit their jobs to be able to pursue Web3 just in the social media market. People pay them because they created 30 different social media platforms, and people pay them to promote their different projects. I'm about solutions, not excuses. And so many people are about the here and now and making a quick buck. And that's cool. I understand that, but I'm playing out the long term. I have a mindset like someone similar to Mr. Beast. It's like, hey, if I keep doing this consistently for 12 years or whatever, I'm going to be a failure. I think that if I do this for exactly, but I really feel this way. If I do this for 12 years, I'll be not a billion, but a trillion. Oh, 100%. I think that might be it. The reason why I say that is I'm talking about $1 trillion in the bank. I'm not talking about stock options. No, I'm talking about cold hard cash. And people recognize that I can revolutionize. Yeah. Well, so I have what I need. I live. I would like to do more good in the world. So the plan would be essentially to create a 501c3 where which is the United States tax setup, where you essentially create charity or not. And we have essentially like a global fund to be able to help the people of the world with desalination, with agricultural hydroponics, vertical farming, all the things that I do. And really revolutionize people's That's what I would like to do. And that's what I want to live stream. It's an incredibly interesting project. And when people say, all right, Rabbi, so you're going to make us all rich, how are you going to do it? It's not just one way. It's four different ways that I see it currently, and it could be the data that I have. Secondly, there's the social media. I have more social media than any person on earth. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue accounts, and over 10,000 TikTok accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. And much of every single one of these accounts has a lot of content on it. I mean, tens of thousands of posts. As we're speaking right now, I'm posting to Instagram. What am I posting to Instagram? I just literally post videos of myself with songs over it, and it gets likes. It just organically, I get 25 likes per video. Like, literally, I'm talking, and it's not even playing my voice, but I just play a song over it, just some popular song, whatever it may be, and I get uh, interactions that way. And I can tell you, there's so much content it will take generations of people to go through it. It's just a giant treasure trove. And so I'm going to be able to monetize that. Additionally, endorsements. Yeah,
What do you think about hiring someone? Like 2 hours
no.
US an hour?
You want that. Nobody, nobody cares about it. They care about you. You're the character. It would be like this. Do you know what Sesame Street is? Okay. You know what, like Big Bird, Cookie Monster, Bird Nerdy, and all those guys?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's something called the Children's Television Workshop that runs all of Sesame Street. But nobody cares about that. They care about Big Bird, and they care about Elmo, and they care about Cookie Monster. They care about the people on TV, or the beings on TV. Does that make sense? So let's say you were to pay some Filipino person $1 an hour, $10 an hour, whatever you want. That's fine. That person is going to be the one who becomes influential, and then they'll eventually break off. They'll eventually break off and do their own thing independently and just live stream their life. You will have given them all of the tools to become influential, but you won't have any of the tools that they have. They basically will have been able to be the creator. And just to finish up on how else I've met up with people with endorsements. So I currently am a spokesperson for a whole cryptocurrency, and I'll be able to basically not just endorse cryptocurrencies in the future, but things like Honda and Pfizer and Deutsche Bank and NFL or whatever else I want. And I really anticipate wearing like an F1 suit, like an F1 unity, and just while I'm on screen, be able to promote these different companies 24/7, take all the money from that, and put it in the 501c3, basically a big pile of money. And then the final way I'll be able to do it is I'm at the epicenter of cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is a multi-trillion-dollar industry. And what I say will turn to gold. I'll have the minus effect. Basically, any single cryptocurrency that I endorse is going to be there.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying to you is, when I say that there's a very good chance that I may be worth a trillionaire, and even beat Elon Musk, because you may say, wait, but the Tesla stock's worth a lot. Okay, I understand that. But I'm saying he doesn't have a $1 trillion in the bank. I'm talking about having $1 trillion in the bank. That's what I consider to be a trillion. I don't care if you have real estate corporations.
I think if Elon Musk like you would probably get like
Yeah, that's fine, but he doesn't. That's the thing. I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about perhaps anticipated profits. Look, if the Queen of
No,
England,
sounds very effective. Right?
he is generally secular. He does not have a Jewish background. He's South African.
Oh, exactly. Like, you know, sounds like Jewish. But
Okay, what about it's not Jewish? I mean, Elon in the Bible. What about it? Oh, I mean, I can say that it has heated water. But like the term Musk, not any as well. Uh, there is, if I recall, there maybe, yeah, I think it's just maybe, but it's not like a popular Jewish name. It's not David. It's not Mordecai. It's not Chaim. It's not Michael. It's not Moshe. You know what I'm saying? Like it can be. I mean, it's really it's either Americanized, Anglicized, or some Hebrew name.
Jewish.
It has it has Hebrew roots. So, but is it a popular Jewish name? No.
It sounds like Elon.
Now, that's absolutely true.
Yeah,
But I mean, Elon is Elon.
that's, I think people don't know big of like IQ hundreds, 160 years. Like you said, you're 160, right? Like you did a long time.
I was,
Like,
yeah, exactly.
yeah, I don't know because I think when you can be like brothers with because I you kind of gotta like slow down. You can't speak really fast and get through the voice. Without explaining.
Um, I don't feel that when people can. I've got over literally with me. And,
But maybe I'll just be true. Like this one is like
right. Um, so to the name, just because someone has a name which I believe is like oak tree, doesn't necessarily mean that they. It certainly doesn't mean they're Jewish. He's not Jewish. He has a Jewish name or a Hebrew name. Michael Jackson. But like Hebrew is one of the languages of many people for the last 3,000 years, but there are also many variants of it. So I can tell you this: Elon Musk is not open to a Jew. He has Jewish children because he's introduced to Jewish women, but he himself is not openly known as, even though
I think it's also you said on the podcast something in that it's Israel or something.
he has. I don't know how much Hebrew he knows, but just his first name is only way that the
Sure.
only way that he's Jewish is if his mother's Jewish or he's had an Orthodox conversion. That's
Not difficult if you wanted to.
no. So basically, you have to live in an Orthodox community for a year and keep kosher and essentially learn Torah, learn Talmud, not at all, but at least dedicate yourself to that. It's really not that hard. The big thing is,
Yes.
it's not, just not, he wouldn't be able to drive on Shabbat, and, he wouldn't be able to work. I mean, there are posters, those kinds of things, but he wanted to dedicate himself to that. He had to do it.
Yeah, but this is already deep into religion. This is a big game because that magic and all that esoteric stuff. They're all like, not magic around. Like, what does it do with that? Yeah, it's interesting.
Well,
I'm trying to get back
now, back to Elon Musk is with his Musk. I don't know. Sometimes people change their name, especially their last name. So I can tell you that I've been at Shabbat for quite a few years. Is Elon Musk the the overall no, but that doesn't mean that perhaps he couldn't if he wanted. And Elon has had a huge increase in its popularity as a in 2008 it was the 33, like 3,200 most popular name, but it's increased incredibly over the course of 10 years, 885. So it's become more common, and then it's become like more common in the Jewish community as well, especially because it's Hebrew roots, but it's not one of our uh, more common names within Judaism. So there are some really big have it, but the big ones like Moshe, Shlomo, um, um, those are Daniel, Michael, certainly getting to Zechariah. But I think definitely grew up. Elon Musk has certainly had an impact. But as I just through his family history, he has the uh, as if we don't practice Judaism, and he has opened himself to secular. In fact, he is very I'd say he has a lot of Christian.
like
He's Jewish.
he's he said that he's Jewish, but later on when they asked him, he said he's a little bit religious. He's like agnostic.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, we're all agnostic. But yes, there are arguments to be made too. Some people who say that they're Jewish are not Jewish. By Jewish law, about 50% of all of Israel is not Jewish. By Jewish,
But what makes someone Jewish?
their mother's Jewish, or they had a Jewish conversion, a kosher conversion, an Orthodox conversion. So there are a lot of people who are considered themselves Jewish because their dad's Jewish. They're not Jewish. They can't marry my mom. That doesn't happen. So there are a lot of those cases in Israel, and then there are a lot of people. 20% of the population is Muslim or Christian or something else. So less than half of if someone were Israeli and they wanted to marry my daughter, they would have to have look at their familial genealogy to ensure that they were Jewish. They would need a kosher conversion.
Hmm.
So for Elon Musk, even though he may have a name that is Hebrew, and he married like an Israeli, or he didn't marry an Israeli, he reproduced with an Israeli, that argument to be made depending on his wife or his baby mama's her genealogy, that child may still not be Jewish. It's complicated, and things happen, especially when we get into migration of people, especially from the Soviet Union to Israel, or reform or conservative people who make Aliyah, which is essentially moving to Israel, and they recognize that their children cannot marry a lot of Jewish children. They have to, so a lot of them go to other countries and just get married, which that's fine. They're allowed to do that, but they don't have Jewish uh, marriages. So yeah, they don't have what these with that.
Like, correctly, well, at the end of the day, we can make all this money. At the end of the day, I actually believe that my purpose in that spirituality, man. Like, yeah, I see that, like, you have, like, most of, like, you have the money and the spirituality.
I don't know.
What about family? Do you think family has something emotionally that you would want?
Oh, absolutely.
You ahead of that.
No, no, no. No. I'm not looking by any means. That means I can reproduce in my 90s. There's no time limit on it. So I could find a wife who's 25 years old and be able to settle down and have a huge family with her and what I'm doing in the future. My power is not based on biological clock like as a woman's. And I'm somebody who recognizes that I'm,
I heard, I could be wrong, but I heard that some cells degrade when you eat.
but you'd still be able to get some viable options. Even age 9. There are many who are near 100 years
Yeah,
old.
that is true.
So I'm not worried
How
about
do
that.
you know I'm going to use like a best like
No,
like aging, like you know, like them.
that's not how it works. You still have viable sperm at age 80. You're age 90. It is just as good as the sperm that you have.
You're 100%.
What? Absolutely. When we see this happening now, Robert De Niro just had a child. He's like almost 80 years old. His wife is 25. Child's fine. Same with Al Pacino. Al Pacino just had a child. He's
Different if they get like their eggs are like
so then you run into issues where there's a higher uh, rate. There's a higher rate of problematic pregnancy where because due to the age of the woman, there are more complications that can happen. But some of those can be avoided, perhaps with surrogacy.
so statistics like women across the age of 40 and anything above 45 where the chance of the kid getting Down syndrome like increases exponentially.
But there's surrogacy options. A woman frees her egg and then essentially have
Yes, pretty eggs.
in vitro fertilization and use a surrogate and basically have the same odds in many ways as she would have if she had that child at age 20.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I've only I looked into the female was like, hey, I only heard about this episode on ChatGPT because I don't think this is on like male sperm. So I didn't so I didn't look because like that was like get older because I thought it was something similar like just everything and then my kids I'm like old because I got something better. Oh well.
Yeah,
Research.
I mean, still, all you have to do is very easy. All you have to do is find basically just one vial, and you can impregnate. Um, so they'd be able to basically, you would ejaculate into a petri dish or essentially sample. And even if you were 90 years old and 90% of your sperm was not viable, still 10% is, and you have hundreds of millions of sperm cells, or at least at least at least tens of thousands of viable sperm, but more than that, even at each number. You just need the laboratory basically to use one of those sperm cells to impregnate a baby. And then you're gonna have a child, and it's just biology.
Reproduction is interesting. I can't imagine myself in life like having to come with a job assistant like make my pro project. So like having to do it like have a test of age or planning.
I mean, yeah, I have a plan. I have it down. I'll go viral. I'll travel the world for 2 years, do a lot of good, set up all the not for profit, basically have a harem of chicks who I slay, just a roster, have a good time, and then eventually find the one for me, and then
It would be like
and I would not be able to do that without you. In fact,
you have like 900 concubines.
if I wanted to, absolutely, I think that everyone would want to reproduce with so much. I do for good reasons. One more thing is
You like women understood women a lot of the women understood that. I feel like some
you know, I have less hate, for lack of a better term, but less, I don't find empathy as important as emotional intelligence. To me, emotional intelligence is far I can even cover emotional intelligence. So I can tell you that I've taken emotional intelligence class and the highest places to understand. Now there are ways to play that as well. So I kind of knew I was kind of going for it during high school. But if anything, I have extremely high emotional intelligence. And what that allows me to do is be able to empathize really well with people, to be able to communicate really well with people, to be able to teach very well. And to me, that interpersonal communication is far greater, a far greater determinant of success in the world than simple IQ. We see a lot of people with extremely high IQs in society who are nomadic, who are antisocial, just because they may be able to calculate something quickly or accurately does not necessarily mean that they're going to be successful. What we what we do see
it's like a combination of many factors. I also make a point that the majority of content is like plus, and that's like the top 1% is IQ.
So many of them do, but it's not. It's not necessary. And some of them don't. Some of them have perfectly average IQs, and they just get set up well.
And
I would tell you this right now. I would say
I think my IQ, is not as high as yours, definitely. So I have a crystallized intelligence, not as much as the word. I noticed that my research, I found out the biggest factor that would affect your income, besides the biggest factor besides location, right? Is the same job, same location. I guess IQ. That would the higher your IQ, the more money for the same job.
I would disagree. I think emotional intelligence is more important. But we could argue that one. But basically, once you get the job, it's about how you're able to network within it. And emotional intelligence, if you're highly sociable, you're going to get more promotions than a person who's just smart.
I think that the promotion would get into a different job. Since now it's not about performance within the same company. It's about rising in the hierarchy.
And that's absolutely. And that's how you become better.
And then there's also other factors like your income. Also, as you invest, the lower your ratings, it seems like the high income as well. I don't know about agreeing on this.
I wouldn't necessarily say that
Well,
that's
not right, because there's a trade-off in agreeing on this. But if you're like low enough that people don't really hate your guts, like it seems to be better than if you were higher than
certainly. I mean, there's some cutthroatness in that. You need to have fortitude. You need to have determination. You need to be aggressive. Yeah, and I think risk taking certainly hasn't plays a role in that. I I really wouldn't underestimate emotional intelligence. Give me someone with a really high emotional intelligence in a job over someone with a really high IQ any day. Here's why. They're going to be able to understand the environment faster. They're going to be able to make more people happy in a shorter amount of time. And it comes down to moving up for a promotion. The person with the higher emotional intelligence is going to do better. I mean, it's like the same to say, give me someone who's attractive over someone who is just average looking. The person who's attractive is going to move up in the ranks far faster. Now, if you're looking for someone who's going to be able to come up with some equation where perhaps human their human behavior doesn't have as much of an impact, give me the person with the high IQ. I'll take that all day. But if you want me, if I'm picking someone who needs to be intelligent uh, and emotionally intelligent in order to be able to get a promotion, give me the person who is emotionally intelligent. You're going to be able to lead a team better. They're going to be looked up to as a leader. They're going to be followed. They are going to have accountability and integrity and dedication to excellence, dedication to mission and teamwork. Much better than someone who's just very smart. And that proves that. If you look at coaches and even CEOs, they're generally not the people with the highest IQ. They're the people who've been able to navigate the company in the best way. Now, there is some nepotism to that. Last name.
When you say IQ is also something that is important. I also agree with you. I also IQ is important too.
I agree with you. No, there's no doubt about that. They're both important. Which do I think is more important to success? Emotional intelligence. They just do. Because that's practical. any computer, if you give me someone with high
But like
emotional,
that's why I said like to like the same income and the same job. Like that IQ would be like the thing that would affect the income levels for the same job. The EQ operates at a more like different layer where like you can jump to different jobs, so better opportunities because of the you get to better rooms. You're not stuck in that one place. So that's basically what you're saying. Like,
yeah, I see it as this. IQ will help you perform well on tests. EQ will help you perform well with people. And businesses are not tests. Businesses are people. And that's why people with high emotional intelligence do well. But also someone's attractive. You can give me someone who is attractive with high emotional intelligence. I can tell you that that person will be CEO of their company within a decade or two. I mean, that's a killer combination. Even if they have an average IQ. And IQ, especially with AI nowadays, can in many ways be replaced, or at least the field can be left because maybe someone previously who wasn't that good at writing a paper or doing a math equation can just plug that or to code, can just plug that into AI, and AI has a far higher IQ than even the smartest person in the world. And what the high IQ person cannot do is the reverse of that. To be able to go to some kind of machine and create a really good emotional quotient, a really good emotional, improve their emotional intelligence. That's something that you learn by doing. It's about behavior, it's about how you relate to other people. So someone who, let's just take someone who is uh, average intelligence, they can go and use AI to make it seem like their intelligence is much higher and have the job results of someone who with a higher mental acuity, and then they would be able to use their emotional intelligence, their interactions with those around them in their environment, and being able to adapt to be able to be far more successful than the person with a really high intelligence quotient, which basically gets limited now because AI raises everyone's intelligence, and the person with the high IQ is unable to replicate the same results that the person with the high EQ had because there isn't a machine that allows them to be able to improve their emotional intelligence.
that's when that's what happens when I think that now there's still good because we're not fully mirror linked yet, but once we're mirror linked, then having a high IQ means shit.
I'm in agreement with you. I'm in.
And then like EQ also surprisingly AI is very good at wording things adequately to piss someone off
Yes,
as well.
absolutely. Yes. So eventually, we may kind of all become the same drones in the future with some type of
Yeah,
brain,
that's
some kind of brain computer interface. But until we're there, the fact that people with high uh, emotional intelligence can have a high IQ using AI is a game changer. And I can tell you this: if you gave me someone out of college who had, let's say, average, like what would I think? Would I rather have extremely good looking, extremely high emotional intelligence, or um, extremely high intelligent IQ? I would take extremely attractive over both of those other two. There's something still about aesthetics that are very important to society. People want to be around good looking people. So even if somebody's not that smart, that person may rise to the top because they're very good looking. But what, especially with plastic surgery and different therapies and such, you can cheat exactly. So that it depends how much money they have and basically what they want to do. But Give me someone who has high emotional intelligence, who utilizes plastic surgery to be able to make themselves as attractive as possible. That's a killer combination. And then give that person AI, which basically raises their IQ, and they're going to be a very successful.
Elon, Bill Gates, like all these billionaires and forbes, like Jeff Bezos, especially Jeff Bezos. They're not like super good with technologies. And they got their, and they also really high IQ as well, and they seem to be emotionally intelligent. You know,
I disagree with the emotional. I disagree.
act
I,
emotionally.
dis- I disagree with them.
They see them interacting.
I disagree with them. I disagree with the emotional intelligence of Bill Gates. He's always been seen as a nerd. He's connected himself with basically bad players in many industries. He's not seen as very personable. He's not seen as cool. In a lot of ways, I don't think he has very high emotional intelligence. In fact, he just had to apologize for in Australia. He made a statement for some of his network that he felt that was not a use of his time, so to speak. They've all been set up. So I hate to say it, but Elon Musk, his grandfather owned an Emirates. Bill Gates, his father was one of the heads of Planned Parenthood, and his mother was a trustee on the board of trustees of the University of Washington. His grandfather was a banker. Jeff Bezos, his grandfather was one of the heads of DARPA, which created the internet, which created GPS, which created a hologram technology, like basically really advanced things. So he's been set up. His family comes from extremely wealthy ranchers. Sergey Brin, Larry Page, they, they basically were set up in many ways with
Also, maybe.
over they were basically put in some position. Someone like uh, Larry Ellison or like Steve Jobs. Like Steve Jobs was adopted, but he was adopted to a middle class family, and his location helped. He was in Silicon Valley.
Usually makes a big difference in
Absolutely,
very
does.
big.
And you look at he also set himself up with really important players, but if you look at the success of computers, not because of Steve Jobs, because of Steve Wozniak,
Yeah,
is
sure.
like the brains behind it. But he's one of these super rich people. I mean, very wealthy, but not in terms of looking at becoming a billionaire, which would expect. Like, Steve Wozniak wasn't as personable as Steve Jobs was. It's been discussed. Steve Wozniak was the brains, and Steve Jobs was the salesperson of Apple
He was
Computers.
like the guy that was like evil, like an evil high IQ.
Exactly. I'm
Like
agreeing with you.
psychopathic.
That's an excellent way to put it. Steve Wozniak was the IQ, and Steve Jobs was the EQ. But frankly, all of these things are all westernized men. There are people in India and in China far higher IQs, far higher EQs, but because of their location, nobody knows who they are.
Location, yeah. Yes. Location is the biggest predictor of business in IQ. That's why I really gravitate location as like
Right. But I'm in agreement with you. And that gets into your social network. And it also gets into what kind of opportunities you have in education.
the internet is to help bridge that but it's still age of it's like you're not born in Africa,
at Elon Musk. He was born. Look at Elon Musk. He was born in Africa. He's almost a trillionaire. You can't necessarily fit that.
Not because he moved to America. That's why.
I understand, but he was born in Africa.
Yes. I mean, like the location would affect his income. So, like,
I agree. I agree with you, but I would say that he would still be a multi-millionaire if he never left Africa because his grandfather owned an emerald mine. I mean, that's like being born in third base and being happy that you hit a home run. It's like you were born on third base. It's not that impressive. I mean, give me someone who literally started from either a low income family or middle class family and they built a business up and they came from nothing. That's really an interesting story. Someone whose grandfather was an emerald mine
Trump's dad wasn't even. He was the guy who had like a shit ton of real estate and gave it all to Trump.
With a negative reputation. He was known as a slumlord. Basically, that he wouldn't take care of his properties or the people in there. Oh, 100%. Exactly. Very bad reputation.
What about the Rothschild family?
Well, I mean, we take our beginnings, certainly physically, but back to 18th century Germany, and it's been about connections ever since. And, we're a superpower within the world and have been for 50 years.
Big
Absolutely.
It's so interesting to meet someone that also happens to like studying like different people with powerful,
Absolutely. 100%. Well, I am.
You're already powerful, right? Like you don't really need to study other powerful people because you already have it.
I mean, my child still, let me add, I am, my friend here, Riser, and I know you said it was getting late for where you are. Riser, I am from Australia, but I have to grip on I am does not know what raw comedy is. So we had to teach him about that. We had to teach him about the funny people in Australia. So he's got some work to do. Riser, how you doing, man?
Yeah, you're awake.
Yeah, I'm awake.
Yeah.
Did you watch the Super Bowl?
I was going to hop in my Discord and watch it, but I fell asleep at 10 a.m. and I woke up at 10:15 and I was like, oh, is the thing still on? And then apparently, I don't know what time did it start, specific time, like 4 or something?
It started at 3:30 Pacific time.
Okay. I heard it was extremely boring.
Extremely boring. I mean, I can tell you, I watched all the highlights, and one team scored 12 points. So the Seahawks eventually won. They scored 12 points in the first half, and the Patriots scored 0, which is generally no touchdowns in the first half, which is pretty exceptional. And then we had a situation where we had some scoring in the second half. It was what's called like garbage time. Like the other team's not trying that much. They're already off like 2 touchdowns to really kill. So yeah, and then there was Bad Bunny who did the Super Bowl halftime, which none of it was in English, and there were a lot of people pissed off about that. I watched that, and I didn't know what to
Did
say.
you watch it live? Or you just watched highlights?
I watched the whole thing, but I watched it later on, and it was very boring. I shouldn't say it was very boring. I was actually really excited. I missed part. I wanted to say the reason why I found it boring is I I didn't know Spanish that well, and it was entirely in Spanish, and there was no English, none. I shouldn't say that. Like maybe like a little bit of Lady Gaga, she performed as well, and there was a little bit in English, but it was like just like a few lines, and it was 13 minutes long, all in Spanish. But I thought it was really cool. To they made him like Bad Bunny go in like different environments, which was cool. Yeah, they had somebody get married during it, which was pretty interesting. But here's the thing: it wasn't supposed to be Bad Bunny. It was supposed to be Taylor Swift, and the reason why Taylor Swift didn't perform at the Super Bowl, nor has she ever, nor was she ever perhaps, is because when you are a Super Bowl performer, there are some caveats. You don't own the footage. And Taylor Swift, as you know, is like really big on owning her own art. But the NFL is a bunch of billionaires, and they could care less about Taylor Swift. She's just like one billionaire person. They have combined like $600 billion amongst all of the 32 owners, or maybe not that much, pretty close when you combine them all. And so their teams and everything. They don't.
And that reasoning of like, why, like, what is it? From having the rights to performance. Like, even if she's up for herself, she's showing from different angles. The world gets to see it. The NFL doesn't. She's still being shown as like the same performance. It's like
That's right. She doesn't get to film it. The NFL is the one who films it. The NFL gets the footage. That means 30 years from now, the NFL can use her footage and she doesn't have to say it. And she wants control over it. Another major issue is the people who perform in the Super Bowl halftime do not get paid anything. They do it for free. The reason why they do it for free is because it automatically essentially makes their music the next day become number one on all the streaming sites. So they see the performers see the benefit of it. And Taylor Swift is already basically number one in most things. It's not like she needs more record sales or anything, so she doesn't see it as beneficial to her. And she, as you know,
she doesn't care. When that reviews it, they just don't care for the pyramid anymore.
They all want to become billionaires. She already is a billionaire, so she doesn't necessarily need that much more money. To her, what's important from what I've read is control. She wants control over her art. That's why it was such a big deal when she bought her music from Scooter Braun, that conglomerate, that she had control over her art. And this happened within like the last year, and she doesn't. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, I mean, that's why we talk about how important data is to people. But she wants control over her art and her data, and she doesn't want to give that up to the NFL, even if it's only 13 minutes of a show that she would give. She wants control over it. See, the thing is, she wants to be able to use the halftime show to promote herself, and the NFL does not allow you to do that. She wants to be able to take different highlights and use them in the future. Hey, this is when I performed at the Super Bowl halftime show. Here's a song that I used. I want to put on an album for that. None of that is your data. It's all owned by the NFL, and they are very protective of it. They don't like to use it.
That's a strange contract. Why wouldn't they want the NFL? Yeah, it's a positive thing.
Well, a lot of times the NFL is really protective of what people say in regards to what they call the shield, that NFL logo. And if you just say, just an example, Kanye West performed at the Super Bowl like 10 years ago. And he goes off the deep end, whatever, like a couple years ago, or last year, whatever. And then he goes and starts using his NFL halftime show to promote himself. The NFL doesn't want to be associated with that. And if the NFL doesn't own that data, then Kanye West is going to be able to put that out and basically their brand from the NFL's brand. If the NFL does control it, then Kanye West cannot come out and really promote himself with that content. Does that make sense?
So I feel like like cross the coast or kind of back to another commercial and like 4 hours. It looks like kind of chase another attention.
In the United States, if she wanted attention, she would have done the promotion. She gets no money for it, and she doesn't control the group. And I know that they were in discussions. Let me get the specifics of what exactly. Super Bowl. Why doesn't she do it? What does it have to do with her controlling the data, or also you don't get to do the data? And also the billionaires don't really do that. All right. So Taylor Swift has not promoted the Super Bowl halftime show, and her decision stems from a combination of factors related to value, respect, and personal priorities. All right. While the NFL does not pay halftime performers, relying instead on the exposure and global reach the event provides, Swift reportedly rejected the opportunity because she didn't want to perform for free, especially given her status as one of the most influential artists in the world. She doesn't need exposure, as she commands massive audiences and record-breaking sales of her own.
I disagree with the exposure thing that you're still at the value of like she doesn't need money, but still it doesn't hurt to get the exposure of hundreds of millions of people.
It was reports that she requested ownership of her performance footage and rights to promote her own project during the show, which the NFL reportedly refused. This aligned with her long-standing fight to control her music mascot, including her recent acquisition of the rights to her first 6 albums. For Swift, ownership isn't just about branding, it's about creative and financial control. However, in a recent interview, we found Swift clarified the real reason is not about rights or money, but about her emotional investment with her fiance, Travis Kelce, who played for the Kansas City Chiefs. She said she focused on his performance throughout the season, including choreographing high-pitched halftime show. She emphasized, "This is nothing to do with Travis. He would love for me to do it. I'm just too locked in." I mean, come on, that's what she said. It's about she's nothing to do with
Make it though.
I'm not Taylor Swift spokesperson. I'm just saying that it's about she's not going to get any money for it, and she's not in control of the music or the rights to the show.
She doesn't get money for it. She's getting back some other. Doesn't get a big tax or whatever.
I get that,
but I don't think football fans are less than anyway. That's great for bringing in like a team.
I would. I love Taylor Swift.
Really?
I mean, they're like.
I have never heard, but I've heard something like that.
She has like maybe 5 songs that I really like, which is a lot for an artist. Do I buy her shit? No. Do I listen to her shit on Spotify? No. But she has some classic songs that I really like, and if you look at my playlist over the course of my life, she's been on some of them because I think that she puts out some hits. She has, but again, that's all very subjective. But the idea that she would bring in a huge female audience in the NFL Super Bowl, it can't be understated. She would bring in a lot of people and a lot of interest. More than Bad Bunny, but I'll say this: Bad Bunny brought in a huge audience globally. He was the top viewed the top view halftime show in history.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I don't track my talk, but I don't know exactly where he's at. Jim was probably having more of a partner.
He's the point of he's nothing else.
Okay, they have
You never charged me to know that he knows.
fair point, I guess. I mean, I don't know. You might know more about places than I do.
Oh, I think he does. I think he does. But
I don't know how.
I don't think he knows tricks on that one.
Yeah, you're right. I mean,
Oh, wait. I
you
do.
think of, you don't think of like he just knows chart.
Right.
Hold on. Kind of.
Yeah, he is.
That's
He's good with Instagram. He's good with Instagram. If something happened on Instagram, he's just gonna know about it. He knows about um, Australian pop charts. I'll give him that. We have had that discussion. And then he and I went through the Billboard Top 100 for the last year of 2025 to see who would win the top song in Australia. Like, we have that discussion. Not, but he is not some like I don't know if he could make 5 bad money.
no one.
I agree with you. My question for you is this:
I'm sure. I don't know. It's not. But yeah, well, do you think that the NFL considers this like a Spanish, like conundrum, or are they? Do you think they were like, hey, I have a Spanish audience, or do people watch it? Viewers, you already have everyone in America watching it. You know, like
that's correct. That's correct. They have been expanding the game, especially in Latin America. Like they and just globally. So they're having a game in Rio de Janeiro here with the Dallas Cowboys, and they had one uh, uh, last year in Sao Paulo, the year before in Sao Paulo. They previously had preseason games in Mexico City. They're looking to expand that footprint. It's free money for them. And also, they're taking these teams, these NFL teams, locally. So, also, they're playing in Melbourne next year. The LA Rams are playing the San Francisco 49ers in Melbourne. And they're going to play 3 games in London. They played in Dublin this year. They played in Frankfurt this year, Germany. I mean, oh yeah, they're like every season has a certain part of the season where they play a bunch of games internationally, and the games are on at like 6 a.m. Pacific time. And I watch them too. Believe it or not, like
your broadcast stuff online.
yeah, like
You know, like Berlin or going to the stadium at 6 a.m.
no, they're broadcasted in LA at 6 a.m. So I guess in New York they'd be at like 9 a.m. But they're like in Frankfurt. They played at Frankfurt at like 5 p.m. And people watch these games, and I know I do. And they're also lining up these things to be connected with different cities. Like Kansas City has become like Sao Paulo, Brazil, like their team, and the Jacksonville Jaguars are becoming like London, and the Pittsburgh Steelers are becoming Ireland, and the Buffalo Bills are becoming Toronto, or already basically Toronto, and the Seattle Vancouver is pretty big, and there's one other. Uh,
Is the actual sport of like football American popular?
well, they're trying to increase it because it's free money. They see all the money that Premier League making and they say, look, why can't we, like, for too long has soccer been cutting into our profits? Why don't we start cutting into their profits? And they've been doing that. There's another team. Oh, Dallas Cowboys in Mexico City. That's been like a huge connection too. And like for as big as
Right. But pause it. Why would they want to host a game in Mexico City? Like, or like South America would be more profitable for the stadium. So, I mean, I guess there's like kind of two. There's like the back sales. There's like this other thing that you're mentioning, the money that you can get from having a bunch of fans all around the world. Yes.
Mexico City is one of the largest cities in the world. Sao Paulo is one of the largest cities in the world. Why not have your home team like Dallas, but also be able to add all of Mexico to the fan base?
Yeah, true. And you just play like 2 games there. Oh,
If that. Mexico is very much like a Dallas connected country, and the NFL hasn't played an NFL game in Mexico City. Only preseason. But even just with preseason, you get generations of people who are Dallas Cowboys fans, and they're doing the same in these other countries. And so with Bad Bunny, he basically opened a halftime show to a Spanish-speaking audience. And the NFL basically was like, look, we're going to try to get Taylor Swift. If we can get her, that's great. We'll have a ton of women watching our halftime show and the Super Bowl in general. And if we can't get her, we're going to go with Bad Bunny, who is technically American. He's from Puerto Rico. And we're going to get all of the Spanish-speaking countries like really involved in this. And they see it as a win-win. Now, my question to you is this. Are you ready to lose at Stroud?
yeah, one.
Excellent. Excellent. Doug, I gotta be honest with you. William Montgomery is not that fun. Can you hear me? People fucking right. Right, sir. You rip yourself off all fucking day. You sleep 13 fucking hours. They give you open invitations. You decide to come in at 4 fucking in the morning to jerk yourself off publicly. It's incredible. But isn't it amazing? Right, can you hear me? Right, so
Yeah, I'm inside now. Montgomery, so I don't
yeah.
know what.
Hold on, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. But isn't it amazing? Hold on. Isn't it amazing that we're 14 in the morning and all the people I have in this Discord?
And
But the other people are good people. I mean, I can tell you, I've did this for a long time, just alone. And it's really nice to have other people for it. All right. So here's why William Montgomery has been suffering. He is not a very consistent performer. Here's a few reasons. Number one, he doesn't memorize the set. I understand, but he comes up and he just reads off a note card. And also, he misses about 1 or 2 performances every month on TikTok nowadays. And it's because he can't come up with.
he's probably touring.
No, it's not because he's touring. He has a contract with TikTok, and he comes up with the excuse that he's sick because he can't come up with material. And
So you're telling me he came up with this every week for years, and now all of a sudden he's super popular. He's not going to come up with those.
Well, he did it as an alcoholic and a cocaine addict, which
That sounds like it. Yeah. Washing my hands.
all right, let's do that. I'm gonna get some coffee. Let's know what grass. Is that something you do?
Oh, you need stimulants to live?
It's decaf, dog. It's decaf.
Unfair advantage, folks. Openly
Yo, dog. How are your puppies? Puppies.
What?
How are your puppies? Your puppies. It's a pun. Overextended stay. Is this with the dog? And they keep the ovaries, but still get neutered, essentially.
Yeah.
You know, whatever. Space. So is that
She still has that does a ovary-sparing spay, surprisingly, and ovary-sparing spay is important because
hormonal?
yeah, there's a lot of hormonal things that happen that the ovaries are important for with the overall health. I don't know.
Wait,
like
she had a hysterectomy.
what's a hysterectomy?
Next question.
Oh,
A hysterectomy is not like a hysterectomy, the same as an ovary in space. Seems like it. Or it's close. And yes, yes, a hysterectomy in a dog is the same as an ovary sparing. You should have just said she had a canine hysterectomy.
yeah, I mean, I'm critical procedures for but yeah, as you know, apparently that keeping the hormonal balance of
Does she have a cone?
she didn't have a cone. Like this time of like
Did she still get a period?
but she got in a sense, still had
Does she bleed around your house?
she used to, and I had to put on diapers for a time since the it's not never breathing, but it does just like when it's whatever. And, so yeah, there's no bleeding anymore.
How old is she?
And strangely enough, I guess not strangely enough, but the first dog period when it was this is called blood moon, like some rare moon cycle.
I know it's like where the moon is pressure. It's like when the moon is red.
Yeah. Moon orbits the Earth's shadow.
Right.
It's like a loop. And it's very rare that that's
Yeah, it's red. And
roughly every 2 to 3 years. When I was like the first ever, and just like really I've never experienced like lunar effect on
how old is she?
she's like 3.5.
Here's my next question. That's not a question. So normally when I make my fucking videos on that one account, like only you know, that I don't promote, I just put my signal open. I don't never get anybody with a question. And I kind of like it. Don't want people to know about that account because it's kind of like, I don't want to say secret account, but I don't want it to get banned. Okay. But I recently, just in the last like 48 hours, I did just, like, you know what, I'm gonna just, instead of me lip syncing all the songs, I'm just gonna have the music going over my video of me just doing whatever I'm doing. And I'm gonna get so many fucking people who like my shit because I'm putting out so much content. I've got like follows on that account in the last 24 hours. And, like 150 likes, something completely like, and I think it to be interesting. All right. Next thing I'm going to
So, are you doing? Use it?
do. Okay, so
No lip sync?
I don't do lip syncing though, just because it takes too long for me to make sure my mouth is moving at the exact same time. And, like I'm making the videos right now, but I'm talking to you, and I play a song over the video. Like, please go to that account and you can see what I'm doing. Oh,
Anytime. Alright,
Joker. Can you spell it?
under your post, Jesus.
Isn't that crazy? No, I mean, I thought about creating a bot to do it. I'm doing it. So basically, me talking, but it plays a song over it.
Yeah. Interesting.
Here's the thing, I just get a lot of fucking that. Anyway, next question.
So many videos. How many fucking videos?
I made up 500 in like 3 days.
So I mean, for 10 videos.
No, it's not. Well, each video takes me like a minute and a half to do, and I don't have to do anything. I just have to have it. I just have to have it. And I'm not doing it for people to like me. I'm just saying a lot of people do. If I look, okay, I'll just give you statistics. Last month. And keep in mind, I've only been using this strategy for like the last few days, but yeah, another person. Bunch of hot chicks too. We've got let me go to my right. Right. Where is your notification? Here. All right. I've gotten 13,000 views. That's a lot of fucking views. 39,000 in the last.
500.
Yeah, I mean, come on. I'm up 1,000. I'm up 1,500%. I'm up 1,500% on views, 1,500% on profile visits. I've reached 27,000 accounts. What I'm saying is just, it's like I'm up like 1,500 interactions. So I put out, I got 372 likes, 26 comments, 8 people that saved for my shit, 468 people that shared my shit.
There's like some like weird like retweet.
Well, whatever it is, at least that's what it is. Some of my, I don't know, it's just like before I would never get any interaction, and I've been doing this, now I get like a lot of interaction, and I'm literally just making these videos as we speak right now. So it doesn't cost It's not like I even have
What
to.
happened if you just spam like recycle? I guess like repost damage.
You get fucking limited or banned.
Don't have a feature allow me to use it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Or I say, why don't you tell me when I'm getting in trouble so that I don't push the limit? Or tell me you're not allowed to use this feature for the next 24 hours or whatever. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Instead, exactly. Instead, what they'll do is not tell you anything, and you log into your account and say you've been banned for enough this, enough this. And they can't see it. All right. With that being said, are you ready for an invitation?
Let's see here.
As I previously said to you, if you have coffee, I mean, I don't even know. No, it's reverse caffeine coffee. I put depressant in it. No, it's got tranquilizers in it, huh? I put extra tranquilizers in it. God, he's been very undepressed. Right? Just gonna be honest with you. Yeah, look at it. And I'm not saying that they want there to not renew his contract because he's still. I have the worst fucking thing. Because he still is someone who is like uh, something that the audience still likes, but he's just not as funny. He used to be funnier, and you feel like you mean to say that cocaine and alcohol made him funnier? Yeah, he played more along the time. He's got like a few bits that he does. Like Tony will be like, all right, William, what have you been up to recently? He'll be like, Tony, I've been doing my roller skating. Like, oh, cool. What else have you been doing? Like, and I was doing puzzles, and I was on eBay. And like, what else were you doing? And he'll be like, I was hanging out with my dog, and like, all kinds of shit. That, like, he'll get really excited, but he doesn't do that stuff as well anymore. And are you gonna go? Here. Oh, you're not even gonna go? All right. I want to ask you, how do you think Canada's going to do in the Olympics this year? Firstly, have you watched any Canadian coverage of the Olympics?
Yeah, I have.
Do you watch it on CBC?
Yeah, they have like a really on it.
Right, I've been trying to watch it on CBC, and a lot of their shit is on the app, and it's not that really in the United States. It's not that easy to get. I have really been trying to watch it, and I haven't really had time to watch
So you're looking for watching it on the US stream, Olympic stream.
it. So long as it's in English, I'm okay with it. hear him on the radio. And they would like never play him at this station. They'd only play the English speaking.
Another fun fact, was a flag years ago. Jackson was a flag
It's very
But I'm listening to like station. Like they never play. I love it. Like nine.
I think Omar was
You know, I forgot. I forgot he was. I forgot he was in it. What did he do?
He was the crowd.
That's right. Did he speak English? Did he speak English?
With an MMA or less.
So you didn't watch any of the Super Bowl?
I slept through the whole thing. I was gonna jump in, but the Discord and watch it's over.
I watched.
If it was on like the West Coast time,
It wasn't. It was played in Santa Clarita, San Francisco.
well, they started the game like normally they started. I guess depends where. Honestly, I had like FOMO last year. Previous years, like really wanted to watch it this year.
Well, I'll tell you this. I watched the first drive. And I could tell it was going to be a blind game. And I slept. So don't consider yourself missing out. But then I did something really interesting. I don't know why I don't fucking do it. I mean, I guess because it's cool. But then I watched. I watched all the highlights. So you watch every single play, and then I watched. I watched every play, and what else? I watched every play, and I watched every play, and oh, I watched every play, which was 23 minutes of footage. I watched Bad Funny with no commercial, which is 13 minutes of footage. Then I watched the top 10 commercials. They were terrible. So I was like, wow. In like less than an hour, I literally feel like I watched the whole Super Bowl, and I didn't have to watch any of it. And normally, I like to watch it. It's like an American tradition. But frankly, I don't know any Bad Bunny. The two teams aren't of interest to me. So was just one of those things.
Sucks.
You're right. And I could kind of tell that. That's why I started watching it at the beginning, and I could tell just how the teams were playing. I really could. I was like, oh, they're not very good at all.
I mean, for the people that great. I mean, great and more entertaining.
Yeah, and then last year's game was like the biggest blowout in fucking Super Bowl history. So it was. They haven't had a good game in like a few years.
Are you fucking serious?
Maybe, maybe I'm gonna beat you 10 games in a row.
No,
Oh yeah, for sure, no doubt, no doubt. Zoom playing. Um,
fuck you. Okay. Are you gonna play Joe? You're gonna play Joe. That's what I heard. You might be afraid that yeah. Oh,
you're good at doing that.
yes. Okay, good. I think I 2021.
Oh, that sucks. It's not good. How many of any of any country? How many Olympians, Winter Olympians, can you name? No, 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 no. You are competing this year. That's what it is.
I can have a decent amount of zero figure skater. Hockey players. I can name players. Dancing in the athlete.
Have you ever known? Have you ever known anybody who has played curling?
If I were going to ask someone who like to, I do know some guy went to school, but was competing, but
But I
what
mean,
was your
have you ever met anybody who has been a curler? That's really interesting. I haven't either, and it's like a really rare sport that like nobody in the United States plays it, and I find it interesting that basically it's just so rare. Like you are somebody who is like in the heart of fucking Winter Olympics world, and you can't even name somebody who fucking plays curling or whatever curls.
I mean, it's like jumping board, but it's like Sure.
Yeah, I know people who play shuffleboard though, but nobody.
I think shuffleboard should be in the Olympics.
Dude, I think people should be.
I mean, if you think as long as it's the Olympics, it's really like open doors. There should be a lot more Olympics than wow, really? I think what the heck is this? You have an S?
You're
You have
really
another S. Okay, now, make it a seriously?
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Dog. That QI really fucked the whole left side of the board.
Yeah. I mean, no, there's still the other side that go up there.
Right.
Totally.
I agree.
No, because it's never. This is sexy play, right?
Uh, I'm ready for it. Hit me.
That's a good time.
12 totem? Do you think 12 is good?
Just like fine.
Oh, okay. This could
Oh
be
no.
this could be a major mistake. This could be a major mistake.
Bullshit.
Oh, that's good. That's a fucking uh, fish. That was really good. No, not even bullshitting. That is
Yeah,
solid.
I did not know. So, yeah.
What are your thoughts on this lead that I have? Oh, that was great.
Oh man, I almost recorded that.
Did you know that there was a streaker at the Super Bowl?
Uh, did not know
I
that.
also,
There usually is.
I don't know, sometimes. I also saw a thing. I don't know if this was really true, but a guy that and won like $300,000 by getting someone to run on the field, and he was actually the person who ran on the field. I don't know if he got to keep the money, but that seems like a really easy way to make a lot of money.
Yeah, no, I don't know why I've talked about that before. I would not break that. Pay some guy like $1,000 to go around, you know, walk around.
Dude, you could fucking destroy me.
Oh my god. You're on the letters though. Good.
So even though I don't think that William Montgomery's been funny recently, I'm still obviously his biggest fan. But he's not. He has not been that funny recently.
You're from just the funniest. So, yeah.
No, dog. Big dog, you're up. The guy who streaked this year though was smart. So he didn't get a public indecency charge. He kept his pants on.
Oh my god.
He probably picked up a small charge. So nothing big.
Was it in the middle of the play?
Yeah. Well, like it was in the middle of it didn't interrupt the play. Maybe.
And how long was he running for before he got tackled?
He made some moves on some guys, and that's one game in a row. Just in case you were even hearing him, he was able to dodge some people, and then eventually he like slid down, and they stopped him.
I want to see someone on like electric rollerblades, just like how you might so this advantage, like get away with it.
How do you have rollerblades on grass?
Zoot, cutthroat. Zoot, cutthroat. Oh, you started the game. Don't play anything. Don't play anything. Zoot, cutthroat. Zoot, what did you think of Bad Barbie or Bad Bunny? Yes, you did. We watched part of it together. What up, baby? What happened?
3%.
Yeah, it's 3-person, and it's trick shot.
Look at that.
Yeah, that gets to the place. And see my ex-girlfriend.
Doug, what are you talking about?
Missing.
And your ex-girlfriend was there? Was it the girl from the adult bookstore? Did you munch your box? Oh, so she's down to fuck. Wait, this is the crazy girl, though, right?
Yeah.
Penalty. Because it is. Next question.
Oh, yeah.
What do you have to do? I don't know. Oh, yeah, you're right. Is that how it works?
So it's not like
Nice scratch, Zoot. All right, so Zoot, you got her number. That's tight. Did you munch your box? Isn't this the crazy girl who stole all your money? Dude, I like how I keep asking that question and you don't answer. You had to pay for her heroin habit? Not the same girl. Okay. So who is this bitch? So who is this? How long did you guys date? 2 months? Okay, how'd you lose your phone? Yo, Doug, remember that time I asked you a question and then you were dead fucking silent? Like, why are you such a bad communicator? How did you lose your phone? Oh, hilarious. What are you doing at the... No, dog, it's where it gets blown. The orgy place. No, it's where it's an adult bookstore. And
See, what is that adult?
Instead of they play
and you lost your fucking phone at this place, and you had to admit where it was.
Did you tell the police where you lost it?
Or not? What did you ask? Oh,
Do you think somebody?
I phoned out. I thought someone came talking to me. I got that. Oh shit. And that's what I was like, oh, by the way, I lost my bed. In my bed. Your ex
Did you? Did you tell her that you were a finalist for Raw Comedy?
Yeah.
Of course you did, dog. Good job, man. Did she say that's tight? What did she say? Did she say congratulations? I can't believe someone who's not funny could be a finalist for a whole fucking state.
I can't believe someone who doesn't know how to respond to content make it funny.
Yeah, that's the way. That's the way we just do it.
Are you in love with this bitch?
Nah.
You're not in love with this bitch.
I do care about that. I just tired. It might work out. Sounds crazy, Rabbi.
What's that, baby? Your whole what?
I like how it was. I needed both.
He's about to fuck up.
How come? I don't know if I can fix that. You see that? Do you want to know what it is? Yeah, you could explain it. That. You see that line? But, she kind of
Dude, there are a bunch of types of...
don't believe it.
No, you should. He's not.
Lying.
He's not. It's not worth that much, but it'll be worth 10 points. It just makes it really difficult. Okay, so there's a kiss shot. It turns off the like protractor thing. The like line.
Oh, so difficult to see. All right.
I agree. It's cutthroat. You are winning.
go crazy. Rothschild made fighters.
Well,
Sync my phone.
to be honest, I don't know how to play either. You masturbate openly? Yeah, there's no doubt about that. You are the most horny motherfucker. Uh, I like how Zoot's quiet. What'd you say, Pink? Yeah, baby. Zoot's done. So I'm basically fucked.
No, you just need to get a pass.
Zoot, so you didn't watch Bad Bunny? I figured you would know everything about Bad Bunny. You'd be a Bad Bunny homer. You'd be like, dude, I saw that Pedro Pascal was there and Lady Gaga and Jessica Alba and Ricky Martin. Did you know Ricky Martin played?
What you do? No.
Oh, he did. It's cutthroat.
Yes.
Dog, I'm about to dominate.
That was not a trick shot. What kind of fucking trick shot
Did I lose because of that? Dude, that game sucks.
I won.
No.
I won.
Let's play cutthroat, but no fucking trick shot. Yeah, let's try it. Zoot, what the fuck are you doing? Okay, well, it's not doing.
Did you? First time you're fucking island and like I don't even want to.
How are you playing this game right now if you lost your phone? I mean, isn't that like an important thing to say? Where did you find it? Where did you find it? In between the seats?
Yeah.
Zoot, the life you live is so wild. Yeah. So what? Why was your girlfriend, your ex-girlfriend, at the fucking Riser? Go at the adult theater. What a shot!
Because that partner was she was on the PlayStation. She was her partner.
her partner? So she's in a relationship
Yeah.
with a dude? Oh, so this did she say that? Scale of 0 to 10, this bitch. Why not? Why is it gonna fuck?
How room size I run by? Gotta have one.
Right? I mean, was that a good thing? Or there's good with these fucking distractions. Dude, STFU, dog. You're not helping anything. So is it, this goes a 4? She's a 4, and that's why you dated her for 2 months? She's a one. She's terrible looking? All right, so she's a 4. All right, so she's a 3? Okay. I don't know. I mean, so was she a 4 when she had brunette hair? Right, she's a 3.
These days, sir, you know. Awesome.
Well, I can tell you, Zoot dates her. She has a terrible sense of humor. Like, just awful. Did you tell her that you've got to get checked for chlamydia or gonorrhea? Yeah. Did you tell her that you are patient 0 for a new strand of super gonorrhea that you developed from the adult theater? Or no, it was like an orgy. Dude, in Australia, did they not teach you to answer questions when people ask them? Yeah. All right, well, I didn't see you making that shot. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? That was some bullshit. That was the worst shot. Good job, Zoot. Good job, Zoot.
How did I not realize that was
Baby, I don't know. You're the same guy who lost his phone at an adult theater and went to the police over it, and you thought you got pickpocketed. Who the fuck wants to stick their hand in the pocket of some dude at an adult theater? Dog, I don't care if you have the newest fucking iPhone. I am not sticking my head in any dude's pocket. I'm fucking stuff theater.
The guy actually tried to police station. He went back to the computer and
It's on the same.
right where he left.
Right next to a big old cum stain. So, Zoo, do you masturbate openly at this place? Do you masturbate openly at this place?
There's that.
That's absolutely disgusting. And that doesn't make you. Is that legal in Australia to openly masturbate in an adult? Gentleman lost his fucking career in the United States because he got caught doing that. He was like a giant children's television star who got. Oh, are you fucking serious? That was unreal. That was an unreal miss, Zoot. Zoot, you had the win. Zoot, you had the win. I like how slow Riser is. Riser, you gotta.
And I substitute that.
Yeah, but he's distracted by Pee Wee Herman. He's distracted by Pee Wee Herman because he's got like a friend now. Zoot fucking Zoot. Zoot. That's a great question. Like,
There's like one in a billion chance that you'll find love. That's where you're gonna find love.
you have a better chance of finding love at the fucking police station.
How does that go? Guys, they're just like
He had it movies and TV show, dog. His name is Paul Rubens. And I know he's now your new hero. Dude's like, it's not weird to masturbate in adult theaters. Pee Wee Herman did it. Yeah, legal ones. Right, sir. Zoot, what the fuck? Get off of Wikipedia and get in this game. Zoot, what the fuck are you doing? Zoot. Zoot, you have 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Zoot, come on, man. Zoot, what the fuck? Zoot is so in. What is the word? Zoot is. What the fuck is the word when you don't care about others? Zoot is so inconsiderate. Thank you. Zoot, you're so inconsiderate. Zoot, I have to say though, that was like the most baller shot I've ever seen you have on this field. Zoot, that's gonna be your fucking. He's your. He's your like. Are you proud of that? Is he gay? I uh, I don't. He just is known as a pervert. But even what he did was not that big of a deal. It's not like he. Like there are a lot of people who do other way worse stuff.
losing kids.
No, he was not doing that. He just got caught masturbating in an adult theater.
Public movie theater or adult movie theater?
Adult, adult, just like Zoot.
Designated adult theater in where?
I think it was in Florida.
The bank oh, you just fucking
Give me, give me this fucking win. Give me this fucking win. That's a miss, Riser. That's a miss. Can't believe Riser missed. I cannot believe Riser missed. I like how you refer to yourself. Nobody understands the who gets to go when. Look how good a shot this is. Yeah, baby. Dude, he's written more. He wrote more science fiction material than any person ever. So he wrote more than any person. He has more published material than any person in global history. Now, in answer to your question, yeah, I don't read that shit, so I don't know. Not to say I don't read science fiction, but L. Ron Hubbard is his own like religion, so I don't get into that. At the adult theater? So you went to the adult theater, the comedy club, and the police station? Guys, did you like your shot? Do you really? I think that it's one of the worst. Oh, what a beautiful shot! Beautiful, Riser. That was one of the best shots I've ever seen. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? Riser, how many athletes from Australia do you think are competing in the Winter Olympics? 69 million. No, it's like I don't know. It's not 69 million. It's like 20 million. It's like 20 million.
It's only 20 million.
It's like 54, 56.
Hell yeah.
How am I in front of him? How how am I in front?
Wow.
How am I in front? Oh no, I'm not in front. Zoot and I are tied.
Come back.
Yeah, baby.
Maybe you're correct.
Zoot, Zoot, your shot sucks. And unless Riser hits your ball, I'm gonna put you out of your misery.
Your shot is
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Yeah, that's
Are you sure about that, son?
has at least
Hit my ball, Zoot.
wow.
Just the absolute worst thing that could happen. Basically.
I don't know what
That's what I'm talking about. Hit his ball.
See, you have to make one hell of a shot here.
Are you fucking serious?
Nice. You actually might all be fired down
I can't believe I missed that shot.
here. This is throwing out of the cup.
There's no way Zoot makes this shot. Come on, dude.
Funny has a bigger chance of becoming an English professor.
Zoot, did you watch Happy Gilmore 2? Zoot, are you a bigger Kendrick Lamar fan or Bad Bunny? Go. What are your thoughts on that? I don't need to memorize the percentage. It's about feel, baby. I didn't memorize shit. That's a terrible shot, Riser.
I can memorize the percentage too.
You gave me Zoot. That's a bad shot. That's one of the worst shots we've ever had the opportunity to witness. Look how good this shot is now. Are you fucking serious? Look at this shot, folks. Look at this shot. It is okay if you know Spanish. Look at this miss, folks. If you didn't, I thought it was okay. I thought it was pretty. It was like had a lot of shit going on. But do I think? I mean, I bet if you were a Spanish speaker, it was really good. But I mean, I don't know.
I didn't want to openly PR like the last 2 days, whatever,
He's like Zoot. Zoot would put out the shit he puts out.
Some here was like, I don't really like the view of what's happening in the US. I don't like I criticize the US. The flag represents the family, and anyway, got all pissed off. How dare kid ever say he represents the US and try to conclude. But what he said about the bad thing, he was like, he was also,
I mean, I get that, but I would have preferred it to be in English, of course. But I understand that NFL is going for a certain market, and I could see them having a Chinese one in the future. All right, I got one. Zoot's in it. Zoot's already in this game. Riser, you have an invitation. This is only 3 holes. It's just some old game that was started and we didn't finish it. Zoot, you're up. I bet you Zoot doesn't know this is a game, which I understand. Zoot, you're up, dog. Zoot, you're already in the game. Just look at your games that are already going. There you go. Hit it. Go. Zoot, just go. Hit the ball. There you go. That was good. It was really good. Really good. Don't hit my ball. Oh, that was baller as fuck. I mean, I thought what he said about losing his phone and hooking up with some formerly brunette whore was pretty funny, but they help you to be able to think on your feet. But we could have them right now.
Did Zoot actually give us a single minute of improv before?
Absolutely not.
But we still haven't done a single minute of improv.
Gentlemen, what do you think of my shot? Gentlemen, we'll start with Riser. Riser, what do you think of my shot? I don't understand. I don't really understand why you. That's bullshit. We all got to pull them on. That I don't think has ever been done. Yeah, I don't think you've ever done that.
Oh, it's actually a hell of a big disadvantage to a person. And you'll see why.
You're gonna try to water bump me like a bitch?
No, I just cut the corner using your ball. There's nothing you can do.
Maybe Zoot can.
You can blast me to the sand.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
That's garbage. That's a garbage shot. One of the worst shots we've ever seen. Folks, I remember. Oh, stay right behind that fucking cow. Baby. Zoot. Zoot. Zoot being wild.
See, water
No, you can't water bump me. You know it. Look how good a shot that was. Riser, what are your thoughts on that? Are you fucking serious? That's a miss. It's a devastating miss. Sexiest shot ever. Riser, what are your thoughts on that shot, baby?
actually won.
No, he couldn't have.
Yeah, he ran in with the fourth shot.
I still have a bigger lead on him. Dude, we tied?
Oh, yeah. That's pretty bad.
That's garbage. Just shit happens when you party naked. This one has 5. You know, Zoot, as I previously said, it's one of those things.
I'm gonna, everyone that, oh, I said,
Bryce, are you going to go or are you going to jerk yourself off raw? That's a miss. That's a miss. One of the biggest misses we've ever seen. Terrible shot.
strategies on it.
Worst? Fuck. Go, baby. Get it, Zoot. That's a miss. Riser's got a miss. He's going to hit the corner. I need one of the greatest shots in the history of the game. It's certainly not that. That's a garbage shot. That's absolute garbage. Make it. Riser has one of the easiest shots ever, and he left it short. He left it short. I can't believe he left it short.
Are you guys
The answer to that question is no. I need one of the greatest shots in the history of the game right here. Fuck that.
To block his ball. I have not played this ball.
Right, so did you know that Zook came in here
I
right
forgot this ball.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? You want me to bring you a time machine to show you the thousands of times that you played it? That was the best fucking shot on the floor I think I've ever seen.
No, it's not.
I think mine would have been better had your shitty ass ball not been in the way. Zook, get it. Make one of the best shots you've ever seen. I like how it's censored Zook. Zook. Oh, Zook, get it.
Super customers if you just type like the block it.
Riser, what'd you think of my shot? Riser, what'd you think of my shot?
Yeah, I totally. I fucked that a lot.
Riser, what'd you think of my shot?
See,
Doofy as fuck. Doofy as fuck. And now Zook's gonna fuck up. Doofy as fuck, dog.
did you turn it off?
Yeah.
I saw what you're. You're right. Okay. I saw it.
Oh, get it, baby. Get it, baby. Get in the hole.
Everyone knows that the top professional golfers snipe it through the tee, and I'm one of those people.
That's a terrible shot. One of the worst shots I've ever had the opportunity to witness. I love how Zook had a terrible shot.
Oh, look at this shot. I'm sorry. That was a beautiful, beautiful shot.
One of the best shots we've ever had the opportunity to ever see, ever to witness. This is the Bad Bunny of shots. Did you guys know that I'm the biggest Bad Bunny fan in the history of the world? I loved his performance in Happy Gilmore too.
I can't say a word about that movie either.
Dude, that's a terrible shot. And I think we all know it. Are you guys ready for the best shot you've ever seen on this hole? Are you fucking serious? That was very close to it. But it didn't. But it didn't. It was beautiful. And everybody knows it. I know it. You know it. Zoot knows it. Riser knows it. That's short. Maybe. Hit my ball. Thank you, Riser. Riser, thank you for the bump. Zoot's jerking himself off in the fucking adult theater.
I'm not.
Zoot,
Man,
go,
I don't like sound of the creature place.
well, he has a new hero, Paul Rubin.
Fucking Wi-Fi.
He's fuck. Oh, fuck.
Why is this like all?
Because he dated a download number 11 on the Pornhub list. Bonnie Blue. Incorrect. Remember what time we had to wait for Zoot? Zoot, you little douche.
Hours, like 2 days in a row. I never saw.
Doesn't your dog have to go to the bathroom?
I mean, it takes her before I go to sleep.
But she has to go 15 hours without going to the bathroom? Or eating or drinking? The answer is yes.
She was tired. She was like, going at the door, and I think she was sleeping too. She was good.
You fucking love that dog so much, don't you? Like, I'm not saying it in a bad way. Like, you truthfully love your dog more than I think most owners love their dog, and I think it's sweet.
Oh yeah, no, she was.
Is she your first dog?
No. Oh yeah, yeah. Terrible stuff. Okay. Okay. All right. Perfect.
There's no way you're gonna make this. You know who the champion is. We both won? Dude,
Awesome. I'll take the win.
how? We're tied.
Very autumn, but
Dog,
maybe in whatever.
dog, I'm gonna smoke you. Are you gonna accept my invite, or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw? Hey, no, I'm not. So you used to have a dog, and you had
Yeah,
a
that's what I had on like the Canadian was alternative.
Veggie.
And I was just supposed to put this dog and put it on her DJ, drop off the dog, and for the night in the month. And then he just ghosted, and then we weren't sure if we were gonna deal with the dog. The dog is like super skinny, like super skinny, not one that well cared for. He's super well trained, like not the healthiest dog in the world. And then we were scared kind of. We really liked him, but we thought that
Who is
JJ was gonna come
who
better.
is we?
We thought, yeah,
Who's we?
we're a little. What?
Who is we?
Like me and my family.
Oh,
Like 80 of it. And he was like, "Oh, I got back for his funeral because my friend got never choose a dog, and never I got stuff to order. And I'll be back for the dog. Like, he just ended up never going back because he kept the dog for like 4 years. It was always good. I drove to across the fucking country with him. Apparently, but he died because of that. And he had a friend that held him was really devastated and traumatized with that.
wow.
That's weird for the US. There's a female.
Lindsey Vaughn, dog. Her name is Lindsey Vaughn. Her name is Lindsey Vaughn.
Nancy Vaughn, yeah, whatever. No one can put her name. Tears her ACL, and she's like, I'm and then she made it down the hill and like totally got like just like totally wrecked.
Do you know that Lindsey Vaughn is Tiger Woods' ex-girlfriend? Do you know that Lindsey Vaughn is Tiger Woods' ex-girlfriend?
Are you fucking serious?
1,000%, dog. That's who he got after all those chicks from like Applebee's um and whatever the fuck her name is, Norda, whatever. Jesper Parnovik's fucking name.
I don't even know the lore.
Dog, you don't not fucking know what Jesper Parnovik is?
I was not in the Tiger Woods is
Fucking shit of it. You consider yourself a
he was shanking girls more than he shanked golf balls.
well, yeah, because he was a really good golfer, dog. He didn't think that many, baby. But look at this shot.
He was shank the ball straight.
That's true.
Did you call
Yeah, I did. I'm the American Austin Powers.
Myers is Canadian.
Yeah, that's why I said I'm the American Austin Powers, and I do know that Mike Myers is Canadian.
Okay, so you're basically lighting it up. Okay.
I'm really biting off James Bond.
Like a 60s version of.
Yeah, that's what Austin Powers. That's what Austin Powers is, dog. Look at this athleticism.
Percent.
Is that the excuse that you're going to give for your shitty play?
For those of you, everyone knows that your phone performance goes clearly up.
I think you can. I think you can come back and win.
I know I can. Despite these like egregious conditions that do it.
That's a miss, and I'm really proud that it's a miss. That's just a miss. It's a terrible shot, and everybody knows it.
Don't worry. There's no. Oh wow. Are you supposed to stick the red one?
Yeah, I was, but I came up with a strategy, a winning strategy, a multi-billion-dollar.
Oh, look at that move. I'm sorry. He's got absolute talk.
Miss.
It's game over for you.
Get out of here. Get out of here with your 2%. Get out of here with your. Hey, dog. Get out of here with your 2%.
Imagine someone on 2%. That's 2% like when my right hand still Florida medal champion demonstrate.
Can I move? Dog. Class, I have to show myself. But yeah. Thank you. When are you gonna play? When are you gonna be back?
What do you think?
I did not have to leave. You said I have to do. Well, why don't you come back tonight? Or are you gonna sit 15 fucking hours, back to back days? Take your time. And it's because of you. I publicly. Like, cool. You do it kind of stuff. I know we keep each other up. I understand.
right, big dog. Let's end on a high note. Why don't you come back tonight and watch fucking Glee Montgomery? He's on Kill Tony, dude. He's on Kill Tony, dude.
I
His,
don't think the way that you spoke about William
no,
you Montgomery
I'm the biggest William Montgomery fan possible, and that's why I understand. It's like somebody who sees their favorite artist not live up to their potential. They can certainly say that they could be better. That's how you know I'm a true fan.
Montgomery's going to next year.
With Bad Bunny.
No, so he doesn't need that.
Bad Bunny's gonna caddy for him.
He can translate.
Okay,
Do you think that first language like the language or you think it's something like a higher something?
no, and I think that's the dumbest thing I may have ever heard in my entire life. I think they were more like mine, like all body language.
Mimes, you think Mimes is a better language?
Not what I said. You asked, do you think the first language was like hieroglyphs or whatever? And I said, no. I think it was body language before that. Body language is more primitive. So why don't you come back? Why don't you come back for Kill Tony tonight? All right. Hey, when you watch your coin, or is it just like another thing that you just burned out on? No, you are though. I will tell you this, my friend. You are not a good project founder. Does your project have a Reddit account? Yes or no? Go. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can't. No, but whenever you have a post, you can put it on Reddit, or you can post with that account on a cryptocurrency subreddit.
I don't think they're
They do. They have some subreddits that are shilling subreddits for meme coins and microcoins. Things like that. So what's your username of the greatest cryptocurrency ever? That's what I'm talking about. You're over here sleeping for 15 fucking hours. I've given you the blueprint. I've given you the textbook strategy on how to be successful, and you're like, okay, well, I could just jerk myself off all day, then that's what you do. Now, I'll quote you directly, and I quote, Bad Bunny is my hero. He is the official spokesperson of the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. I cannot wait to create a Reddit and a subreddit to promote my coin. And William Montgomery has had lackluster performances recently. Unquote. That is a direct quote of yours. Right? Who won the Super Bowl? Oh, yeah. That's absolutely. Okay, the next question that I have for you is, why don't you come and watch the movie? It's on at 6 p.m. Yeah, I do. What's it called? Everybody knows it. Do you like Jeremiah Watkins? Okay, why don't you like him? Dude, if you ever watch old Tony, the old band used to interrupt so much.
Jeremiah.
That's why I said, yeah, dog, I've watched 300 fucking podcasts with that man.
No, he was making fun of you.
No, sometimes it was. Sometimes their shit was funny as fuck. But they just interrupted so much. It would be like somebody taking swings. They'd take 10 swings. One would be funny. The one that they would have that was funny would be really, really funny. But it's like, dude, you interrupted 9 other fucking times. It wasn't worth it. There was a reason why they didn't move them to Oscar during the pandemic. They said, like, Jeremiah Watkins did interviews that he just got a call one day from Tony Hinchcliffe, and he was like, yeah, we're basically just like going in different directions, and you're moving to Austin, and we're not going to be, doing this show anymore. Right, exactly. And, but Jeremiah Watkins did have the opportunity to do stand up in the crypto arena, um, or it was at the church, and they had, no, it was at Phil Tony and they're doing it Phil Tony in May, and um, the one in LA, what was it? At I looked up tickets, but they went live. Like you can't down. Anyway, and oh yeah, and it's gonna be on Netflix. Did you watch the one that they had on Netflix in January? No, you didn't. And you didn't even yeah.
I want you to do from I would be Zoot, I would be leaving the adult like
I was doing under one condition, and that's I don't do not show that.
I'm the one doing yeah, the guy at the computer also.
Exactly. So I would be like, Christ, who left this device on the chair in the adult theater, and why is it so sticky? I can't believe that this device is stuck in the chair. I'm trying to get it off, and I can't. I'm going to go ask one of my colleagues to see if they could assist me. Excuse me, can you please help me to get this device that is stuck to this chair removed? Why, sure, I'll help you. So as we both attempted to remove this device from the cushion, we recognized that this was a bigger job for just two people. So we went and got the manager, and the manager said, "Wow, that is a really tough device. I wonder if we could get a tool chest and see if we can get a crowbar to perhaps unlock it from the seat cushion." So we got a crowbar and had to use three different people's leverage in order to get this device unstuck from the cushion. Fortunately, we were able to do so. When we turned the phone on, we saw a desktop wallpaper of an obviously identifiable body blue, and the rating of porn was kept track of in a very different way within the browser. So I said to one of my colleagues, "Who do you think would have left this device in the theater?" And their response was, "There could be only one person. It's the guy who cuts all the floors in this adult theater routinely." And I said, "Why do you think this phone was left in the all gay porn part of the cinema?" And my colleague said that there's only one person who regularly attends this area of the theater, and their name is Sue. So we took the phone and we decided that we would take it to the front desk. We simply used some latex gloves to be able to ensure that we didn't make contact. And all of a sudden, the phone went off as a ringtone. And the ringtone that we heard was the Pornhub theme music. It went, "Ba-dum, bum, bum." And we tried to answer, which we did. And on the other end, it just so happened to be Sue. Sue, how are you?
Uh,
Well, yes, we found your device. Can you please ensure that you describe some aspects of the phone to us so we know that it's yours?
Yeah, so there's a very detailed spreadsheet on my phone that takes back to 2015. And so I was top on my very detailed. I noticed there my only record associated with my loop. And that would be one I see identified. There's also GPS coordinates that daily to the public computer club and comedy club, which every triangulation that was on particular so I don't know if that's enough.
Why, why's your phone? Why's your phone so sticky?
Yeah, there was I was just in Seattle, and somehow it got really sticky I guess somehow the phone is in my pocket, and then somehow some substance was behind me. I don't wild.
Briefly, can you please answer us the question why
No, I'm not going to
you're in the
figure out.
no, of course not, but it seems that you're in the middle of several simultaneous meetings that but you abandoned them all. Is there a reason for that?
Typically,
Oh, most certainly it does. Well, we've got this one. We're going to leave it at the podcast. We're going to put it in a Ziploc bag, and you're free to pick it up when it breaks.
and not to press this any further. If you're free, the online site, come down to the comedy. Australia, but you will, because even though I'm not you will get very soon. You're welcome.
Awesome. There's this, I was thinking all these fucking different notes, and one of them, I forgot to put, I forgot to put sound over it, and so there's just a little snippet of where Zoo got it. And Zoo asked me, "Do you know who opens for me?" And I say, "Yeah, the same people who close for you. They're noting the crickets." And I thought that was so funny. And I thought it was hilarious that like the video caught that part of it. Because,
I like the concept of freaking things and how to have those.
it doesn't think so. I like how this has gone to his head. Like he's getting his cool ex-girlfriend. He like mentioned it to her, and he's like, "Hey, I'm in an open relationship. I'm a four, but you know, let's get back together." I mean, I don't know. I wish the best for him. I absolutely, positively, though, he, his comedy career exploding. Oh, we didn't ask him if he performed. He, I'm sure he would have told us, but he told me last week that I'm going to perform, and I'm going to. He had like this whole political statement. I don't know if that's a good idea. And then he was like, "I'm just going to go up and wow." So he didn't, he should have told us how he did. Anyway, he did some things. He's an absolute sweeping Australia, sweeping the countryside. Everybody knows it. Uh, I really think that Australia's comedy scene. I did say this. If I go viral, and when I go viral, the write-up of us Adelaide will be like one of the comedy clubs of the world. Like giant. It will be giant. There will be people who will like pay up to just go there. It'll be like the new comedy mothership of Australia.
Uh, down the
Do you know where he's going to open the second one?
I had New York.
Correct. No, he's talked about it, but it's not New York. Most recently, I guess again.
Florida.
Incorrect. Guess again.
And not in Texas or Anyhow, like West Street.
I'm not giving you it.
Am I hotter?
You can guess it. Um, You just assumed that he wasn't going to do it somewhere, but I didn't say yes. No.
They like 8 years ago, podcast stuff that and I said that like it is it's like over like 8 years ago. I don't know what happened. It's like the best these projects. They ask so many um,
I looked into it. We were going to advertise on the podcast in 2016. February. So, um, but I wasn't the one doing that negotiation. We were doing it for somebody else. I didn't get that. Yeah, I do it. I fucking go right to the source of it. How much is it? But at that time, it was something like we had. He was still doing it for like. He wasn't doing flashlight at that time, but I think he found out. I know he was doing flashlight ads. And he also didn't know who Joe Rogan is. We had an SEO guy who came in and was like, "Hey, I see you're doing billboards. I see you're doing radio ads. Have you ever thought about doing Joe Rogan podcast?" And the owner of the business was like, "Who's Joe Rogan?" And like, if you don't know who Joe Rogan is, you might not want to pay him. But look into it a little bit. And to see him go from flashlight ad to he can do anything that he wants. Now, I have a question for you. That one guy who was in your right before you came in, he was like
I am.
right before you came in. There was a guy in here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Apologies, yeah. I was saying yourself. Yeah. Um, and I'm serious about that. I don't understand why anybody doesn't believe me. But if you do something long enough, you will eventually be successful. Now, it's difficult to do things long enough, but we'll take Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan just kept doing his fucking podcast, and he's been doing it now since December 26th, 2009. So that's like 17 years, and we're close to it. And he's on the more than 500 votes. And Mr. Beast, who started in like 2014, is now a billion. Why don't you do the same? Like, you're someone who is always looking for a business, and I think the business is right beneath your nose, and it's yourself. And if you say to yourself, "Look, if I do this for 10 years, even like, what would I say for you? I would just say, start a podcast. And then if you're like, okay, well, where do I get guests? It's really easy. You just go on Kick and you say, hey, do you want to be on my podcast? And do 95%. In fact, I never got anybody who said no. Every single person I ever asked to be on my podcast was on my podcast. And if you do one of those podcasts every single day for a year, you'll be the next Joe Rogan in your own way in 10 years.
Well, I try I this I told you that
Hold on.
I have
Hold on. You didn't tell me to start a podcast. I already have a podcast long before I knew you.
I was track from what I continuing on with your podcast consistently
Yeah.
and restarting it. But I don't know how I had it podcast. I didn't hear the concept. was a handful of some other artists and five there, but I did do 6 episodes and it was very fun. I enjoyed talking to. I had to come up with another.
Did you ever have a state comedy finalist of South Australia?
I don't know if I know work for that. I talked to Z privately, and I enjoy talking to Z. But yeah, I don't know if anyone would one big way. I just do, yeah, talk to people as much as I like. I don't think I'm work with. I don't want to hurt other people listening.
Was your podcast video?
Yeah, it was a video.
That's father as well. Okay. I mean, that's what you're always trying to come up with. Hey, I'm starting on a card. By the way, that zero emission card, that is pretty cool. So the fact that no noise, that gets dangerous. So it should have some. But I thought it was really cool. Yeah, that's why Teslas have to have a sound, at least in the United States.
There's no such thing as a
No, but they in the United States, an electric car has to have a sound.
higher. What do you think the higher probability logic car or the driver being able to see the blind person?
I mean, it's not just blind people, it's children, it's anybody who just can't hear the vehicle.
Okay, fair enough.
But I thought it was. All right. So you gave up after 6 episodes, and that's cool. I can tell you why I don't do my podcast anymore. It takes too long for me to upload it. I just found that record one.
Are you going to record it? You got to record it on. Does it? I guess. Yeah, I'm recording it.
Hold on. My big thing is making sure it's on YouTube. If I do it on Spotify, if I have it go on Spotify, that means I have to download it from YouTube and re-upload it on Spotify, and that takes too long.
I mean, you record it on Google, whatever it's called, Google Meet, and you have the file and downloads to your, and then you can upload it.
Wait, that takes a long time.
Motion.
You don't have to
Hey, oh, I mean, maybe when I did do. Oh, that was another thing. I didn't want people to have to stop their stream. Like a lot of the people I was going for were streamers, and so the advantage of me interviewing them was they didn't have to stop their stream. They could just do it while they were in the stream. So I didn't have to send them a Google Meet or anything like that.
It's a good way to network you guys.
Well, so why don't you do a podcast?
I have it.
What happened? You being serious?
Yeah.
What happened? uncomfortable. So I thought you were. You had a traumatic brain injury? Like an event happened?
Yeah, no, I was on it.
Oh, all right. Well, I'll get into that. All right. Well, then I understand. You're someone who's like, why did you live stream your life?
Yeah, I don't think entertaining.
Dude, it's
I think a lot of other things. A lot of people are just like they're saying like killer. Like I don't know, like it's one in a million. And also the podcast thing and through our inspiring in our class and maybe next one. If ever you have ever made discovering the cure for countless diseases. These conversations are recorded.
you 300 hours. They're, they're scared to, all of our history. It has a lot of stuff on it. You should know the guy in here, his name is Spirit Man. I think I told you this. He does what I do on YouTube. He doesn't do it from as many angles, and he hasn't done it as long. But he's done it like for almost 300 days.
Or
I mean, he has like 300 followers. I mean, that's to be expected. I told him. That's, if you're not being promoted, that's about. He is very. You can look him up on. If you want to look him up on YouTube, his YouTube channel is Spirit. Just come up on YouTube, and you can see his setup. His setup's a little different than mine. Mine is because I have so many different streams. It's like it's in my whole body. Is generous for the stuff that he does sleep on camera. He really does do like things for what I do, except not spending legal for his mom. But like, I think this is becoming more popular, which is nice.
yeah, I mean,
Well, it's the lead. Like basically, if we know anything from Edward Snowden, he said everything can be recorded. So why not just try to monitor it? I would not be the first person to do this. Though I'm the first person to like Tiger as much as I do, and in many things. There may be someone out there. There are people out there who have just done live streams for a long period of time, or like nature cams that are live streamed on the internet, but they don't get archived. And that's what's important about mine. The fact that every 12 hours, I restart my stream. That's what's important about Spirit Man. Every 12 hours, he restarts his stream. So you can go back and view any day of his life for the last almost full year on his streams. That's really important. Yeah.
They threw me off a bit. The person that I love on Twitter that is selling them the hard game. Can I use any of them? No.
No.
They're not.
Isn't that wild?
And it's popular. Like people don't demand that there's no way.
I have a theory that they do have it. They just don't allow people to do it. Okay, so do you want to see his stream and how he's set up? So his thing, if you look up Spirit, Peaceful Revolution, you can see his thing. And he does a hunger strike. No, he eats. Yeah, he's Canadian.
Oh, yeah, better.
Now, again, I found out somebody came in my stream. They're like, oh, I know somebody who does what you do. And I was like, I've been looking for somebody. And I tried to get his attention, and what? But I finally did. I don't think that. But did you see his stream or no? All right, well, why don't you fucking look it up and follow him? All right, so look up Spirit Peaceful Revolution.
Where on YouTube?
Yeah, I'll- it was so nice to find somebody who goes through the same issues that I go through, like troubleshooting and making sure your mic works and falling asleep on camera and eating on camera, and like he has some IRL video, but he's like, it's too hard to do IRL while you're live streaming. It's a lot of data, it's lighting, it's power. It's just like it's way easier to just do it from your house. I'm like, I agree. And he is someone who is working trying to do like more research. I think it's really cool. Did you,
What's the name?
Spirit Peaceful Revolution.
Okay, well, that's nice. Thank you. He's not eating.
I mean, but he eats, so I don't really understand that part of it.
Have you found somehow?
Incorrect. Somebody saw my stream on YouTube and came in here, and we were talking about something completely different. We were talking about Kabbalah, and then some Jewish mysticism. And then I explained to this person later on in the conversation what I did. And he's like, oh, I know somebody who does that, which caused my heart to sink because it was like, how long have we been doing it? How many different streams? I don't know. And then I found, and then he's like, look up Spiritual Revolution. And I did. And that's how I met this person. And then I sent them messages. And a few days went by without any response. And then he came in. And then we got to talking. And we talked for like 5 hours or something the first night. And we like exchanged messages and stuff. And I was like, you should, we have like a common goal. You should live stream in my stream. Or at least be in here in the Discord. I've been in here about every day since.
A lot of interesting on our YouTube channel.
You do.
Like yeah, you give them like a incentive. You mail them like a very like monetarily expensive but unique interesting or that's abstract rabbi like Tamagotchi and everything.
All right.
Have you? I mean, or even if there's like a
Dude, okay, yeah. So, thing that I see people do a lot is they say on X $1,000 giveaway, and they just don't ever give away $1,000, or they'll give away $1,000 worth of their shitty coin, or what they consider to be $1,000, and there's no like. And this makes me think a lot. Like, there's no like giveaway police or like a giveaway authority or contest authority.
like a false locker.
Yeah, these aren't big enough to like qualify for that. And yeah, but these guys are in fucking Nigeria. Like, nobody's gonna fuck with them. Yeah. Wait, but
you argue that you don't actually do that.
absolutely. If you, the key is you just want to put it in the title of your Twitter, and then you get people to join. But it doesn't say like we're going to be giving away $1,000 today. It could be we're going to give away $1,000 150 years from now. Right. And then they, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, basically, people just straight up lie that way.
Or you just ignore the topic. Don't mention it.
I mean, that's what people are doing. Like, I see people do that all the time. Just like, raise their, how many people are in their space. To the point where if I ever see giveaways, I don't even fucking pay attention. And then when they do giveaways, they're like, hey, we're having a contest. Be the first person to repost and like and bookmark, and we're going to do a giveaway at the end. And then they just pick their friend. And it's like, they don't ever really give it away. It's just for show. So, you know who Brendan Schaub is? Exactly. So he gets in trouble for doing this. I don't know if he's over it, but there's an investigation on it. So this is what he does. And I thought of you when I heard about this scam because you fucking love scams. And you know I fucking love this guy's downfall. I'm upset.
I think they're
All right, so I know you do. So here's what he does. And he's done this like 2 or 3 times, and people are catching on to him. And he's not the only one to do this. This is a big thing that influencers do. So what they do is they say, "Hey, we're gonna have a truck giveaway," or that's what Brendan Schaub is. Well, we're giving away a car, but I'm gonna be doing what Brendan Schaub. He goes, "We're doing a truck giveaway. All you have to do is buy a piece of merch on our merchandise site, and you're gonna be entered to win. And you could be automatically entered if you send us a postcard or something like that. So it's no purchase necessary." So what he does is he gets all these loser douches to go and buy a fucking hat of his or a T-shirt of his, whatever it is. And then Brendan Schaub drives the truck for like 6 months, and after every show he goes, "We're giving away the truck. Like all you have to do is buy a piece of merchandise," and he makes money on the merchandise. He makes pretty good money on the merchandise. Then once they're going to do the giveaway, he gives the truck away to a friend or like a colleague or confidant or something, and he says, "Oh, we did the truck giveaway. You know, like thanks for everybody who entered." And then the person who won the truck then sells the truck, and takes the cash for it, and gives it back to Brendan Schaub. So basically, Brendan Schaub's making all this money on the merchandise, not losing that much. Does this make sense? Right. And so there are some states where like they're like even more intense about this. But this is what happened in Brandon Schaub. Like I think it was his second trip giveaway or his second thing it was. So it was when he was in LA and he's like, "Hey, we're doing this truck giveaway or whatever. All you have to do is buy a piece of merchandise or whatever." And the guy who won in Colorado. And he was like a truck, like a truck, what would it call it? Like someone who does modifications on trucks, which is exactly what Brendan Schaub does. And guess from what state Brendan Schaub is? Colorado, where the guy won. And so all these people are like, "Dude, you just literally found somebody who does truck modifications in your like home state and just gave him the truck." So he then moves to Austin. He comes to Austin and he's like, "We're doing another truck giveaway. It's $100,000 truck or whatever." And they do the same thing for 6 months. They just say, "Everybody buy this truck or whatever." Hello. Everybody buy this truck for 6 months, or everybody buy the merchandise for 6 months. And then everybody buys the merchandise. And then they're going to do the truck giveaway. And wouldn't you know it, they give away the truck. And of all the states, there are 50 states, they do Canada as well. Where do you think the winner's from? Like they're not from Colorado, but they're from Texas, which is like, all right. And so they gives away the truck plus $10,000. And wouldn't you know it, the next day, the winner, quote unquote, was some like pastor or something. The winner basically sold the truck or put the truck up for sale in Florida, in the same city as where Brendan Schaub's manager is based out of, like in Palm Beach or something like that. And so all these people are like, "Dude, you are running such a fucking scam." And then he doesn't mention it. So he actually had to put a post up on his Instagram saying, "Hey, I didn't know that this person was just gonna straight up sell the truck immediately. I had no idea about this. But you should know, like thank you to everybody who participated or whatever." All these people are like, "Dude, you are just scamming people to get people to buy your shitty ass virtual shit no matter what." And then on top of that, the way that he talking about this is so stupid. Like, I don't even know why this is legal. I don't think it is. But he'll say this. Like when the contest starts, hey, if you buy a hat, that's one entry. If you buy a hat and a shirt, that's two entries. But by the time you're getting towards the end of the lottery, if you like, if you buy a hat, it's 500 times the entries. And if you buy a shirt, it's another 500 times. So if you buy a hat and a shirt, it's 1,000 times the entries. You know, like it just makes up fucking numbers. Anybody who like has a brain would never fucking participate in this. And then you go to the website and actually see, and it's like all the people who bought the merch, they have reviews, and of the reviews, let's say you've got 20 things you could buy. Of the 20 things you can buy, there are only like 5 reviewers, and they buy multiple shit, and they all give it 5 stars, and they all have these like fake reviews on them. And I mean, he's a huge scammer. I fucking can't get enough of his shit though. I am absolutely obsessed, and the reason why I'm obsessed is because his subreddit is so fucking funny, dude. Oh yeah, oh I'm all in. Doug, I'm so in that I'm obsessed with the podcast. That is obsessed with his podcast. I'm obsessed with it. It's called 10 Minutes of Shab. I fucking stream this 24/7. I watch every fucking episode. I'm in their subreddit or I'm in their Discord. Like, you have to imagine when you have a popular podcast that's based on how shitty your podcast is. That's some like fucking. Uh, that's some. Oh yeah, a ton of them. Yeah, that's some Inception shit. Yeah, so here's the fucking. I am so into this. Dude, I wish somebody else I knew fucking was into this guy's life and what time because. But I'm glad I found the Discord because those guys are more obsessed than I am. So all I have to do is type in giveaway. It's like, oh, there are a bunch of threads about the giveaway. Last giveaway of the week, y'all. Scam giveaway is over. He's already preparing for an anticlimactic winner, and he admits he doesn't even like the car. The car giveaway drift explained by an expert. So they have this guy who like explains like what this scam is. Yeah, that's exactly right. Oh, dude, that's the funniest shit about this. There's a whole language that you learn to speak when you fucking start watching this stuff. And it's even on Wikipedia. It's called Schwabanese. And there's like it's so fucking funny. You literally learn like new English because this guy fucks up so many words. And then people just use it to mock him on subreddit. It is hysterical. It's absolutely hysterical. And the thing is, for as shitty as he is, he's not the worst person on his own fucking podcast. The guy he teamed up with is a 4-time sexual predator, according to the Los Angeles Times. This guy raped chicks, like, and when they like basically they're like Los Angeles Times articles about how Brian Callen is a serial rapist. Like, it's ridiculous. So I've had this podcast, and it is such a clusterfuck. They used to do it when they were in LA. They used to do it from like a really nice studio that Howie Mandel paid like they would rent from him. And it was like, but then Joe Rogan moved to Austin, and these guys were basically losing their notoriety. No one wanted to be on their show anymore because Brendan Schaub is seen as a total douche, and his partner is seen as a rapist. And so they're like, dude, nobody wants to be on our show anymore. Maybe we go to Austin, and it'll change our career. And Joe Rogan said to Brian Callen, move to Austin and change your career. So Brian moves to fucking Austin, buys a house in the middle of nowhere that's way too expensive for him, and he's like having to pay a mortgage in Austin and a mortgage in California because he was married. Then these allegations came out, and his wife divorced him because he cheating on her, and so he's got to pay alimony to her, $25,000 a month. Like I don't even know everything about these assholes' lives, and he has to pay like his mortgage. So he's got two older kids, and then he met a new lady, and she lives with him in Austin. Then there's Brendan Schaub. And this guy has nothing going in his life. Everything he touches turns to shit. He says that he was in the NFL, but he was not. He did play Division One football, like 3 plays, like nothing the NFL won. Then he gets in the UFC, and he goes 10-5 in the UFC. He was on the UFC show, The Ultimate Fighter, during their like really big year, and but he wasn't a very that good of a UFC fighter. But he was the first professional athlete that they say that had a podcast. So this podcast that they had, the fighter, used to be really popular, especially when podcasts were new and Joe Rogan was doing his thing. And Brendan Schaub became the #1 guest in the history of the Joe Rogan experience, and he could use that as leverage on people. Like, hey, come on my podcast. I'm the #1 guest on the biggest podcast in the world. So people would do that. But then they found out that Brendan Schaub was just a grifter, and he was cheating on his wife with all these girls, and that all came out. And his partner turned out to be a serial rapist, so they just were like two. And then so they moved to Austin. Now that they're in Austin, remember I said they had like a really nice studio in LA. In Austin, they can't afford any of that shit. So they do their fucking podcast from like a storage unit, and it's not even like dedicated. The storage unit is not dedicated to their podcast. It's really dedicated to like rented cars. So they're doing this podcast, and there's like all kinds of noise that's going on, air conditioning and fire alarms that go off. And these guys are trying to make this as serious as possible. Now, Brian Callen, the reason why he doesn't leave the podcast is because he's paid $25,000 per month to be on this show. And Brendan Schaub has to. That's the beautiful thing. They used to get millions of viewers. Now, every week, whenever they do a show, it's always 40,000 viewers. And the thing is, they're just botting their own. They're botting their own podcast to try to keep numbers up so that they can continue to get sponsors. And so they have these sponsors come in, but then if you, for sure, but
Just like canceling.
they absolutely do. So they're always getting new sponsors. Like nobody's ever consistent. And whenever they get a sponsor, you have to understand these guys have a subreddit of nearly 200,000 people. That's a big fucking city. I mean, not like a giant, but it's like a big, it's like a small to medium-sized city of people who just love to shit on it. And anything that they do.
Everything they stand for.
Yeah, exactly. And so there's like this whole lore, there's a whole language. Like, and the thing is, one of the things that they do is they say they refuse to read the comments because Joe Rogan says don't read the comments. So they do everything that Joe Rogan says. And the thing is, if you read the comments, it's just people who are shitting on them the whole time. And the thing is, they're never going to turn this podcast around. Once you have a podcast that goes from 1 million people watching it per week to 40,000 live, it's dead. Nobody wants it.
What is Joe Rogan?
So Joe Rogan does not have them on. He has them on. Well, he doesn't have Brendan Schaub on as a guest anymore. The only time he has them on is when they do Fight Companion because he can use his expertise, quote unquote. But not really. Joe Rogan knows a heck of a lot more than Brendan Schaub does about fighting. Joe Rogan has seen more fights than anybody ever, basically. And Brendan Callen just kind of comes along. So Ryan Callen, Joe Rogan said, move to Texas, it'll change your career. So Ryan Callen moved to Texas under Joe Rogan's guidance. And Joe Rogan was like, put out a special from the comedy mothership, and then you can start doing like big arenas and stuff. So Brian Callen puts out a special, and it bombed. Not as badly as Brendan Schaub's bomb, but still really bad. To the point where Brian Callen can't sell out like even moderately large like place whenever he does a comedy club. It's always like $5 tickets and two for $5. Like basically, like they're not even like comedy clubs don't care about it. And Brendan Schaub totally gave up on comedy because nobody was coming to his show. And so it's just these two guys that are on this sinking ship, and it's absolutely hilarious. This fucking subreddit. I check this subreddit. I'm not kidding, guys. Times a day. I mean, I check it all the fucking time because it is so funny what people put together. I check it 50 times a day, maybe not 50, but like at least 20. No. They used to acknowledge that this fucking subreddit exists until recently. They finally had somebody on. Like, you guys know that there's a subreddit, right? And they're like, we don't really know that much about Reddit. Not really. Like, people told us about it. And they're like, no, you have to read into it. You have to understand that there is a giant audience out there. And some of the stuff that they put together is really funny. So why don't you feature it on your show and try to win some of these people back? And so they have been doing that a little bit recently. But the thing that I absolutely love about this Brendan Schaub, it's so fucking hysterical that I say this, but he is absolutely obsessed with his kids' sports to the point where it's like it becomes entertaining how much this guy cares about his kids' sports. Now, it'd be one thing to be like, maybe it's just a really good dad. Really good dads don't cheat on their mom, and don't do it like all the time like he used to. Additionally, it'd be another thing to be like, well, maybe he really cares a lot about his kids. No, because when his kids fuck up, he like tears them to shit. And he last year got thrown out of a game, thrown out of a little league game, and it made so much media attention. It got on TV. Like who the fuck is in a T-ball game and gets thrown out and gets on TNT? But this guy does. So he's obsessed because he thinks exactly. And once he left California, all the dads in where he was living, Calabasas, were just making fun of him about like, oh, thank God he's gone. Basically, anyway, but they weren't like nothing about his kid. Like the kid, he doesn't like to keep separate. But there's this. Like his mom that's going to go up one of these days. His son is like 9 years old. His other son is like he has 6 years old. And then he's got a daughter who's like a designer baby. She's like 32 or something like that. And
Designer.
it means that like both his parents are like the dad is Brenda Schaub, who looks like Turkish, Latinx. The mom is Mexican. They say that she was born in the United States, but then in other interviews, they say she's born in Guadalajara. They say that she came here illegally. Just like, you don't know what to believe with these people, but yet their daughter is blonde hair, blue eyes, meaning you're able to like choose some of the characteristics of it. And it's unfortunate. Yeah, exactly. And they. The thing is, one thing if it were like, well, how's his wife? Is she like a nice lady? No, she's like a wannabe Kim Kardashian girl who is like trying to be an influencer, and nobody gives a fuck about it. And so it's like these two. It's like an incredibly messy situation that 200,000 people can't get enough of. And I know it's a lot more than that. And then there are people who are in the comedy world who are watching this all the time. Like Shane Gillis comments on it, and like Steve-O comments on it, and Tony Hinchcliffe comments on it, and like Brian Redband, like all these people know that like this is like the worst it's the worst podcast ever. The people all they do is talk about the most lame shit. They talk about children's sports, and the funny thing is about the children's sports is Brendan, because he's like a failed like a football player and UFC fighter, and he failed at just like this list of things that he failed at. It's like 25 things deep that he is putting all his eggs in one basket for his kid to be a professional athlete. And yes, his kid is pretty big right now as a 9-year-old, but once you start getting into kids like going through puberty and stuff, he's just gonna be a regular kid. And on top of that, when he's playing sports against other kids and they start to find out that the whole internet thinks that your family is a huge laughing stock, it is a terrible situation for a child. So there's like that element to it that is just gonna implode on itself. Um, so on top of that, the reason why as well I get really into this is because the guy puts out a lot of content. Like there's a reason why Joe Rogan. He puts out 9 hours of content a week, which is a lot. And Brian or Brendan Shaw puts out a Monday show that's 1 hour. He puts out a Tuesday show that's another hour. He puts out he started a new Thursday show that's another hour. That's 3 hours. He's got another show on Thursday that's 2 hours, and he puts out a show on Friday for 5 hours. So he puts out like 5 hours of content a week. So there's a lot to make fun of him for. But the thing is, he's not a really smart guy. He doesn't have any great takes. No one who is a good like podcast guest wants to be on his show because his guys are just like a joke that he just doesn't have anything to talk about. And these people in the subreddit, if the subreddit didn't exist, I would never care about this podcast. But the subreddit is so funny that people make memes about it, they make videos about it. Dude, they do parody songs about it that are absolutely hysterical, and you get into the lore to the point where there are several other podcasts that are dedicated just to this guy's podcast. So one is called 10 Minutes of Shab. They do another one called Raccoon Tweeties, which is semi-related. There's another one. This guy Unique does it. So Brendan Schaub, this is Brendan Schaub's show. They talk for the first 10 minutes about what's going on in Little League Baseball. And then he spends 15 minutes talking about like world events, but not world events, like Instagram news. And then he goes to people's different Instagrams and shows their videos on his stream. So basically, he steals other people's content and shows it on his stream. So what somebody did was they took Brendan Schaub's videos and put it on their stream, and they were like, "Hey, this guy's podcast, and I'm gonna out comment on it." Brendan Schaub, so he sued this guy with what he calls his monster lawyers. These beasts of legal mind. And this became a really important precedent in actually the YouTube world on like how much content can you use of another person. And Brendan Schaub ended up losing to this small little podcast, small little like YouTube account. And then Brendan Schaub appealed the decision and so basically like this guy has a guy podcast. He sues little YouTubers who like make comments on his. He is obsessed with children's sports. His wife would leave him, but she can't get anybody better. She's absolutely vapid. His co-host is a serial pedophile. I shouldn't say that. Hold on, that's a different story. His co-host is a serial rapist. He does another show with the guy who got caught texting and sexting underage girls. So he has two co-hosts on different shows. One of them, the LA Times said was a rapist, and the other one is a pederast, or at least somebody who has underage girls to send him nude pics. And this guy's like in the middle. And it's absolutely the biggest question of a podcast. not interesting. Every time I put it on, I say, I absolutely hate this fucking podcast. But once it's done, I go to the subreddit and it's like 50 new things about all these people making fun of this guy. And it's hysterical.
No, Reddit.
Dude, I'm gonna send you what I sent to Zoom. And this is it's like all the war that comes. You know who Bobby is?
You know,
Isn't he a
yeah,
yeah. He's involved with these people somehow.
yeah,
I was just gonna say that. Is that yeah. These guys are all related, and there's this huge war of uh, Bobby Lee. So basically, if you go to the thing that I just sent you on X, it's called the There's a lot more than that. I misspoke. So if you go to, you just watch these one after another, and they're absolutely hilarious. People literally use the guy's own words against him. They'll be like Brendan Child will say, "I hate when people mention their kids' sports. It's like nobody cares about your kids' sports." He literally will say that in one of his podcasts. And then the next 300 podcasts in a row, all you hear about in the first 10 minutes is about Little League Baseball and like youth football. It's like, dude, did you not fucking do yourself? And this guy's just become an absolute laughing stock. All right, so in terms of Bobby Lee, so fun. So Bobby Lee has a podcast called Bad Friend, and then he also has one called Tiger Belly. And Brendan Shaw, because Brendan Shaw's a home dog. Do you know who Delilah is? Yeah. Okay. Well, you know, it was his girlfriend. All right. So while they were still together, and Brendan Shaw was married, he hit up Delilah, basically trying to like hook up with her, and she's like not interested. Aren't you married? Like, and there's this other girl named Andy Letterman, who is a stand-up comedian at the Comedy Store, and there's this lore that basically everyone who says, oh, they expose him in the worst way, to the point where they force him off the show and like confront. That's what the chronicles are. That's what I sent you. And so Brendan, so basically Andy Letterman and Delilah and Esther, they have a show called Trash Tuesday, where they just go on and gab about chick shit. Well, this one episode, Andy Letterman was on Trash Tuesday. So this one episode, they didn't mention any names, but Andy was like, "Yeah, I was at the Comedy Store recently, and this comedian, we won't name him, was like, hey, you want to walk me to my truck?" And that phrase alone, like, ignited the crowd. And they were all laughing at this person who didn't think who it was. And Kalai was like, oh, I know who you're talking about. That guy messaged me New Year's Eve a few years ago asking me, like, if I wanted to hook up. And I was like, aren't you married? And they're like, yeah, what a classic move. But it never mentioned his name. So what ended up happening was the whole subreddit, because all these podcasts are basically related. They're comedy podcasts that revolve around the Comedy Store in LA or the Comedy Mothership in Hollywood. They're all very incestuous. And so the Fire and the Kid subreddit finds out about this, and they're like, "Oh, that was Brendan Shaw that did this." So people made movies, made fucking compilations about it, made like parody songs, and then the songs were actually really good. So like, they actually caught on with people. They had people making Spotify channels, all this. Basically, if I start making fun of Brendan Shaw, you are cheating on your life with these comedians, and they're on. So they asked Brendan Shaw to come on the show, or he asked to be on the show, and he comes on the show, and he's like, "Yeah, I just want to get everything in the open, and like, basically, like, I don't like the bullying or whatever." And they're like, "We didn't even mention your name. Like, the fact that you're here right now is you basically taking credit for these things, but we didn't say your name. We didn't. We just basically said there was just one guy at the Comedy Store, and the reason why everybody knew who it was Ann Letterman said, "What do you think? Like, you're gonna walk me to your truck, and I'm gonna suck your unfunny dick?" And the fact that she said unfunny dick meant that like everybody knew who was the comedian who nobody finds funny. And so he gets on Tiger Belly and basically says, "Well, I hired a bunch of hackers basically to see who was behind my subreddit because obviously it's become really popular and I have no control over it. And it turns out that I think it's you guys. I think it's from the Tiger Belly group, and they're like, "What are you talking about?" And it's like I just had some hackers like dig into Reddit, and they said that the people Bobby Lee was behind it. And Bobby Lee, you know anything about Bobby Lee? He can barely turn on a computer. He's like, I don't even know how to turn on a computer. Like he's like, and they asked Brendan Trump, they're like, "Do you even know how Reddit works?" And he's like, "No, I don't." And they're like, "You like like happy."
Uh, yeah, that's like great.
So let's watch them both. We'll watch the part one. I'm ready when you are. Oh, one more thing. You're gonna be like, "What is PFK?" So, and what are yeah, yeah. And what are homeless kids? So there's this one. Like Brendan Trump has no respect for any type of negativity in his world. And so this one time he had a fight at like some UFC fight, and he got his ass kicked. And then afterward, he went to the PF Chang's, which is like a a Chinese restaurant, with like a chain. And when he got to the table, they had like a waiter there. The waiter was like, um, "Oh, like I'm a big fan of UFC. Like, how'd everything go?" And Brendan Shaw was like, "No, I don't really want to talk about it. I'm like, I'm feeling better." And this was right after the fight. And so the waiter was like telling Brendan Shaw like how he could have fought better. And Brendan Shaw did some later interviews like, "Look, I don't give a shit about after I lose a fight, like what your fucking opinion is. It's just some server at like PFJ." And then he had this other interview that he did where he's like, "Look, if you're a detractor of mine, I don't care about your opinion. It's like you're a homeless cat. Like I could give a shit about what you are." So the lore has become that like this group of 200,000 people in the subreddit, they are homeless cats who work at Pink Chain. And so you'll see a lot of like descriptions about this, about what it does is of these people who are like cooks in a Chinese restaurant. That's the one. Okay. With that being said, I'm ready for your when you get ready.
All right, I'll go. Go.
I'm gonna go.
I am. Oh, you're not gonna watch it?
I started watching it.
It's 11 minutes long. Okay. All right. Well,
I don't know.
all right, well, I'm telling you, there's a lot of content here.
All right, I'll listen. Do you know what happened to
BBC reporter.
he had his own like
she?
Oh, Alex Jones.
Oh, you
That is
mean
crazy.
episode 911?
What do you think?
Episode 911 is the Joe Rogan experience?
He has like a very.
Look up episode 911 of the Joe Rogan experience. And let me know if I'm right.
How many other Alex Jones are out there?
I don't know, but I just think another Alex Jones who's a woman reporter for the BBC.
And was she on? Yeah. You remember Eddie Brown? Oh, they ran it last. That's yeah. What happened to Eddie Bravo? Do you have any idea?
It was just a fucking. I'm getting all the Joe Rogan shit. And so people are asking, dude, why doesn't Joe Rogan, instead of going on like Peter Thiel and all these fucking weirdos, what billionaire people, why doesn't he go back to like who he used to have on Eddie Bravo? So the last time Eddie Bravo was on 2 years ago, and I believe it was a fight, and like they only have Eddie Bravo on when it's like something like fight related because he's like into that 10th planet and everything, but nothing like he used to have him on when he would just have these wild theories and stuff, and he would just start talking about stuff like that. And they basically said that Joe Rogan now has got into this world where he's trying to become a billionaire, and his the people around him are like influential people. They're the president, they're the head of the FBI, and like the head of talent here. It's Elon Musk, it's Mark Zuckerberg, and he's like basically not doesn't want to disrupt what they're doing. So, and he knows that Eddie Bravo is a threat to them. So they don't have. He has had.
The rest of talent here.
Eddie Bravo will cut to shit and say, "Dude, this is a Big Brother's thing, and this is what I've been talking about for a decade or more than that, 2 decades, of being Joe Rogan's friend." And Joe Rogan knows that, and he's gonna say, basically, like, you have all these guys, but you don't confront them on it. You just let them go and talk about their book or whatever, and it's like um, you're basically like you're selling out. You're selling out, and Joe Rogan doesn't want.
I mean, doesn't he have a point though? A little bit? People are questionable things.
Oh, dude, Joe Rogan said that. Pissed off at him. They feel very disappointed in him, and they're like the way that Reddit
Just kissing ass without billionaire.
Doug. Yeah. If you know anything about the history of the Joe Rogan experience, he used to have his own set of forums that were like Reddit, but just his own. But then people like basically would make all kinds of like racist remarks on it and stuff. He didn't want to have that reflect of him, so he shut it down. And then everything went to Reddit. Then Reddit is run by faceless moderator team, and the moderator of the Joe Rogan experience, the Joe Rogan Reddit, his name is I mean, no, but it's like something like Operation Drink or something like that. And he's only been a moderator for 2 years, and it's Canadian, which people aren't happy about. It's like, look, this is an American podcast. It's like, why is it somebody from another country that's running this giant, the biggest podcast in the world, but also someone who has a I'm in agreement with you on that. Many of the topics in the Joe Rogan summary are so they feel like they might have this fucking Canadian guy running this, and he's the top mod, and all the other moderators only get that.
How political
It used to be much more political until this Canadian guy started running it. And he even put out an announcement: we won't have political discussions anymore in the Joe Rogan subreddit, and then he faced like a lot of backlash, so he had to reverse that. I agree with that, but this was like 2 months ago. They put out this big long message, but it was mocked in the Fighter and the Fifth. It was mocked. Like all of these subreddits are very similar. Like once you get into Joe Rogan experience, then you get into Bill Tony, then you get into the Fighter and the Kid and Bad Friends and maybe wrong and the Mass and Change Secret Podcast. Like they're all the fucking same, or they're all the same. Like the Rogan verse, the podcast world. Theo, Tim Dillon, they all come the same thing. Anyway, 2 months ago, they came out with this big long letter saying we will no longer allow political discussions to happen. And so all the people who put out like stuff that affects Americans primarily, they wouldn't let any of that discussion happen. When this used to be one of the biggest places to have it. And the subreddit faced backlash, basically all these people saying that it's been corrupted and that there's this fucking Canadian who is at the top and he won't let anyone in. When people say, hey, why do you keep taking down our political politics? He says, because the moderators decided on it. But he's the only moderator, basically, who has any say. And if you know how Reddit works, it's very mysterious who gets to be a moderator and who gets to be an administrator, like actually work. Well, yeah, I mean, it's funny now, and then from there, it's I forget the parent company of that, but it's basically this like giant magazine conglomerate, and then also Sam Altman, who owns 10% of it, is also OpenAI, and it's like Sam Altman got 90 or what is it, something like 60% of all ChatGPT responses are just in Reddit, and like 30% are from Google.
Oh, geez. Sam Altman had some really easy jobs to start up. That was theoretically, it's not like a terrified like sports standalone application. That's why it didn't take off. Do you know about a startup? It's basically premise is that it's like a the notion was that people will want to share their location in the future and broadcast their location to everyone in the future. And yeah, also I guess the concept give Snapchat and Instagram, like Instagram, have like your location sharing, which I'm not. It's like yeah, on the same level.
Interesting. One time I tried to go like at least I was trying to go viral on Snapchat. I had more Snapchats taken from my house than Disney. Like there were 2 spots in Orange County that were bright red, and one of them was my house, and the other one was Disney. Mine was big.
Right.
Oh, you know how they have like a Doppler map? Like it's like a heat map of where people are taking Snapchat.
Okay.
So there were spots in Orange County, and mine was bigger than his. I created a bot on like 6 different devices that every 15 seconds it would create a Snapchat and upload it. So, you know, Disneyland didn't have that much going on at that time. It might have had like, maybe like 3 people per minute uploading for Snapchat, but definitely not 6 people, and not continuously and not overnight and stuff. And then I took a screenshot of it, and then yeah, it worked. So I was able to create like when you looked at the map, it was like one of the most dense areas for people to be Snapchatting, and the entire work. Like I think it got even pink. Like it had so much. But Snapchat is such a bad um, way to communicate with people. It is like I don't even know how you don't have like a page where people can look at your shit. You know what I mean? Like Instagram, you can look at somebody's feed, or TikTok, just saying there's no version of it.
They have a few it's like a consent your Snapchat like a profile, like your profile Snapchat that exists for a long time.
Okay, I mean they could have certainly changed it, but like you can only like save people's Snapchat. You can't create your own content where you be like, hey, I'm gonna well you could make videos, but and so what I would do is I just have this bot that just would create I have like a significant amount of my life on Snapchat that's just been archived. And but you know how like they get popular snappers? You know what I'm talking about? Like there's this section where people like can make money and monetize it.
Yeah.
And like that's really difficult to do. To go from like anonymous Snapchatter to really popular. I just and on top of that it was like a lot of kids when I didn't want to be like no kid is gonna make it go viral. Who would make it go viral? Some pretty big influencer on Twitter or Instagram, YouTube or something like that. There's a much
So I feel like you can't like Snapchat, right? Like the only thing that you can do for Snapchat is like a location basically and help other people. But you know what? Basically, it's like under that location.
yeah, you can do you can do so what I would do is I would create chat groups with people. You can have like 300 people in a group. You can have like different groups. So I would have all these huge amounts of people, add them to different groups, and then spam them constantly until everybody in the group like this this uh this this spell or this verse and like left and then the only people who were in it were like fucking people in the Middle East. Like the Middle East is really big for Snapchat for some reason. Like Saudi Arabia, right? Um, I don't know why, just is. So anyway, I tried that for like a long period of time, and then I even got Snapchat Plus, which was it allowed you to use a computer with Snapchat, and I did all the Snapchat, the filters, all that shit. I did it all. I mean, I know you create a 15-second video of yourself, and then what? Send it to your friends. That's it. But nobody can search that.
There's no Snapchat to 500 people and send them them individually. Already, it's other things. It's really just like a peer-to-peer.
Agreed. Agreed. That's why I did not find it to be beneficial. But I did try like to milk it for the thinking that I could, which is like, okay, I'm gonna fucking compete with this guy, which was like the biggest thing that I could find around. And I did. I was bigger than Santa Monica Pier. I was bigger than Beverly Hills. I was bigger than Los Angeles. And I was bigger than Disneyland. Disneyland's like the big place where people Snapchat. Now, I couldn't keep it up, meaning, I mean, I could actually. I could keep it up. But it was just fucking bots just snapping my fucking life for like maybe I did that for like a week. But nobody cared. Like, I didn't get a fucking like out of it. I didn't get anybody who like reposted it. There's just no interaction. And I was just like, this is basically for people to just share their location and share their facial information. There's no interaction. There's no like let's say you were trying to start a business Snapchat's the worst fucking place to do it. It's like nobody's gonna see your shit. I know they do have like promoted Snap, but those were I didn't like you had to be an influencer for like a influencer, and I was any of those things. And so all I found the thing that I would do is just add a bunch of people to a group Snapchat of 200 people, and then just spam the shit out of them, and then they all disperse, and then I would just do that. And I haven't found Snapchat to ever be really efficient. So I'm sure it would be if the big thing about Snapchat what I found it to be beneficial is they allowed you only had to be 13 years old to use it, and I still think that's true. And they said that your facial stuff wasn't safe, but it all was safe, and that people sent shit to each other. That's like, and it hasn't changed. But anyway, not. It's not
People being busted. Snapchat, they're like, hey,
no. Oh, maybe for the location information, but the big one with that one is pornography. I think that's a giant one, and that you get two people who are like 15 years old, sending each other, like they should be sending each other, and then they both get charged with being possessing sexual abuse material. Then they both have like this has always been a stupid one to me. If you're a 17-year-old person and you take a picture of your genitalia and save it on your phone, that's illegal. Like it's considered having like child sexual abuse material. I think that's like that's kids are charged with that all the time. But they don't have a and all right. So I mean they could. I don't control that stuff, but they don't because it's more people to prosecute. There's that. I've never found Snapchat to be a viable way to share information. The best way that I have is that. That's the best. And I've been doing this now 110 days. Um, 100, 100. I'm at 100 days. So I'm at 99 days, and I've got 3,800 followers. I don't even do it every single day, and that's really good. Additionally, I'm closing in on one entire year of doing X Spaces 24/7 on video. Like nobody does X Spaces 24/7. Nobody. And nobody does it on video. Nobody simply does it on video 24/7 for an entire year. So I'm pretty jazzed about that.
I agree with that.
I think that's a cool thing that like
Literally, on that, like a fake number that is.
oh that's different. No, that's a great question. You would think that 38 people are watching me simultaneously. No, that means 38 people.
Uh,
You mean on my X then?
yeah,
Yeah. But that's
number 30. Oh, damn, yeah, I'm sorry.
yeah. You would think that's how all the other platforms work. But no. And that's what I thought. Like, that's
I mean, now, like, other numbers, say, like, whether or not,
at least with the pink ones, yeah. So like when you see somebody have 50 people, and it says pink, that means 50 people have. Um, I- but that's not even what I'm talking about. That's a different one. That pink. I'm talking about X races. So, like two videos on X going simultaneously. One is just that video that's like always, and then another one's an X race that I'm posting that's also a video. So I have a lot of data on X, and it's on a different account. But like I think it's really cool. There's an entire year of my life on X. Like, and that's baller. I think it would be cool that people would be able. You can certainly do it for years on YouTube and on Instagram and some of the places the time, but I've never been able to do it on X for this long and not get banned. Get banned for one reason. But fortunately, I have not. And that's good.
back, no, Sandy Hook, yes,
I
like what the news is, I don't know.
no, the BBC.
You didn't watch the Russian episode, I don't know.
Perhaps that was when it was maybe on my YouTube algorithm, but
You're not
the BBC report, yeah, but the other person.
what about the person
Okay, so I'm familiar with the internal with what you're saying.
like how they Sandy Hook, the shooting hoax, and do you know anything about the Sandy Hook?
No.
Everything's so fast.
Allegedly, the person in from media company for like billions of dollars that had to lose their website. Elon Musk bought it. All that.
Oh, so you know some
And what I've said, I don't know if that's all true. I don't know. I know that Sandy Hook, um, there were some questions about the parents there, especially one parent in particular who was laughing right before going to a press conference. Yeah, go ahead. What about
yeah, no, I don't know. I think it's shooting a bunch of Twitter and all this a confirmation of all the things that are very questionable and just the narrative of like one and one parent who was maybe not a serious speech first one and that guy was very like advertising himself as a Christ make people a fundraiser set up to give for I hope that we have to make people that we want to do the money and then simple because recognize as a sign-in thing on a construction project for people to further sign in. So media, that's something the spirit is not a lot of questions surrounding the body. If years later, there's photographic evidence of the kids going out to or not actually, there has a lot of purpose. And as I go into all these very questions, my mind is blown when I thought, oh, like absolutely scary. Once I saw that, I was like, guys, it's very suspicious, but I was just, it came to my head that I was wondering, need to more about and because of the powers of criticize this conference for it, and then the same thing that people showed up successfully with not with $1.5 billion, and basically how it is like the real get the life with $1 billion. He was also like finally like singing about song if you think he was also encouraging the father to go by the like some friend that was father company that he could dodge payments basically he's like huge like from criticizing the San Diego student, which is pretty loud.
I mean, you ended up at David Shop to discuss that.
Well, yeah.
Okay, that's I understand. No, you did. You said I don't want to watch 30 minutes worth of. We could watch. Let's watch a British Job shit. Here's okay, so if you look for all this shit, Zoo would come to me and he'd be like, "He has absolutely nothing. He's just letting shit. Like, he'll just be like, who's the biggest? Who's the worst? Who's the favorite? Who's the, and I get that, but he goes, who's the worst comedian of all time? You know, he'd be like, well, aside from you, Brendan Schaub, he's got the worst ranked. Uh, he's got the worst ranked comedy special in the history of IMDb. He has one comedy special that's a 1.7 called You'd Be Surprised. The reason why it's called You'd Be Surprised is because Brendan Schaub was on the Joe Rogan Experience, and, or actually, Joe Rogan was on the Fighter and the Kid, though it took place at Joe Rogan's studio. So they basically did a Fighter and the Kid episode from Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan was like, "Look, you're like a talented individual and you're funny, but you're gonna lose like your ability to like speak. You're gonna get PTE and everything. If you continue to do this, continue to fight." And they were talking about this one other fighter, and like Joe Rogan was like, how do you think you would do if you went up against this other fighter? And Brendan Schaub's like, I think you'd be surprised. And then Joe Rogan goes, I think you'd be surprised. And so Brendan Schaub, to kind of get back on Joe Rogan, called his comedy special "You'd Be Surprised." And it was on Showtime. It was like a big comedy special, and everybody told him, "Don't do a comedy special. You've only been doing comedy for like 2 years. You don't have enough material." But Brendan Schaub was getting thrown all this money, and he's like, "No, I'm going to do it." So he goes and does this comedy special. It gets a 1.7 on IMDb. People shit on it. It's the worst special in history. All right, so then Brendan Schaub goes and does other podcasts and, I should say podcasts, other stand-up, and eventually he's going to do his second stand-up special. And he entitled this one "Gringo Pop." You know what that means? Gringo is like a defamatory term for a white person. And he's like basically calling himself like the daddy of all like defamatory for Americans. Like people, but use that interchangeably. And his comedy special comes out and actually turns out to be pretty racist. And, against like Latin people, like Latinx. Even though his wife is Mexican and his children are half Mexican, whatever, they're kind of racist. And anyway, so with that being said, he puts out these specials, and then I'm going to summarize the videos we're going to watch. So Brendan Schaub comes out and there's this discussion with this other comedian, and the other comedian says, I bet I could beat you in 100 feet. Brendan Schaub, absolutely no way. And they get to talking, and they're like, other comedians, like, I'll bet you $1,000 I can beat you in 100 feet. I'll just show you. Like, I'm a former football player, UFC, all this other shit. So there's all this hype for this race. And Brendan Schaub is like really cocky about it. He's like, no one is going to lose. And they have this race. And basically, Brendan Schaub's racing this guy kind of fast. And the fat guy beats Brendan Schaub in 100 meters flash. But instead of Brendan Schaub admitting, like, hey, you were faster than me, you're the best of me, he fakes an injury. He fakes whenever Brendan Schaub isn't going to succeed in anything, he fakes an injury. So when he says that he was going to try out for the Buffalo Bills, he said he tore his hamstrings. When he was in this race and he was losing, he says he tore his hamstrings. Whenever he says he's going to lose in anything, he says he tore his hamstrings. And he said that reason. Oh, he said he was like coaching with Little League Baseball or just like a parent out there, and the kids were like going to tag him out, and he said he tore his hamstring, basically, like, so that he had been introduced to why he didn't perform. And so you'll see this is like a 30-minute video, all of him talking about this and everything. There's another video of him that it's just parts of the course with this guy. You can never believe what he's saying, and he's oblivious to everything. All right, so they, Rabbi and the kid hired a producer. They had like a contest. They had somebody to the show long ago that said like, hey, I've been really getting motivated by your guys' podcast, and I've lost like 100 pounds by just like listening to it while I'm on the treadmill. And they end up like invite this guy to come move to California and become one of the producers. So this guy, his name is George. George is the guy who lost the weight. So George, there's this video of them. This is so funny. There's this video of Bert Kreischer, who was on the episode with uh, Brendan Schaub, and Bert Kreischer was like, they were just talking, and George is like, yeah, I lost like 150 pounds or something, and Brendan and Bert Kreischer's like, wow, that's really good. Um, so what's the plan now? And he's like, well, I've got a lot of excess skin, and uh, Bert Kreischer's like, oh, like, so you're gonna get surgery for that? And George is like, well, I just it's a lot of money. It's like $10,000. And Bert Kreischer's like, well, I'd be down for a third of that. And then Brendan, because George's boss doesn't really have anything to say, he's not like paying for his medical or anything like that. Brendan Schaub's like, okay, well, I'll pay for a third of it as well. So Bert's like, okay, so we got a third for me and a third for you, so we just need to work on the other third. And then the other producer of the show was like, I'll give you $1,000. So basically, they got $7,000 together. When easily Brendan or Bert Kreischer could change this guy's mind, just get him surgery. They're like kind of being cheap about it. And then instead of when at the end of that, when they're together, Bert's like, "Oh, I love you guys. You guys are the best." Like let me know when you need that surgery. Instead of allowing George to like get that last few $1,000s together and get the surgery, Brendan Schaub just fired him. And so they just he didn't even have the money to get back home. He had to basically like beg, borrow, and steal to be able to get money to go back to where he was from. Like that's just how Brendan Schaub operates. Like instead of following what he has to do, fucking fire the guy. And I mean, I just thought this would be extremely hilarious. And he's going to be putting out a new episode this morning, like 9 a.m. It'll come out. And uh, the the comments on the show, absolutely, like, they just roast the fuck out of him. And they, there's this thing, okay, so Brendan Schaub buys comments and he buys um, for his show. So he'll buy like 40,000 views for his show, and then he will buy like 100 comments. And these comments are not high, they're not like valuable comments. And there's this like classic version of what happened where, like, imagine you were given a spreadsheet and you had like number one comment, your episode is really great, thanks for sharing. And number two was, I really like this episode, thank you. And number three was, this is a really great comment. This is some really great content. One of them, but you would remove the number before posting that. You wouldn't put like one. It's just really great comment. So one of these people put, it says, and this is because it's such a big like inside joke, that whenever you use this number in the subreddit, it automatically puts this bot account up. It says, just a moment. Let me find it. Let me find the exact phrase. So you can imagine, like, okay, here it is. Here it is. It says 35. Period. Your YouTube videos are truly commendable, and I must applaud you for your fantastic work. For the fantastic work you're doing. I was introduced to your channel this week, and I genuinely appreciate it and derive great satisfaction from visiting it. I eagerly await the opportunity to see more of your remarkable work. Have a wonderful week and continue to produce exceptional content. So, it would be one thing if they could put the post that is just like totally vague and fake, but they put the number 35. So whenever you put the number 35 anywhere in the subreddit, it's fucking fine. Comes up, it's just, oh, it's fun. I have so much that I could talk about the motherfucker, and I only started learning about him about this time last year or so. Like, they were still in LA, but they were going to make this move. you could sense they were making the move to Austin. And if you know anything about Joe Rogan verse, it's like these people you were talking about, and they all make fun of this guy so much. And okay, this is it. Okay, so there is another podcast called 10 Minutes of Shot that dedicated 24 hours to watch the Gringo Pop, the stand-up special of Brendan Schaub for 24 hours. Like, you know how much dedication you have to watch motherfuckers. Like, they got it to the point where they have it memorized. Like, and the thing is, when Brendan Schaub put out this special, not only I'm just going to ask you, right? You know a lot about stand-up comedy. How long is a special generally? That's a great number. It's 24 minutes. So basically, it's like basically an extended like Instagram reel. Like it's not even that long. And all these people make fun of. Do you know who Steve is? Of course you know who Steve is. So Steve got obsessed with this. Tim, my expert got obsessed with it. Like to the point where Steve always left. I got so into this thing. Like there's this huge lore about this guy. Everything he does is shit. Um, just a moment, and I know you're like, but the fact that I'm in it means you have to be in it. It's like, it is so fucking good. Okay, so I'm just gonna go and look at their most recent posts. Okay, so if I have a kid, I just go to, there's a whole Wikipedia just on this podcast. Like, it's really fucking, and I'm not talking Wikipedia. Somebody created their own like Wikipedia up. Okay, so here's one. All right, here's a perfect example of what this guy does. He wants to be like a truck stop, like where like have like a truck and no, he's been there, done that. There's a whole lore about that. It's called All Gas no, that's not what it's called. It's called uh Drive Fast All Gas. Dude. And it hasn't posted in 9 months. But he does. No, you have to understand. Truck, this guy, I'm gonna send you. This isn't long, and it's really entertaining. He was on. He was on Fox. Uh, Here it is from. Let me see if I think. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Like when your shit's getting covered by TMZ, All right, can you go to your Discord messages?
Yeah.
And let me know when you hit play.
Let's see the car.
Unfortunately, he wasn't hurt, but like he flipped it. No, this is a different one. And he, if you see where he flipped his truck, he just flips it. There isn't a car within 100 miles of him. He flips it in the middle of the desert. And like these guys, just anything this guy does, and it is so funny. Like his okay, here's one. So he had a producer. He's had a ton of producers. Either if it's a female, ends up having sex with the producer, or if it's a guy, it, the guy ends up becoming really successful. So he had this producer named Mark, and what he would do is Brendan Schaub would have his producer Mark be the middleman between like what he calls baddies, like hot chicks on the road who will sleep with Brendan Schaub, or um, he basically went to his producer, and so that there wasn't a paper trail between Brendan Schaub and the girl because he's married. He would go through his producer. So the producer, this guy named Mark, ends up just being this middleman to just basically put Brendan Schaub up with Chip. And eventually, Brendan stopped paying Mark, the producer, like when he was broke. So Mark left. And then Mark has become a very pretty big star. He was in the Super Bowl commercial last year. I think he was in the Super Bowl commercial this year. And he was just on Saturday Night Live. And he's in an A$AP Rocky music video. Like, it's pretty big. Like, whenever you leave this guy, you actually become pretty successful. Brendan Schaub's other previous, one of his producers, she does not do OnlyFans and brings in like just $1,000 a month. She became like really popular with OnlyFans, but for just doing content. And then anybody who the anybody with anything becomes very successful only after leaving this project. Okay, so I so then there's this thing that they do. All right, so Brendan and his wife are running low on money. They're like they moved to Austin and they bought a house in Austin, which was less expensive than California, but they weren't expecting. So Texas doesn't have income tax, but it has like twice the property taxes of California. The property taxes, California property taxes are very high, but Texas's are way higher. But that's offset by the fact that there's no income tax. So right now, it's like giant bill at the end of the year. He's like, "What the fuck is this? I thought it would be cheaper living here, and it's not." And or it's fair. But he like basically didn't like do the calculation. He just heard Joe Rogan is there, and I'm gonna fucking pick up and leave. And so he and his wife are like having to like come up with new ways to make money. So they're doing what they'll do is they'll find somebody who does something popular on TikTok or something like that, and literally just steal it, word for word, step by step, everything. They'll just steal it and try to like riff on it. And so they do this couples content, and it's ridiculous. Did you learn how you speak? It is. I mean, it's fine. Like nobody speaks perfectly, but he has this way of saying things. Like, he doesn't say Super Bowl. He says Super Bowl. It's a Super Bowl, and it's like that's not the Super Bowl. That's a type of ball. Anyway, it's basically the absolute epitome of drifting on the internet, and everybody he encounters keeps this up. You know who Dana White is, right? Exactly. So Dana White hates Brendan Schaub, and that's why he doesn't let him do anything UFC related. And but Brendan Schaub's always like, oh, we're friends, we're close. Even though, like, one time Dana was asked, why don't you have Brendan Schaub do a UFC event or something? And Dana White's like, oh, he can come. He's just gonna pay for a ticket. Like, we're not gonna. He can represent us. Um, and but I will say this: sometimes Brendan Schaub comes up with like a win, like last weekend. He was in New York City. I hate that I know all this. He was in New York City for the Ring Magazine Awards, where that not the of you know the guy Saudi Arabia, but like right hand man who's behind all the sports. You know what I'm talking about, the excellency guy. You know I'm referencing. All right, so there's like this one Saudi Arabian guy who's like a billionaire who is funding all of these like big boxing fights between like Logan Paul and all those, you know, those like influencer fights. Well, anyway, that guy was there, and Brendan Schaub his road to it. Um, it, I mean, I can't believe it. You guys check it out. It's funny as fucking shit. And then when you're in it, you're in it. Like, and I remember when I didn't know what this was, it just Reddit would always send me this subreddit, like subreddit I like. And I was like, I don't know why it keeps pushing me this fucking subreddit. And then I looked at it and I'm like, oh, this is stupid. I don't understand it. Why are these people not speaking normal English? So, and then I just one day something clicked and I was like, oh, this isn't a normal subreddit. This is literally a hate subreddit of hundreds of thousands of people who hate. And so, okay, I don't want to take up much more of your time. So what we do is one more. So Shane Gillis talking about the subreddit. Shane Gillis subreddit. You know who Shane Gillis is, right?
Yeah.
All right. So I do you know what podcast cringe is? It's a phenomenal channel where there's just this guy in South Africa who just makes fun of Joe Rogan. He doesn't make fun of him. He just like plays clips of theirs and talks about like how they're inconsistent and things like that. There are all types of videos, all these things. He does like change it. Yeah, let's see what so when you're like in on the joke, they say that you're homeless because that's like a homeless camp. Okay, English homeless. Oh, okay, here it is. Let me see. Okay, yeah, exactly. So Ari Shaffir, this is when the subreddit was smaller. It was only like 20,000 people, but then it grew to like 50,000. Now it's like almost 30,000. All right, check your DMs. send you another one where he talks about it. Just watch those two. I mean, like that should be enough of a Tuesday. If those guys think it's funny, and I think it's funny, we're funny talking people, and this is funny shit.
Accumulate. Think about it. Well, it's funny that.
Am I have to like, I already asked that. Do you heard it going redemption? Circle that were popular back when black body terms were popular. And I'd be like, Woody's game there, and glove, and like White Part 7th Street, and watch their amazing. The Redemption. Really good. He would look at his game, like everyone would just start trolling him, and they're just like reactions. And basically, the guy was like filed and like his life is he has no other I just control it and just like
That's exactly right. To the point where like, this guy's life is a sinking ship. What you're saying, but the only way he's getting promoted is how he controls to support him. Exactly. Exactly. And it's hilarious to know that like of these comedians, like you know all these comedians, they're like the big comedians in comedy. Yeah, they're all waiting for something to happen. This guy and his either the podcast end or the big blow up or whatever. So you know that it is. You gotta get into it. I'm telling you. If Shane Gillis says it's funny, you just say, but if Ari Shaffir is saying it's funny, that's just two of them. Everybody knows it. It's like the undiscussed of all of it. There's like this silent majority of people who know about it. It's just good stuff. And then once you get in it, there's 5 hours of content a week. You don't have to watch any of it. You just go to fucking subreddit and people shitting on him and shitting on how he shits on other people. It's absolutely I can tell you that there's one thing I would say to you up until last week. episode that went into the episode. And the guy who's the serial rapist, Brian Callen, he's going in there saying, I don't think anything really that bad. I didn't really look into it much, but basically, some of these people are like 14 years old, 15 years old. Like that's at the end of the day, that's not really that bad. And Brendan Schaub's like, who are you? What? These are children. Like, I can't believe you're even like considering. You have like daughters that are older than these girls, and you're even saying like, "Hey, went after my daughters." It would be a different story. How are you able to live with yourself? All these videos that were on Brian Callen. The reason why people suspect that he took this stance is he's the son of an international banker, and basically they're wondering was his name tied to it in any way. And, basically, like, there's nothing good that came out of those papers, like, or those files. They're absolutely terrible. There's no one should be proud of anything that's in that. But yet, this one guy who's like defending the people. The reason why he's defending the people is because he's still trying to work in Hollywood, even though he's like 60 years old. And nobody gives a shit about him anymore. And because he has like all these problems to it, so he was trying to defend it. And Brendan Schaub came out and was like, "What are you talking about? There's no defending this. You can't defend people who are talking about like some of the things that they talk about." And then like Brian Callen said, well, I didn't really look into it that closely, but I'm just going to give my opinion. And they're like, no, it's absolutely, it's absolutely the most disgusting stuff you've ever seen in your entire life. And one of my things, that's the only thing that I've ever seen him say. But I actually took his side. Like, good job standing up. Serial rapist, like co-host, yeah. Brendan Schaub. Well, so here's Brian. He's been in a lot of movies. He was in like Hangover. He used to be on Mad TV, and he doesn't want to piss off any Hollywood directors. And Woody Allen is in these files, and it's like really bad what they do to Woody Allen, like just to be associated with this. And so Brian Callen doesn't want to burn that bridge. So he's like, well, I don't know. I wasn't there. The waters are murky. They're muddy. I don't know exactly what happened. And Brendan Schaub's like, dude, you're talking about 9-year-old children. Like, what are you talking about? Like, there's no murky waters in that. It's not. We're not talking about when he was 17 and a half years old, and it was a leap year and all this other shit. It is seriously like this is statutory rape. I don't know what you're talking about. And, they basically like come out and attack that. So then there were these other podcasts that were made to say, like, yo, things are fucked up in this situation. With Brendan Schaub, the voice of reason amongst this like creepy dude. And like here is I'll send you I know this is like another example of this guy. We're talking about Snapchat, right? And so there's this other guy named Christopher Lee, different than Brendan Schaub. So I have to explain.
I think as a fighter in the kid.
Christopher Lee?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude, absolutely. So Brendan Schaub does a podcast with Christopher Lee as well, and so there's just this classic. It's even like a meeting now of someone who like really recognizes that they made a mistake. So let me just make sure I got the right wire. He was messaging. Messaging 16-year-old girls, 16-year-old girl, and trying to manipulate them to, if he didn't want them to suck off Ronnie Callie, who was like 55 years old at the time, and then he tried to manipulate them to send him like new pictures, and um, they and also Joe Rogan no longer like Joe Rogan allows like all the different shows on Spotify, but this one he didn't put out because he doesn't
The
want
fact.
and did it ever? Yeah, oh yeah, it was released. It was up for many years, and then this came out about Chris D'Elia. Then he pulled it down. And like Joe Rogan, he has his fucking always been accused of rape on there, but not Chris D'Elia, who has been accused of like, I forget what they call it. They called it grooming of underage girls, even though he was never like he was never convicted of it. It's just it's I'll send you the video.
It has kind of logos and you like
Well, so Crystal has a lot of money. They have a big producer. Here's the thing: with all the people that you name them, they all have very successful. So, just about. Crystal Lee's dad is a Hollywood producer. Brian Callen's dad is a international banker. Bert Kreischer's dad is the lawyer for the Church of Scientology. Tom Segura's dad, yeah, in Clearwater, Florida. That's where he's from. Tom Segura's dad was an executive for Merrill Lynch. Um, Whitney Cummings' dad is a venture capitalist, and her mom was an executive at Neiman. Like they're all are they all no, that's not it. Here's the thing. Nobody of this group of people, like if you want to be a comedian, you have to either dedicate yourself to it all the time or you have like a side job. The reason why these people were able to do this is because they could go on like they could go on tour and live off their families when your normal comedian could not. And so that's why they basically were able to differentiate them. So
I think it's very
I don't know. She's been a bitch recently. I'm just going to say that. And she botched her
like 500 million views on your own fucking podcast and then
exactly. So that's exactly. Now let me see. Okay, so I'm gonna send you two things because I can't find it in just one video, but they're not long. Everything I'm sending you is short and will cover it really well. No, I don't care. This is shit. This is the history of comedy. All right. So let me know when you hit the first one. I accidentally sent it twice. I accidentally sent it twice. You're gonna watch. I sent two separate videos, and we're gonna watch it together. And you tell me when you hit play, and I'll hit play on the first one. Then we'll do the same for the second one. Then you'll know all about Chris D'Elia and this fucking meme and the back one. So, All right, so that's
Thank you for the robot video.
that's actually good. So there was that would be not cool, any of that stuff. But there's another level of it where you're going after underage kids, and that's where so I didn't know actually a lot about it. But the reason why I knew that he was pedophile or whatever is because he was asking chicks on Snapchat to like send them pictures or whatever. But he didn't know that Snapchat could be saved. Like you could like screenshot or take screen record. And so now I want you to watch the second video and let me know when you're starting. Okay.
And he's on the fire.
Hollywood is bad. People think Hollywood is evil. In real life, that's what happened. In 21, maybe with one. I'm hearing is
You can see that do with that mission, right? But Crystal is empty. But yet, Brendan Schaub still.
And I got a very crazy vibe.
I did too, and I always have. But you still have to understand, Brendan Schaub is so desperate that he still does the podcast with Crystalia, and he does a different podcast with Brian. One guy is being accused of being a rapist, the other one is being accused of being like a pedophile. And this guy's, and he's still the biggest punchline in the whole deal. Like, it's just, it's fucking.
Why did my shit a lot about his cars?
Excellent question. All right. So, did you start content? Oh, big time. Big time. We could just go to his last. I'll just read you quickly what it says. It's called. Okay, so he mentioned Joe Rogan experience. Drive fast. Okay. It's an anti-electric vehicle. He likes gas vehicles. Uh, and so he started this like car channel. And he writes, this is 10 months ago. So he hasn't done anything in 10 months. And the comments are, the first one is, what are we doing here? The next is letting Baba. That's his nickname. Letting Baba unscrew stuff is like giving you a little brother a controller with no battery. Tell him to stay up. Next, Baba's son. Next is, oh, he's a car guy now. The drive fast, all gas outfits are hilarious. Like a little kid trying to dress up like daddy. The next is, my favorite part is when Brendan didn't show up for half the day. The next is, I'm supposed to pretend that you know stuff about cars now. No dimes. Like everybody just shits on it. Next is brought to you by Blue Scorpion. You're like, what is that? It is like he's always into like what do you call it? Experimental blueprints and shit like that. The next thing, there's one thing left to do: install training wheels. The next one, video hits harder than Roy Nelson. That's the guy who beat in the ass. Straight to the face, no head movement. Next is, yeah, baby. Nothing like some preload, drive fast, podcast content. Next is, wanted a power stroke. I called your mom, dude. The next is, oh, you're the gearhead, which is supposed to be your gearhead, but you can't pronounce it correctly. Dude, there's not a single positive comment on here. And
There's not a
going and ban, at least on his Instagram, anybody who says anything negative, because his Instagram has like 1.1 million followers. So he's got to keep that like looking good so that he can get more and more sponsors. But they never have any sponsors that last more than a few weeks. And the only reason why he even has sponsors, this goes into board. I hate that I know this, but there's this company called, I believe, Podcast One that ended up like owing Theo Vaughn a lot of money. And like there's maybe another company that did something similar. They went under. Basically, they ended up owing Theo Vaughn a lot of money. They ended up owing Brendan Schaub a lot of money. And Brendan Schaub, instead of like demanding the money, just said that he would take stock instead. and the stock ended up being like worth nothing. But this company still like is able to get um, some pretty big advertisers. So because of that, they have this network like Theo Vaughn and Brendan Schaub and all these other people who do podcasts and they advertise on there. So like basically the fact that Brendan Schaub owns a lot of their stock means that he keeps getting advertisers, and uh, the fact that he keeps modding his channel means that like exactly. And Brendan Schaub and Theo Vaughn, they used to do a podcast together called The Fighter and the Kid. Or no, pardon. It used to be called The King and the Sting. And Theo Vaughn got sick of Brendan Schaub and eventually like, I don't want to do this anymore. So they rebranded The King and the Sting. Eventually it became The King and the Sting and Reese DeLeo. And eventually turned that podcast into what's called The Golden Hour. And the Golden Hour comes out on Friday, and that's with Brendan Schaub, who does it via uh, uh, live stream into the studio in North Hollywood. And then Chris D'Elia, this other guy, Eric Griffin. Do you know what Workaholics is?
Yeah, I love that show.
Okay, so do you know who Eric Griffin is? He plays, let's see, they have a name. I thought you liked this show. Look up Eric Griffin and tell me if you know what this could be.
Was he the black guy?
I think he was born in I don't think he ever.
Wait. Yeah, this guy. He's been on Stevie podcast.
Yeah,
I like him a lot.
yeah. So
I didn't know he was
he is. He plays.
having
Um, so basically, there are three people in the Golden Hour, which are Chris D'Elia, Eric Griffin, and Brendan Schaub. And then there's The Fighter and the Kid, which is Brendan Callen and Brendan Schaub. And then Brendan Schaub has something called the Schaub Show. So here's the schedule. Monday's the Schaub Show. It's 1 hour. It usually comes out Monday morning. It's usually about like T-ball and MMA. Then there's Tuesday, which is The Fighter and the Kid. It's an hour. It's usually about T-ball and UFC and whatever dates that Brian Callen is kind of busted. There's nothing on Wednesday. On Thursday, there's another Fighter and the Kid that's an hour. And Brendan Schaub, starting last week, started another episode of the Schaub Show because he's running low on money and he keeps needing to like create more content. And then on Friday is the Golden Hour. Another hilarious thing.
like a Patreon.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No. They started a Patreon, which is absolutely hilarious. So, this was such a clusterfuck. Okay, so they didn't do a Patreon for a long time because they used to have a lot of money. Because they had one of the biggest, like, they had like maybe a top 10 podcast a long time ago. They used to get millions of people. And then when there were these accusations that came out about Brendan Callen or Brian Callen, they basically said their sponsor said, "Look, you can't do this show with Brian Callen anymore. At least for the time being, he needs to take a break because he has like rape. The Los Angeles Times, not just some random ass chick. The Los Angeles Times comes out with a big article about Brian Callen and how he's like, he was like, he's being no, but they basically, I think the statute of limitation. No, they were like even Whitney Cummings talked about it. That one time Brian Callen asked her to give him a ride to his car to the comedy store, and so she's like, "Yeah, get my car," and get to the car, and then he just whips his dick out, and she's like, "What are you doing?" And like, didn't suck his dick or anything like that. Like basically, extreme sexual harassment. Now, that's not rape. But the chicks who said he raped them, there's like a long list. There's these 4 girls who say that he like forced himself on. Whether he did or not, I don't know. But that's not good luck.
Dude, anyway.
Oh yeah, and then they make fun of not make fun of them like they say that the Me Too movement is like overblown and all this other shit. But the reality is, dude, you are creeped to chicks for like 20 years. You cheated on your wife with girls. She left you and left you with a $25,000 alimony. And so you have to do this really shitty podcast in this fucking storage unit known as firing the kids to pay the bills to pay your alimony. It's just the ultimate fuck. Like bad things happen to them. What's the fucking German word Schadenfreude? Like where you get joy out of things bad things that happen to people. And I'm not the only person who's getting it. This is like all of the fucking and all these people are fucking so I won't bore you anymore. But you should just know it is amazing. It's
Live on the Patreon.
Okay. So the advertisers say after there are these rape accusations, you can't do the show with Brian Callen at least for like a year or 2. So they kept saying that Brian Callen was on vacation, but like he's gone for like a year. And so they had all these other guests fill in. And what they tried to do was start a Patreon where Brendan and Brian could just do a Patreon show without the advertisers that said like you can't do this show. But it basically was there was a conflict of interest, but it was basically a breach of contract with their advertising company. So they started a podcast. They started Patreon like maybe like 7 years ago or something, and it only ever got like 3 subscribers or something. And because they only had it going for 1 day before the advertiser said, "Look, you can't do this. You got to separate this." So then just recently they launched the Patreon like in November, and they're like, "Oh, we're doing all this stuff on Patreon. We're going to do a question and answer," and they accidentally let the numbers stay out of how many subscribers they had. It was like 20, and like of the 28 subscribers, like 24 of them are people who specifically have channels to comment on their channel. So like they didn't really have any real fans, and then they do these questions and answers, and like that's the only content. Sometimes they say they'll produce like longer podcasts, but they very rarely, and they just it's basically like a drift. So they're making like maybe I think it's a $5 Patreon, and so maybe over the course of a month they might make $1,000 on it, arguably. So they're each getting $500. It's just not that profitable.
Times 20 is 100.
No. It's grown since then. So I'm just throwing out some numbers. Like that's when they first, but it's still not very big. So do they have a Patreon? Yeah, they just started it, and the only people who like who subscribe to it are basically people from the subreddit who just ask like really appropriate questions, like, "Hey, why did you cheat on your wife?" Like, there's all this footage of Brendan Shaw was given his number on camera on a live stream to like girls while he was married. Like, there's a long clip where Brendan Schaub and Mike Tyson do this fight watch together. And Mike Tyson gets so pissed off at Brendan Schaub and like gets up in front of him, eats watermelon in front of him, and sticks his foot on the table, just stares at him with that stare, like I'm gonna fuck you up because you are annoying as it's loads of content, it's loads of fun, and then the what I enjoy more than the show are the commentary channels on it, because these guys are really funny comedians. They just make fun of these guys and what they do. And like, and then you get into the Discord, and then like
I'm sure about our podcast.
Absolutely. Because that's what Brendan Schaub and Chris D'Elia, they don't really ship in air all that much. They just like, dude, we understand why you're doing this podcast, and nobody knows about it. So, like, basically, we understand why you're doing it. You're literally doing it with, like, the biggest punching bag in comedy and some guy who is, like, an accused pedophile. He needs it. He needs the money. He's not a big comedian, and so he's having to do, like, big, like, cruise ship, which isn't usually seen something like a good comedian for a comedian. And, like,
I feel like
I would see what you're talking about it, um, but it's like a thing where it doesn't pay really well. I mean, it pays okay, but it's not like
you're not to pay tax on it.
no, you definitely have to pay taxes. They're going to send you basically a war, or they're going to
You're on international waters.
yeah, but the things are done in American ports, so that's how it works. It's still it's wherever the place is done. Usually, I think their headquarters is in Miami. That's why, like, Carnival Cruise Lines is, I think Celebrity Cruise Lines, Royal Caribbean, they're all based out of Miami. So they
Is
do,
there a job that is exempt from tax?
um, a bunch of them, any not-for-profit,
Except for like drug dealer.
religious organizations, not-for-profits, people who don't come to the United States make more than like $12,000 a year. Um, but yeah, the big, well, maybe like example, income taxes, federal income taxes, anyone associated with like 501c3, which is like a non-profit organization, and people who make a low amount of money, but then you get into the, if you get to be super wealthy, then you end up not having to pay taxes for other reasons. So it's really just the people in the middle who are paying taxes. Right. You want to make fires or
Yeah.
okay, good. All right. So hilarious things that happen. Well, so I'm just gonna name the things that Brendan Schaub, the businesses that he started, and that have. Oh, well, hold on. This is really important. I actually want to watch the video. It's hilarious. It is okay. Um, it shows what kind of movie Brendan Schaub. Brendan Schaub. He has. Uh, hold
I
on.
sent the thing. I don't think I've watched.
What was it?
That's it'll totally change the top. It was
Tell me what it was.
yeah. So there was a train track that goes from there back up to George and Beverly also on the interior of Columbia. And CN Rail is saying that they're stopping, they're discontinuing the train. And so the video was talking about this interesting creative solution to what to do with the train because maintaining train infrastructure is very costly and so it's like very interesting alternative. And the downside, the train like the train itself, the tracks are like an asset, like a very big asset. And people realize that it's an asset and not a thing. So like private ownership, it will be impossible to get the benefits of that asset.
When did you send this? Oh, did you send it?
What's the next? It's the Facebook link.
Oh,
Caller.
there was something wrong with that.
Oh, really? You
Yeah.
have Facebook?
I do, but I can't get I can ban it. No, there was something. Oh, maybe. Let me show. Yeah, we click it. And, okay, I got it. Oh, it's 10 minutes a month? I mean,
Yeah.
I'm I watch your shit for 10 minutes. I watch your shit.
Yeah, when you start it.
Okay. Then just wait 1 minute. Um, let me see.
Yeah, did you look up
All right. I need to let you know. You ready?
sorry. Yeah. All right. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You want me to read it?
No, it's all right.
It was slow. That heartbeat silent. For over 2 years, that's sad. Kids are growing up now. Stations are empty. Remembering the good old days, the crisis is quickly unfolding that threatens to erase this nostalgia won't save around real estate reality should scare us into action. The truth that's relentlessly is discontinuing service intersection. They're walking away. To the infrastructure, there is a use it. Read crystal clear of the left at stake. Aren't just losing trust. little bit. We could where this this opportunity is an asset in your 19 that we can never afford in 2026. If we let it slip through our fingers, we are robbing future generations of the single most valuable transportation journey. So the pathway is priceless, but it's a fail because we are fighting physics. We are trying to run a century heights of trade infrastructure that can't do. For trees from the 1960s. We built this unforgiving artificial and daddy that would cost up $2 billion. Like railroad this money is not good. The seat of Skyline is a part of its seat, its bikes and trucks. Electric vehicle way, and only for us of those grades keeping battery range and burns down the legs. The railbed was engineered by engineers that makes the engine work in generating seeds 3% info. And I know 3% is the magic number of the 21st century. Electric vehicle running on the rate gives us a fraction of the energy available on the highway. Takes it 3 years. It turns the entire corridor into a super efficient green energy. Running space actually will into a road science fiction. But the end of the learning after the 2011 earthquake in Sinai, the January East steel plant was destroyed. The tracks were twisted and were just ready. The railway faced the same choice we made. To rebuild the heavy rail population. Transit system. Today, modern bridges and value that's too expensive, ecologically destructive. We simply lay 2 Euro street concrete ribbon roads directly over the existing. We save the bridges because we aren't using one clean time. We don't need to rebuild the trusses. We just rebuild them for the lightning and electric vehicles. We save the environment. We use 60% less concrete than a standard road. And we save the budget. We utilize the asset that we already have. We don't need to create a train with the flexibility of a blood work. We are creating a new category of the infrastructure. We don't need to starting travel for the onset of these things. It's these aren't just buses. These are nation units, distributions. As flexibilities, observation, and service. Silently, check on this again, completely separated from the computer. Because computer models have super deep reflexes, they identify wildlife or ice in elephants. They talk to each other, letting it platoons into the park for you world-class tourism experience that rivals the Rocky Mountain. With zero emissions, fraction of the cost, and less congested highways. Beyond tourism, its pilots massive safety. The world is right for self-driving cars. Right now, companies are testing them on public streets. Next year, it's cyclists next to human This is a regulatory nightmare, but the path is private. It's inclusive. No one coming through. No jaywalkers. It gives British Columbia a perfect example of pilot conflict. The first jurisdiction in America like fully autonomous mass transit at high speed because we have removed imperialism and become a global leader in safety. Here is an economic superpower that America never been on a regular level. You have to maintain skill aggressive however, batch changes the game. Package the vehicles and economies on the demand. Commodity production doesn't have to wait for a while. Minutes later, it's the same system. The same concrete revenue that carries prices. This money carries commodities to school. Leaders during the day, free night. It is a single program operating system with infinite flexibility. This solves the problem that has been with for decades. The trains are contracts. If your business is not stable, there's money moving through the train. The path vehicle is a restaurant. It flies around, drives on the street. Leave the middle line and drive down the ramp and back directly into zero traffic. It brings high demand jobs to the area. It brings reliability to our supply chain because these vehicles turn rubber tires on concrete. They don't the rubber sparks. In a province fighting bonfires, the safety factor is not negotiable. We are standing at a crossroads. We can choose the path of inertia. We can let the weeds grow, let the bridges rise, and watch as the land is so off like spices and forever. Or you can choose the path of innovation. This path of rock, like you can get the new products. You can save the core part, some of the traffic, the land is like less. So if the economy is priceless, why is it fair? Because we are fighting physically.
It just then. Um, Frankly, I think that I like something like this to be a bullet train. Your ability, safety in the bullet train. Um, but I understand that there's a lot of great that runs through this. Bullet trains aren't that particular train.
It's way too crisp. Like you're gonna be able to get up to speed on this. It's way too crisp.
Okay, I mean, look at it says that you have to go, like the speed is on whatever it's like 180 kilometers per second. What about just 60 kilometers per second, 60 miles per hour?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. I think the trains are better at not like taking corners faster, but because of the curves, like regular trains are not able to go like I don't know what the happens. I guess it depends on what section you are. You're at a curve, you're
I don't understand why you have to use train tracks anymore.
like why the train company is no longer using.
Yeah, Canadian National.
Yeah, I don't know the details of why they're. I'm guessing some of the lack of demand, but I really don't
but
All I know is they're shutting it down, and that's a known fact.
it's like they're shutting it down, but they say that there's still a need for like shipping stuff.
In the video, yes, they did say that in the video. As we get annoying. Because, yeah, where the hell is stuff from the thing on the train now?
So I didn't really understand that if you have people who need to be moved, then perhaps like I mean it doesn't have to be bullet trains, just an electric train that don't move really fast but are just run on electricity. And if it's cargo, then it should be like freight trains. If you don't have any cargo that needs to run anymore, then they have to uh, passenger trains. The thing that I don't like about that is it's still rubber on concrete, and that is extremely inefficient uh, because that means you're going to have wear and tear on the vehicle. Trains don't have really that much wear and tear. Like rubber on concrete is a lot of wear and tear, especially when it's going in the same direction. 99% of the entire route. I don't know how much of a fan I am of that. What I am a fan of is whatever that.
Like, there doesn't make a car company, like, you're driving to a destination and then until you turn around and run the direction to get from there.
It's like you don't need the durability or the utility of a car to be able to turn. Like when you're going in one direction, rails are far more efficient. Like, you don't need the ability to turn because you're on rails going in one direction. The thing that makes the tire important is that last mile issue. I think it's cool that they came up with those ramps that like go right to the business. That's cool. But this isn't a very populated area. I know that there's like ski lodges and stuff like that, but
Vancouver is a very big Squamish.
but that was not Vancouver. That was not Vancouver. That was Squamish to Whistler. They didn't talk about Vancouver. Well, but that's in
Vancouver to Whistler is very good public transportation. I think it's up there that isn't just private or
Whistler.
which currently does not exist. I guess no, but they have buses there. That goes you fast.
Right. Okay, but the population of Whistler, Canada, is we're talking 13,000 people. It's 13,000 people. No, Whistler. It's 13,000 people. That's nothing. That's nothing. You're basically getting
People are not. This isn't built to create the listeners. It's built to take care of the listeners.
okay, but it's just basically a little bit more efficient. I mean, there's already ways to do it. You can make the road. And I understand that on Thursday or Friday morning or whatever, and Sunday night, but like, frankly, like, you guys don't know what fucking traffic is. I living in LA, where at 3 in the morning we'll get into a fucking traffic jam. Well, that's the thing. You have no problems. Like, this isn't a problem. It really is. It's like, dude, like now that I recognize, I mean, I'm thinking Whistler's going to be hundreds of thousands of people. It's 13,000 people. This is a joke. And there's nothing there except skiing. This is a glorified trail to get people to ski in Whistler, is what it is. Because there's nothing there. I'm thinking like, there's an industry. There are industries that aside from skiing, maybe lumber. That's it. There's nothing in there.
And tourism.
Doug, dude, that's you on that. That's not That's not that's skiing or whatever. That's like the warm weather version of skiing. This isn't a big issue. It's just not. Now, what would I advise instead? Uh, I would make it a bike trail.
Yeah, but you know how far bike that is?
With an electric bike, you could probably do it. It's only 3 degree grade.
I know that's still like 40.
Oh, dude, that's perfect. That's perfect. An electric bike range. You're not what's electric bike range.
I don't know if you're not gonna get bigger than that, but
Well, yeah, I mean, when you're up there, you can see your bike charge.
what electric bike on this like ski now like winter?
Dude, you have, well, that's
There's
just,
no like is how
hold on. If it's winter, wait. If it's
freeze your ass off in the rain and snow.
wait, hold on. If it's winter, I understand. Then take the fucking, then take the book. Or take the, I mean, really, what you need is just a better train.
Right.
That's what you need. Not like whatever they got proposed, which is like electric vehicles and all that. Just get a better train. You already have the tracks. Then you don't have to put concrete down. Just have a good train from Vancouver to Whistler.
Right. I think they've been like as they used to do, like in order to actually do that with billions of dollars.
Not as much as fucking making it a road.
And the road is just like cheap concrete to make the road over the track.
Hold on. Okay, fine. But do you know how much upkeep it is on all those individual cars versus a train where the upkeep is minimal and it's safer? Let's
They
just,
still have suspension and still have components of
in comparison to vehicles, like car vehicles, compare train upkeep versus car upkeep. Like not just one car, like the equivalent amount of population. Okay, when comparing trains to move large populations, trains are significantly more efficient and cost effective per passenger mile, especially at scale. Passenger capacity efficiency. A single train can carry 1,000 people, while a typical car carries 45 people. Even with only 20% occupancy, the train moves far more people per unit of infrastructure than an equivalent number of cars. High-speed rail can move 12,000 people per hour on a single track, far exceeding road capacity under real-world conditions. Maintenance and operating costs. While individual car maintenance may seem lower, trains drastically reduce per passenger cost per scale. A light rail vehicle carries about 100 passengers with one operator. In contrast, moving the same number of people by car would require 25 times more vehicles and drivers, multiplying labor, maintenance, and infrastructure demands. Infrastructure impact. Roads require vast land, constant repair, and excessive parking. Trains use less space per passenger and generate far less wear on surfaces due to steel unskilled rolling friction, which is far more efficient than rubber on asphalt. That's what I was saying. Rubber on asphalt is really inefficient. This reduces long-term maintenance costs for cities. Energy and emissions. Trains, especially electric ones, are 50% to 80% more energy efficient than cars per passenger kilometer. On clear grids, so that France's nuclear power rail, emissions are up to 22 grams of CO2 per mile, far below even fully occupied electric cars. Life cycle longevity. Trains last 30 to 40 years. Well, cars do the everything here say this should be an electric rail from Vancouver to Whistler. I know that guy. I know that guy came up with like a nice 3D video, but it's just very inefficient.
I mean, that was not trains to like Boston. I get it.
Perhaps I've seen this issue in the United States, like freight rail isn't used as much, and we have it where like I think that they should turn. We should have a coast to coast bike highway. And you may say, but who would travel coast to coast on a bike? You wouldn't, but you would travel in regards to like east. So like if you want to go from Los Angeles to Riverside, or from perhaps like Jacksonville to Tallahassee, you could stop on just like we have like coast to coast highways. We have the reason why I say this is because we have some areas in the United States that are abandoned railroad tracks. There's nothing there, like except abandoned railroad tracks. But so turn those railroad tracks into a coast to coast right system. I think it could work because it's like it's not. You run into the issue that guy talks about where people will parcel it off and it's too expensive ever to do it. I think that was a good point. All right, now back to Bob. You have to understand his nicknames. He has Brandon. You're like, why is it Brandon? Because a lot of times he goes on different shows and people just mess up his name and they call him Brandon. So everybody calls him Brandon. There's Brandon Bappa. You're like, why Bappa? Because he says, whoa, Bubba, to a lot of people, but then sometimes he messes it up and it says, whoa, Bappa. And it's just kind of, or it's become like Brendan Papa. It's just this like portmanteau of it. So it's called Bubba. Papa is also called, he has a so in case you want to know, Bubba, that's who Bubba is. And in essence, this is really funny fucking thing. His roommate has a roommate that he with, but we're just gonna watch. Remember I was saying all these people are really successful after they leave Brendan Schaub? Theo Vaughn, once he left Brendan Schaub, starts getting like J.D. Vance, like the vice president on his podcast. He interviews Donald Trump. Like he actually gets really popular. But that didn't happen until he left Brendan Schaub. Like there's this theory that Brendan keeps everybody down around him, and he puts everyone down. No one's better than he is. And you're like, okay, yeah, it's a great way to put it. All right, I want to find his. Here it is. So here's Brendan just being Brendan, and like you're gonna notice, you're gonna be like, why do they always have like a different studio? They've had like, I mean, this has been going since 2012, so they've been going like 14 years, and they, whenever their ratings are low, they change their studios. They're like always trying to find the reason why people are watching. So I have sent you the link. You're gonna be like, this is 13 minutes long, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, but it's worth every fucking second. So you tell me when you hit go. Doug, I just watched a fucking 13-minute long video go to a fucking road to nowhere, 13,000 people. There are 13,000 people, like, arguably in, like,
my neighborhood and the neighboring neighborhood. Like that's not that big of a population. Okay, I mean, I understand the traffic's bad on Thursday night and Sunday night. Try it when it's bad at 2 o'clock in the morning. You're in a fucking bumper to bumper traffic for 2.5 hours. You're like, what the fuck happened? And there's like an accident where like 3 people died. Like it can get really bad. All right, let me know when you hit play.
I've ever met in my life. Hold on. Easy peasy, let me see. On top of that, you swim, bro. Like a swim. Sorry, sorry. Again, it's like guys sports I just can't like play soccer. Anybody plays soccer. That's 60s? What? For sure. No. I was gonna say like late 60s. Anymore, right?
Your parents had you when you're somebody else. Japan or Tokyo. And they wow, there's record beans, flying tomato, fucking. There's a kick of ginger dance. I mean, nice how people. I was talking to him when I was doing this Saturday night. And he goes, "Yeah, brother, this one is flash." He's his dad's a fucking scientist. Pictures of the best greatest fighter on this planet, Mexico. Class. When I see you, I hear it. Yana Kunitskaya. Yeah. So back to the things. You're back. Procrastination. You want to just check. I like that. Yeah. Whether it's Google, whether it's Apple, whether it's YouTube, you feel the responsibility. You just do. Again, you're going to have your places. And so there are presidents and everything. Forgot that he right? So you get the like, bro. Do you like Tyson Fury? Deontay on your podcast? Yeah, he's a great guy. Yeah. I'm sure. We mentioned that famous thing, Trump's right. Executive order. Money to plant beer in the overseas. He rescinded that order. Used federal dollars went toward Bush there. He reinstated George Bush. I mean, the Trump is reinstated that. Gang. So 1970. Might be able to show it. Yes, but we. It's from 1987. The show. So when people, man, why didn't you come on the area? It's just a. They can watch a show. I love those jeans. You know what I have? You go to it's spelled five FIV clubs. Yeah, first of all, in Peru, everything's baked, bro. I'll have a course, I'll put a little bit of this and some decent bread. Yeah, I'm talking hot sauce. Sometimes
friend was a shop. Really? In relation? I don't think so. I'm going to have to check the 21 and be. What? What does it mean? What does it mean for your 20 course? Wow. Just think. I'm not going to think of all the power of them. So he was in the car, he was not there. I said, we're 40. I'll let you realize so into that carry on somewhere. So, and then what's called I don't know if I'm 36 or 37. You know, they do 36. I don't know.
Hilarious.
Some of that was like, people are just like trying to like pick like any little thing that you like, like doing some mostly stuff, some bottom, no, that's not. Like, from, but he doesn't speak like, word and like, past,
Okay, all right. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. I know I said no more, but just bear with me. One more thing I want to say. If you're going to say that, I understand what you're saying. And no, you have to watch this. You absolutely have to. I'll even watch. I'll even watch this. No, not 30. Nothing like that. Nothing like that. Okay, I found it. Um, it's it's 14 minutes. Oh, fuck, man. I got
How sunrise. It goes like this. Brendan is playing at the University of Colorado as a football player. He is living with a roommate. He doesn't respect the roommate and ends up eating all the roommate's food. So the next time the roommate goes to the store, puts the roommate's name on all of the different food so that Brendan knows that like it's not his. Brendan sees this as threatening and eats all of the roommate's food that has the roommate's name all over it. And basically says, "What are you going to do about it?" The roommate tells his mother. The mother calls Brendan and says, "Look, you need to not eat all his food. You need to buy him the food back." Brendan says, "Shut the fuck up, bitch." Hangs up on her. All right. So then, um, just so I'm thinking.
You're gonna stop the AI finally.
Okay, so um, Brendan gets pissed off at the guy's mom, hangs up on her. Brendan had a parking spot that he was using, and it was in the lease with the roommate, but the roommate got it 50% of the time. But Brendan said, "Look, you don't have a car, so why should you get the parking spot?" The roommate says, "Look, I don't care that I don't have a spot. If you're going to eat my food, then I'm going to take my 50% of this um, parking spot. So I'm going to use it half of the day, and I'll park my bicycle there." Brendan says, "Yeah, okay, whatever. Do whatever the fuck you want." Brendan then gets his car broken into, not by the roommate, just by some random person, and um, comes in and said, "That's it. We're done. I'm fucking pissed off. My car's broken into, and I don't have the I'm I'm not putting up with this shit anymore. Uh, that's it. Either you go or I go." The roommate says, "That's not how it's gonna." Uh, pardon me. Brendan says, "We're gonna fight right now, and uh, we're just gonna work this out like men." The roommate says, "I'm not gonna fight you." Brendan says, "We're gonna fight. I'm sick of your shit," and then takes a big loogie and spits in the roommate's face. The roommate says, "I'm not gonna fight you." Brendan, they get into an altercation. Brendan picks the roommate up and throws him through a glass door. And the next day, Brendan goes to football practice and tells everybody on the team that basically he whooped this guy's ass, that he tells a good story. And everybody was like, "Oh, yeah, good job," all this other stuff. Um, uh, the roommate, who is also on the football team, says to the football coach, "Hey, this this guy threw me through a um, glass plane, like a sliding glass door, and I'm making you aware of it." They do an investigation. The football coach sits Brendan down and says, and Brendan thinks that he's going to like lose his scholarship and all this other stuff, or his position on the team. I don't think he was scholarship, but instead the the coach is like, "We need more people like you," and didn't punish him at all. And so Brendan tells this story on the podcast where basically he sounds like a dick. And uh, so then the next day happens. Oh, dude, that was good. The next day happens. The next day occurs, and they get some people who are fans of the show, and they say, "Look, we normally want to take Brendan's side on stuff. We normally want to take Brendan's side on stuff, but in this case, it seems like he was the asshole in the situation." And Brendan's like, "Yeah, whatever, just move on." And I think if you watch it, I know it's like I said, it's like 15 minutes. but it shows him to be a complete dick to people.
This was 10 seconds ago.
Oh, it's a long time ago. It was like 2008.
Yeah. I mean, we've all, nobody's,
I am.
yeah.
Boy, so you are a. I can't wait till you actually get to know Brendan Schaub, and I'll see that you're an apologist.
I mean, he did one bad thing like 30 years ago,
No.
and
He,
hold it over the
dude,
guy for the rest of his life.
no. I'm not saying that. I believe everybody deserves a second chance, but you will. You learn. This guy, he's not nice to people.
But,
Listen to this fucking apologist, kids. Listen to this fucking apologist who's down by 6.
Abbo, what the fuck is Abbo?
It's whatever you want it to be, baby. Oh, is that true?
That's what I'm saying.
They love that. I absolutely love it. Yali was good.
Like, oh no. What? Are you serious? Brutal.
Not really. You're doing really well. I'm not able to pull away, even though I've had some big words: silty, 6, Zed.
Just fucking play, folks. That was horrible. But who has
Maybe. I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
Oh, man. All right. Are you fucking serious?
I like how you keep struggling to put down a word. It's like, it's interesting. It's really interesting. A whoa?
Thank you.
Whoa?
I think I can no way. You can maybe does not make sense. If I had an L,
No way. No way. No way. No way. No, oh, way. No way. Oh, that was good. How many letters are left? Does it say?
or,
Dude, there's so much of this board that hasn't been used.
yeah, man, fought the toilet. Like if you have a word, you know,
That's when you use a fucking S. That was a bad use of an S, my friend.
I'm but have the greatest time.
This is just pure dominance.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Baby,
I was it's not like
you're up, big man. You need a big fucking word.
J-Lo should be
Why? What is J-Lo?
Rothschild.
That's a proper noun, dog.
Yeah. So
So what?
I would like to play a version where
I would too. I would cut acronyms.
well, acronyms are really anything that goes
Baby, are you saying that you think that you do?
in your thing. There'd be a lot of anything. You make an acronym of
Well, popular acronyms.
okay. You played Pyrex the other day. Pyrex.
Yeah, I thought it was too, but it's a
Because
material.
I have
It's a material,
a
dog.
measure.
It's it's a material. Dog, you just seeing pure dominance here. I don't think I can find my last letter.
If I placed it on my tile, then I
Yep. What letter you have? I'll help you.
could die.
You can play an I. Good job. All right. Back to Brendan Shaw tribute. No, I'm kidding. I won't do that to you. All right, I'm good for now. I got shit. I got people message me for some reason. I got some. So my friend, until then, spend your 15 minutes, 15 minutes, 15 hours drinking big dog. And I'll see you. Okay? But I want you to review everything, and I'm going to quiz you on Brendan Schaub trivia next time you see you, okay?
Last time I schooled
Not even close. I'm going to just be honest with you. Not even close. You didn't know where William Montgomery went to college. You didn't know where William Montgomery went to college. You didn't know William Montgomery's type of car. What color Volvo, dog? What color Volvo? Incorrect. Guess again, Mister. I know William Montgomery, but I don't.
Black.
Incorrect. Guess again. You are 0 for 2, son.
Silver.
All right. Where do you go to school? You are dog shit. What color is it?
Is it?
What color did you think it is?
I might be confusing it with the other one.
What's the other one?
It is